Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry found the resurrection stone in the Forbidden Forest and summoned an army of ghosts. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Stone in the Dark. The forest wanted him dead. Harry had known it the moment he'd stepped between the trees, following Hagrid's enormous silhouette into the darkness. The Forbidden Forest had never felt welcoming. He'd learned that lesson with Voldemort and unicorn blood in first year, but tonight something was different. Tonight the shadows between the ancient oak seemed to lean toward him, hungry and patient. "Stay close now," Hagrid called back, his crossbow resting easy in hands that could crush stone. "Don't want ya wandering off." Harry had no intention of wandering anywhere. Beside him, Neville Longbottom clutched his wand with white-knuckled determination, looking like he might be sick at any moment. "I still don't understand why Snape gave us detention for this," Neville whispered. "I only defended myself. Because Malfoy's a snake and Snape's the head of their house." Harry kept his voice low, his eyes scanning the darkness. "You hexed him in front of witnesses. Doesn't matter that he hexed you first." "At least Professor Hagrid's supervising," Neville said, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely comforted. It could have been Filch. That was true enough. When Snape had announced their detention with that thin, satisfied smile, Harry had expected something far worse than gathering potion ingredients with Hagrid. A few hours in the forest, some Moonpetal collection, and they'd be back in the castle before midnight. Except the forest felt wrong. The trees pressed too close. The usual sounds, owls, rustling creatures, the distant howl of something best not named, had fallen silent. Even Hagrid seemed unsettled, his massive head turning at sounds Harry couldn't hear. Right then, Hagrid stopped in a small clearing, lowering his lantern. The moonpetals grow near the stream, about a quarter-mile that way. "Neville, you're with me." "Harry, I'll go with Neville," Harry said quickly. Hagrid shook his head. "Can't. Moonpetals won't bloom if more than two people approach. Magical plants, see. Suspicious of crowds." He pointed toward a barely visible path winding between massive oaks. "There's a patch of glowcaps down that way, Harry. Safe as houses, just follow the path, fill your basket, come straight back. Don't go more than 100 yards from here." Harry looked at the path. The darkness looked back. "Hagrid, I don't think, 15 minutes, Hagrid said firmly. "I'd not send ya if it weren't safe. The centaurs patrol this area, and they'll not let anything harm a student. Go on now." Harry glanced at Neville, who looked torn between relief at not being alone and guilt at leaving Harry by himself. "I'll be fine," Harry told him, not quite believing it. He took a lantern and started down the path. The glowcaps were exactly where Hagrid had promised, clustered around the base of a fallen oak like pale blue stars. Harry knelt to collect them, working quickly, trying to ignore the prickling sensation at the back of his neck that insisted something was watching him. The forest was still too quiet. He was halfway through filling his basket when the cold hit. Not the natural chill of an October night, this was something else entirely. The cold of opening a freezer, of stepping into a room where something had died, of breath crystallizing in air that shouldn't be that frigid. Harry's hand went to his wand immediately, the glowcaps forgotten. The lantern flickered. Once. Twice. Then went out. Harry stood frozen in absolute darkness, his heart hammering against his ribs. He whispered "Lumos," and his wand tip bloomed with light, for exactly 3 seconds before something pulled at the spell, drinking it like water into sand. "Who's there?" His voice came out steadier than he felt. The Dursleys had taught him to control fear, showing weakness invited cruelty. 2 years of magical threats had reinforced the lesson. No answer. But the cold intensified, concentrated now, pressing against his chest like a physical weight. Harry ran. He didn't choose to run. His body made the decision, legs pumping, arms pushing aside branches that grabbed at his robes like skeletal fingers. Behind him, or beside him, or somehow around him, the cold followed. He could feel it rippling across his skin, tasting him, testing him. Not a Dementor, some analytical part of his brain noted. Dementors brought despair, memory, the echoing sound of his mother's screams. This was different. This was hunger without emotion, predation without malice. He burst through a line of thorny bushes, felt them tear at his arms and face, and suddenly found himself in a clearing he'd never seen before. The moon broke through the canopy here, silver light pooling on ancient stones arranged in a rough circle. Not Stonehenge, these were smaller, cruder, worn by millennia of weather until any inscriptions had become mere suggestions of meaning. In the center of the circle, the ground had collapsed into a shallow depression, roots from the surrounding trees reaching down like grasping hands. The cold stopped at the edge of the clearing. Harry spun, wand raised, blood from a scratch trickling down his cheek. The darkness between the trees seemed to writhe, something pushing against an invisible barrier, testing its strength. Whatever the stones marked, whatever power lived in this place, the thing hunting him couldn't enter. Harry stepped further into the circle. His breath came in ragged gasps as he moved toward the center of the clearing, putting as much distance between himself and the barrier's edge as possible. The cold still pressed against the invisible wall, he could see frost forming on the leaves of bushes at the clearing's perimeter, but it made no progress. Safe. Temporarily. Harry allowed himself to sink to his knees, trying to control his breathing, trying to think. He needed to find his way back to Hagrid. He needed to report whatever that thing was. His hand touched something in the dirt. It was instinct that made him look down, the same survival instinct that had made him run. Half buried in the root-churned earth of the depression, partially visible in the moonlight, was a ring. No, not quite a ring. The band was there, ancient gold-green with age, but set into it was a stone unlike any he'd seen. Black as obsidian but not quite solid, it seemed to contain depth, like looking into a well that went down forever. A symbol was carved into its face, weathered almost to nothing, but Harry could just make out its shape. A triangle. A circle within. A line bisecting both. He knew, with absolute certainty, that he should not touch it. He picked it up anyway. The stone was warm in his hand. Not the normal warmth of something buried in earth, this was warmth like a living thing, like blood, like breath. Harry turned it over, examining the setting, the ancient craftsmanship, the symbol that seemed to shift slightly in the moonlight. He turned it over again. And again. 3 times. The air tore open. They came through like mist given form, like memory made solid, like the echo of voices in an empty room finally finding shape. Harry scrambled backward, his wand up, spells dying on his lips as figure after figure manifested in the moonlit clearing. His mother came first. Lily Potter looked exactly as she did in the few photographs Harry possessed, except for the terrible translucence, the way moonlight seemed to pass through her rather than illuminate her. Her red hair moved in a wind Harry couldn't feel. Her green eyes, his eyes, found him immediately. "Harry," she said, and her voice was distant, like hearing someone speak from the bottom of a well. "Oh, Harry." His father appeared beside her, taller than Harry remembered from the mirror of Eriste, wire-rimmed glasses sitting on a face that was startlingly like looking into a future mirror. James Potter's expression mixed wonder and fear in equal measure. "The stone," James said. "Lily, he found the stone." But they weren't alone. Behind them, the air continued to ripple, more figures emerging, wizards in robes of archaic design, warriors in armor that hadn't been worn in centuries, women and men and beings that might not be entirely human, all pressing toward the opening Harry had somehow created. "You have to close it," Lily said urgently. "Harry, listen to me. You opened a door and you need to, let them through," another voice interrupted, a young man with a pleasant face and old eyes, wearing robes that hadn't been fashionable since the medieval period. "Let us all through, Stoneholder." We've been waiting so long. Stay back. Harry's wand was up, though he didn't know what spell could affect a ghost. I didn't mean to, I don't know what, put down the stone. James moved closer, his translucent hand reaching toward Harry's face without quite touching it. Just set it down, son. When you break contact, we'll fade. The door will close. But you'll be gone. The words came out smaller than Harry intended, younger, the voice of a boy who'd grown up with only a cupboard and hand-me-downs and the certain knowledge that he was unloved. His parents stood before him, close enough to almost touch, and in his hand he held the thing that had brought them. We were always going to be gone, Lily said gently. That's what being dead means, Harry. We don't belong here. None of us do. Her eyes flickered to the other spirits, still pressing forward. And some of these shouldn't be allowed through regardless. We've done nothing wrong, the medieval wizard said smoothly. We merely wish to feel the mortal air again, to walk under the moon. It's been so long, you died in darkness and you know why, Corvinus. Lily's voice went cold in a way that made Harry stare. I've met your victims on the other side. Go back to them. The wizard, Corvinus, bared his teeth in what might have been a smile. The stoneholder decides. Not his dead mother. His old eyes fixed on Harry. What say you, boy? Will you let me through? I could teach you such things. The power you hold, you have no conception of its depths. Don't listen to him, Harry. James stepped forward, putting himself between Harry and the medieval spirit. The resurrection stone isn't meant to bring back the dead permanently. It's meant for glimpses. Goodbyes. Using it for more than that, corrupts the user, dooms the spirits, tears the veil between worlds, yes, yes. Corvinus waved a dismissive hand. I've heard the lectures. Invented half of them, as a matter of fact, to keep the stone's true power from those unworthy of it. His smile sharpened. But you, boy. You have strength I haven't seen in a holder for centuries. You could, I said, stay back. Harry's voice cracked through the clearing like thunder, and something happened. The dozen spirits pressing forward, Corvinus at their head, suddenly froze, unable to advance. Their translucent forms flickered with something that might have been shock. Even James and Lily stared. You commanded them, Lily whispered. Harry, the stone doesn't, holders can't, impossible. Corvinus struggled against the invisible force holding him. I was a master of death magic, boy. I studied the stone for 40 years before it was lost. No holder has ever commanded the spirits it calls. But Harry wasn't listening to him. Beyond the clearing's edge, the cold was still pressing, more urgent now. Whatever hunted him had sensed the opening Harry had created, had felt the spirits emerging, and its hunger had intensified tenfold. Mum. Harry's voice was steady now, the initial shock fading into the clear-headed focus that took over when danger pressed close. What's out there? What was chasing me? Lily's expression flickered with something complicated. I don't know. Something from the spaces between, maybe. Something drawn to death magic. She hesitated. Harry, you have to understand, what you hold, what you just did, you've drawn attention to yourself. From things far older and more dangerous than whatever's waiting in those trees. Can you stop it? We can't interact with the physical world properly. We're shadows, memories given form. But. Lily exchanged a glance with James. The spirits you've summoned, if you command them, truly command them, some of them have strength. Knowledge. If you bound them to your will, bound, Corvinus spat. Like servants. Like slaves. Like allies, James said sharply. Willing partners, if you'd stop being a power-hungry bastard for 5 seconds and recognize what's at stake. He turned back to Harry. The dead don't need sleep. We don't need food or rest. We can see things the living miss, go places the living can't. In the hands of someone good. I'm 13, Harry interrupted. I'm a third-year student with average grades and no idea what I'm doing. You just commanded spirits that have resisted holders for centuries, Lily said. You felt that cold thing coming and ran to exactly the place where an artifact lost for 500 years was waiting. You found the stone, Harry. Or it found you. Her eyes met his, and in them he saw something vast and sad and proud all at once. You were always going to be extraordinary. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I wasn't there to help you become it on your own terms. Harry sat in the center of the ancient stones, the resurrection stone warm in his palm, and tried to think through the chaos in his mind. His parents stood nearby, close but not touching, present but not quite here. The other spirits had retreated slightly, held at bay by whatever power Harry had inadvertently wielded, but they hadn't left. They couldn't leave, Harry realized. Not while he held the stone, not while the door remained open. Tell me about it, he said finally. The stone. What it does. What it really does. James glanced at Lily, then moved to sit across from Harry, a strange gesture for someone with no physical form. The resurrection stone was made over 1,000 years ago. One of 3 artifacts created by 3 brothers. 3 brothers who tried to cheat death itself, Lily added. The stories call them the Deathly Hallows. The stone is one of them. The other 2. A wand of tremendous power, James said. And a cloak that can hide the wearer from anything, even death. Harry thought about the silvery cloak currently hidden in his trunk at Hogwarts. The cloak Dumbledore had sent him in first year. His father's cloak. He decided not to mention it. The stone was meant to bring back the dead, James continued. But the spirits it calls aren't fully there, we're echoes. Shadows. The original holder, the brother who created it, used it to speak with his dead beloved, but she was cold and distant and not truly herself. He went mad with grief and killed himself to truly join her. Cheerful, Harry muttered. The stone passed through many hands after that. Some used it wisely, brief conversations, final goodbyes. Others tried to use it for power, to compel spirits to serve them. It never worked for long. The dead resented being chained, the living wielders lost themselves in the gray spaces between worlds. But I commanded them, Harry said. Just now. I told them to stay back and they did. Yes. Lily's voice was soft, troubled. And that shouldn't be possible. The stone doesn't grant authority over spirits, just the ability to call them. What you did. What he did, Corvinus interrupted from his frozen position, is demonstrate that he's something new. Something the stone has been waiting for. His eyes glittered with an emotion Harry couldn't name. Do you think it was coincidence that led you here, boy? To this clearing, this circle, this exact spot where the stone lay buried for 5 centuries? Shut up, Harry said, and Corvinus's mouth snapped closed against his will. The medieval wizard's eyes went wide with outrage and something else, fear, maybe, or respect. Harry. Lily stepped closer, her presence making the air colder. Whatever you choose to do with this, keep it, use it, bury it again, you need to understand what you're holding. The stone calls the dead, but it doesn't just call them from wherever they were resting. It calls them from a place between worlds, a gray space where spirits gather before moving on. And that space has guards, James finished grimly. Beings that keep the dead where they belong. The thing hunting you in the forest, it might have been one of their servants. Something sent to investigate the disturbance you created. As if responding to his words, the cold beyond the clearing intensified. The invisible barrier held, but Harry could see it straining now, frost creeping centimeter by centimeter toward where he sat. It's getting stronger, he said. It's had time to study the ward, Lily said. This place is old, but it wasn't meant to hold back something determined. We have maybe 20 minutes before it breaks through. Then what? Then it tries to drag you back across the veil with it. To prevent you from calling more of us. James's face was grim. Harry, you should release the stone. When you break contact, we'll fade, the door will close, and the creature will have no reason to pursue you. Harry looked down at the ring in his hand. It would be easy. Set it down, walk away, find Hagrid, go back to Hogwarts. Pretend this night never happened. But he thought of his parents fading back into nothing. He thought of all the questions he'd never asked, all the stories he'd never heard, all the moments he'd been denied by a war that ended before he could walk. He thought of the cold thing in the darkness, and how there were so many cold things in the darkness. Voldemort was out there somewhere, a shade, Quirrell had called him, a spirit sustained by dark magic, hunting for a way to return. What would Voldemort do with an artifact that could call the dead? Harry closed his fingers around the stone. I'm keeping it. His parents didn't argue. Harry had expected them to, expected lectures about danger and responsibility and the arrogance of a 13-year-old thinking he could wield a 1,000-year-old artifact. But Lily just watched him with those familiar green eyes, and James nodded slowly, like this was the answer he'd been waiting for. Then you need allies, James said. Spirits you can trust, who'll serve you because they choose to, not because you've compelled them. The dead are not a unified force, Lily added. We don't all want the same things. Some of us just want to rest. Some want revenge on the living. Some, she glanced at Corvinus, still frozen and furious, want power, same as they did when they were alive. And some want to help. A new voice entered the clearing, and Harry spun to see another spirit materializing, this one a tall man in armor that looked like something from a history textbook, a sword at his hip and a face weathered by years of war. He moved with the careful economy of someone accustomed to violence, and when his eyes found Harry, they held neither hunger nor resentment. Sir Edmund Blackwood, the knight said, inclining his head. Died in the service of the crown during the Goblin Rebellion of 1388. Spent 6 centuries in the grey spaces watching lesser men fumble with that stone, waiting for one worth serving. He examined Harry with the assessing gaze of a commander evaluating a new recruit. You're young. I've noticed. Good. Young and aware of it is better than old and deluded. Edmund moved to stand beside James and Lily. I can train you. Combat, tactics, leadership. The things a wielder of the stone needs to know to survive. Why? Harry asked bluntly. Why would you want to serve a teenage student you've never met? Because I've watched the others, Edmund said. The kings who called me and used the dead as weapons of conquest. The scholars who called me and asked endless questions while ignoring the answers. The grieving souls who called me by accident while seeking lost loves, then screamed themselves insane when they realized what they'd done. His ghostly face showed something like approval. You commanded Corvinus, a spirit who's resisted every holder since the stone was forged, and your first instinct was to ask questions rather than give orders. You want to understand before you act. That's rare. That's not why, Harry said. The real reason. Edmund's eyes flickered with surprise, then something that might have been respect. There's a war coming. Not soon, not for years, maybe, but I've seen the signs. Darkness gathering, old powers stirring, the veil between worlds growing thin. I died fighting for something greater than myself, and I'd rather do it again than spend eternity in the grey. He drew his ghostly sword, a blade that seemed to absorb moonlight rather than reflect it, and knelt before Harry. I offer you my service, Stoneholder. Not because you compel it, but because I choose it. Harry looked at his parents. Edmund fought alongside my grandfather in the Grindelwald War, James said quietly. He's not lying about his motivations. And you're going to need someone who knows what they're doing. The cold beyond the barrier pressed harder. Maybe 15 minutes now. All right, Harry said. I accept. What do I do? Take his hand, Lily said. And will the binding into place? Not a command, an agreement. A partnership. Harry reached out. Edmund's hand was cold, not quite solid, but there was something there, presence, will, the echo of a man who'd spent his life protecting others. Harry focused on that feeling, on the sense of alliance rather than ownership. Something clicked into place. Edmund rose, and now there was a connection between them that Harry could feel, a thread of awareness, of shared purpose. Not slavery. Not compulsion. Something else. "It's done," Edmund said, and smiled for the first time. "I am bound by choice, wielder. Command me and I'll obey, release me and I'll go. But while the bond holds, I am yours." "The barrier's failing," James said urgently. "Harry, you need to go. Now. You can call us again, whenever you hold the stone and will us forth, we'll come, but right now you need to run." Harry wanted to argue. He wanted more time, more answers, more of his parents' presence. But the frost was inches from his feet now, and the cold beyond the clearing had intensified until even breathing felt like swallowing ice. "How do I close it?" "The door I opened." "Will it closed?" Lily said. "The stone responds to intent. You opened it by wanting to see what was beyond death. Close it by choosing to step back into life." Harry looked at the spirits crowding the clearing, Corvinus still frozen, Edmund standing ready, a dozen others watching with expressions ranging from hope to hatred. He looked at his parents, drinking in their faces, memorizing every detail. "I love you," he said. "Both of you. I never got to say it before." Lily's smile was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. "We know. We always knew. Survive this," James added. "That's what we need from you. Survive, and live, and be happy. Don't let this stone become your whole existence." Harry nodded once, feeling tears he couldn't quite explain prickling at his eyes. Then he pushed. The door slammed shut. The spirits vanished, Corvinus with a snarl of frustrated rage, Edmund with a warrior's nod, his parents with expressions of such love and pride that Harry's chest ached with it. In an instant, the clearing was empty except for Harry and the moonlight and the stone that pulsed warm in his hand. The cold broke through. Harry ran. The creature, presence, whatever it was crashed into the clearing behind him, and the ancient stones screamed. Literally screamed, a sound like metal tearing and wood splintering in something far older than either being violated. Harry didn't look back. He couldn't afford to. The forest blurred around him as he sprinted, the stone clutched so tight his knuckles ached. Branches grabbed at him. Roots seemed to rise deliberately to trip him. The cold pursued like a living thing, and now he could hear it, not with his ears but somewhere deeper, a voice that wasn't a voice whispering promises of rest, of peace, of an end to struggle. "Let go," it seemed to say. "Release the stone. Return what you've taken." "No," Harry gasped. He burst through a line of trees and suddenly Hagrid was there, massive and startled, Neville stumbling behind him with a basket of moon petals. "Harry! What in the name of, run!" Harry grabbed Neville's arm and hauled him forward. "Don't look back, just run." Hagrid, bless him, didn't argue. He'd seen enough horrors in the forest to recognize when questions could wait. His crossbow came up and he fired into the darkness behind them, a bolt that hit something and shattered, and Harry heard Hagrid's sharp intake of breath. "What is that thing?" "I don't know." "Keep moving." They crashed through the forest, Hagrid's bulk clearing a path, Neville stumbling along with terror-white face, Harry clutching the stone and feeling the cold gain ground with every step. The edge of the forest was close, he could see the castle lights through the trees, but not close enough. The cold wrapped around his ankle like a hand. Harry fell. The stone flew from his grip and hit the ground, bouncing once, twice, coming to rest between two roots. The cold surged. Harry reached for the stone. His fingers brushed the metal band. "Edmund," he thought desperately. "I need you." And suddenly the night was there, manifesting between Harry and the thing in the darkness, his ghostly sword raised and blazing with pale light. The cold presence recoiled, and in that moment of hesitation Harry's hand closed around the ring. "Go!" Edmund roared. "I'll hold it." Harry scrambled to his feet, grabbed Neville again, and ran. He didn't see what happened behind him. He heard it, a clash of forces that sounded like winter itself being torn apart, Edmund's battle cry mixing with a shriek that no living thing could make. Then they burst from the forest, all three of them, and the cold stopped at the tree line like it had hit a wall. Harry collapsed on the grass outside the forest, gasping for breath, the stone pressed to his chest like a talisman. Neville was screaming questions. Hagrid was shouting for help toward the castle. Somewhere in the distance, torches were moving, teachers responding to the chaos. But Harry just lay there, staring up at the stars, feeling the threat of his bond with Edmund pulse with exhaustion and triumph. "I held it," the knight's voice echoed in his mind. "Not for long, but I held it." It retreated, wielder. Whatever that thing was, it can't cross the forest's edge. We have time. Time. Harry almost laughed. What was time to someone who could call the dead? "Rest," Edmund continued. "I'll keep watch. You did well tonight." Harry's eyes drifted closed. He was dimly aware of Professor McGonagall's voice, sharp with worry, and Hagrid trying to explain what had happened. He'd have to lie. He'd have to come up with a story about getting lost, about falling, about the thing in the forest. But that was for later. For now, he held the stone, and the stone held him, and somewhere in the spaces between worlds, his parents were waiting. The hospital wing was quiet at 2 a.m. Madame Pomfrey had insisted on keeping Harry overnight, scratches from branches, mild shock, something odd about your magical signature that I can't quite identify. That last concern had made Harry's stomach clench, but the healer seemed to attribute it to whatever had chased him through the forest. She'd given him a sleeping potion, but Harry had only pretended to drink it. Now he lay in the sterile white bed, the curtains drawn around him, the resurrection stone hidden under his pillow, and tried to process everything that had happened. He could feel them now. The dead. Not clearly, not the way he'd felt his parents and Edmund in the clearing, but as a constant presence at the edge of his awareness. Like hearing a conversation in another room, the words indistinct but the voices unmistakable. They were there, just beyond a veil he could reach through whenever he chose. It should have been terrifying. The weight of millions of souls, pressing against the barrier between life and death, some curious, some hungry, some desperate to return to a world that had moved on without them. Instead, Harry felt oddly comforted. He'd grown up alone. The Dursleys had made sure of that, no friends, no visitors, no one who might question why a young boy slept in a cupboard and wore clothes 3 sizes too large. Hogwarts had given him Ron and Hermione, had given him a taste of belonging, but even here he remained Harry Potter, the boy who lived, set apart by fame and fate. Now he had something else. A connection to a world beyond the living, to people who'd fought and died and still had wisdom to share. Edmund was just the beginning, his parents had made that clear. If Harry chose to, he could build something unprecedented. An alliance between the living and the dead. Or an army, a darker part of his mind whispered. Think of what you could do. Voldemort is still out there. Pettigrew escaped. Sirius Black is supposedly hunting you. What would happen if you had 1,000 ghostly warriors at your command? Harry pushed the thought away. He wasn't going to become that person, the kind of wielder Edmund had described with disgust, treating spirits as tools rather than allies. But he couldn't deny the temptation. A sound made him freeze. Footsteps, soft but deliberate, approaching his bed. Harry's hand slipped under the pillow, touching the stone. The curtain drew back. Albus Dumbledore stood there, his blue eyes lacking their usual twinkle, his expression grave in a way Harry had never seen before. "Professor." "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was quiet, controlled. "I had hoped to wait until morning, but I fear circumstances demand otherwise." May I sit? Harry nodded, pulling himself upright. Dumbledore conjured a chair with a wave of his hand and settled into it, his long fingers steepled before him. Hagrid told me about your encounter in the forest. About the creature that pursued you. I got lost. Found an old clearing. Something chased me back. Indeed. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's, and for a moment Harry felt a strange pressure against his thoughts, not invasive, just present. Testing. The clearing you found, Harry. Did you happen to notice anything unusual about it? Harry's grip tightened on the stone under his pillow. It had old stones. Like a circle. Ah. The pressure faded. Dumbledore's expression became, if anything, more troubled. The Stones of Perinus. A burial site from before the founding of Hogwarts, protected by wards that predate most recorded magic. I had thought it lost when the forest expanded. He paused. Harry, I must ask you directly, did you find anything there? The lie rose automatically to Harry's lips. No. Nothing. Just stones and moonlight and fear. But something stopped him. Maybe it was the way Dumbledore was looking at him, not with the usual grandfatherly detachment, but with something raw and almost desperate. Maybe it was the pressure Harry had felt, the recognition that Dumbledore already suspected something. Maybe it was the stone itself, pulsing gently against his palm, as if telling him that this moment mattered. What if I did? Harry asked carefully. What would happen? Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the twinkle had returned, but it was different now, sadder, somehow. Older. That would depend entirely on what you found, he said. There are artifacts in this world, Harry, of such power and such danger that their very existence shapes the course of history. Some of those artifacts have been lost for centuries. If you had found one, if you had somehow stumbled upon something of that nature, then you would face choices that no 13-year-old should have to make. And you'd take it away from me? No. The word seemed to surprise Dumbledore as much as Harry. No, I don't think I would. Or rather, I don't think I could. He leaned forward, his eyes holding Harry's. I have made many mistakes in my long life, Harry. I have pursued power, convinced myself that wisdom justified control, watched as people I loved suffered for my arrogance. If you have found what I suspect you found. He trailed off, his gaze distant. You know what it is, Harry said. Not a question. I know what it might be. I know what it has done to those who possessed it before. And I know that you, despite your youth, perhaps because of it, might be exactly the person who could wield it without being destroyed. The hospital wing felt very quiet. Very still. I'm not going to tell you what I found, Harry said finally. Not yet. Not until I understand it better myself. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That is perhaps wiser than you know. But Harry, he rose, suddenly looking every one of his many years, when you are ready to speak, when you have questions you cannot answer alone, my door is open. For this, and for anything else. He turned to leave, then paused at the gap in the curtains. One last thing. The creature that chased you tonight, it was not of this world. It came from the spaces between life and death, drawn by something it sensed within the forest. Such beings do not forget. Whatever you did, whatever you found, you have drawn the attention of forces that most wizards never even learn exist. His blue eyes held a warning. Be careful, Harry. The dead may seem like allies, but they operate by rules we barely understand. And there are always those who would use such power for purposes far darker than you can imagine. Then he was gone, the curtain falling back into place, leaving Harry alone with the stone and the silence and the weight of implications he wasn't sure he was ready to face. Sleep, when it finally came, was full of dreams. Harry stood in the grey space his parents had described, not quite darkness, not quite light, but something between. Mist swirled around his feet, and in the distance he could see shapes moving, figures too far away to identify. Edmund appeared beside him, still in his medieval armor, his sword sheathed. "This is how you'll reach us," the knight said. "When you sleep, when you meditate, when you let your mind touch the stone. We're always here, waiting." What was that thing in the forest? A keeper's servant. One of many. Edmund's face was grim. "There are beings that guard the boundary between worlds, Harry. They've existed since the first witch died and the first wizard tried to call her back. The resurrection stone violates everything they stand for. They'll try to take it from you, or destroy you to prevent its use." "Great. Anything else trying to kill me?" "The dead themselves, some of them." Edmund gestured to the distant figures. "Not all spirits are content with their fate. Some blame the living for their deaths, or resent being called back as echoes of what they were. And there are older things in the grey, spirits so ancient they've forgotten they were ever human. They hunger for any connection to the living world." Harry absorbed this, adding it to the growing list of dangers that came with his new discovery. "What about the wizard? Corvinus?" Edmund's expression darkened. "A dark lord from an age before the term existed. He spent his mortal life studying death magic, sacrificing innocence to fuel his research. When he died, the Grey rejected him. He spent 6 centuries in the spaces between, growing more bitter and more dangerous. He met Harry's eyes. He wants the stone because he believes it can return him to life fully. Not as a ghost, but as he was. So far, no wielder has been strong enough to grant that wish. And me? Honestly? I don't know. What you did tonight, commanding him, holding him frozen, that shouldn't have been possible. The stone grants the ability to summon, not to control. But you. I'm different. You're something new." Edmund's tone held both warning and respect. "Whatever made you this way, your survival of the killing curse, your blood, your nature, you interact with the stone differently than anyone before you. That makes you powerful. It also makes you unpredictable. And unpredictable things attract attention." The mist swirled thicker. In the distance, Harry could see movement, shapes drawing closer, drawn by the conversation or by his presence in this space. "Time to wake up," Edmund said. "You can return here whenever you need me." "And Harry," the knight's face softened, just slightly, "what you did tonight, accepting my service, refusing to run from what you'd found, that took courage. Don't let anyone convince you that you're not ready for this. They'll try. They always try. But I've seen what you're made of." Harry opened his eyes to morning sunlight streaming through the hospital wing windows, the stone warm against his palm, and for the first time since he'd learned he was a wizard, felt like he was finally becoming who he was meant to be. The castle was buzzing with rumors by breakfast. Harry had been released from the hospital wing with strict instructions to take things easy, which he promptly ignored. He needed normalcy, needed the familiar rhythm of classes and complaints and Malfoy's sneering face. He needed to feel like Harry Potter, student, before he could figure out what to do with Harry Potter, wielder of the Resurrection Stone. Hermione found him first, practically vibrating with suppressed questions. "Harry. Neville said something attacked you in the forest, are you alright? What happened?" "Professor McGonagall wouldn't tell us anything, I'm fine." Harry slid onto the bench beside her, reaching for toast with hands that were steadier than he felt. "Got separated from Hagrid, found a weird clearing, something chased me. Pretty standard Tuesday, really." Ron arrived in time to catch the last part. "Something chased you? What kind of something?" "Neville said it was making sounds like ice breaking. I didn't get a good look at it." True enough, he'd never actually seen the creature, just felt it. "It didn't follow us out of the forest." The great hall was loud with conversation, students at every table speculating about what had happened. Harry caught fragments, heard it was a Dementor, no, something worse, Potter again, always Potter. He tuned them out, focusing on his food, on the familiar weight of Hermione's concern and Ron's casual acceptance. Normal. Ordinary. Just another morning at Hogwarts. Except nothing was ordinary anymore. "They're watching," Edmund's voice murmured in his mind, and Harry had to suppress a start. The night had stayed silent since the dream, but now Harry could feel him, a presence at the edge of his awareness, seeing through Harry's eyes. The staff table. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape. Harry let his gaze drift casually toward the teachers. Dumbledore was deep in conversation with Professor Flitwick, apparently oblivious. McGonagall's attention was on a stack of papers. But Snape was staring directly at Harry with an expression of focused intensity that made Harry's skin crawl. "He senses something," Edmund said. "Not what you carry, but that you've changed. Be careful around him." Harry turned back to his toast. "You're being weird," Hermione said flatly. "I'm always weird. Weirder than usual." She leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Harry, I know something happened in that forest. Something more than just getting chased. You look. What? Different. I don't know how to explain it. Like you're paying attention to things the rest of us can't see." Ron glanced between them, confused but alert. "What's going on? Did something actually happen?" Harry weighed his options. He'd decided not to tell Dumbledore, not yet, but Hermione and Ron were different. They'd followed him through challenges that would have broken most adults. They'd kept his secrets, defended him when the whole school turned against him, stood beside him in moments of genuine danger. If he couldn't trust them, he couldn't trust anyone. "Tonight," he said quietly. "After curfew. I'll explain everything." Hermione's eyes widened. Ron's narrowed with interest. "The room of requirement," Harry added. "I found something, and I need your help figuring out what to do with it." Classes passed in a blur of normalcy that felt increasingly surreal. Defense against the dark arts with Professor Lupin was the only lesson that held Harry's attention. The man had been nothing but kind since arriving at Hogwarts, his shabby robes and gentle manner endearing him to students who'd spent a year under Lockhart's incompetent preening. But today Harry watched him with new eyes, noting the slight stiffness when Lupin turned too quickly, the careful way he positioned himself to keep the entire classroom in view. "Werewolf," Edmund said. "I've known the scent for centuries. He hides it well, but the Grey sees what mortal eyes miss." Harry filed that away. Another secret. Another person wearing a mask while the world assumed they knew the truth. After class, Lupin called him back. "A word, Harry." The other students filtered out, leaving them alone in the dusty classroom. Lupin perched on the edge of his desk, his scarred face thoughtful. "I heard about your adventure in the forest. Are you all right?" "Fine, Professor." Lupin studied him for a moment. "I knew your parents, Harry. Did you know that?" Harry's heart stuttered. "No. We were friends at school. Good friends. James and I shared a dormitory for 7 years." A shadow of old pain crossed Lupin's face. "When I heard what happened to them, what happened to you? I wanted to find you, to help raise you, but circumstances didn't allow it." "What circumstances?" Lupin hesitated. "That's a conversation for another time, perhaps. But I wanted you to know that if you ever need to talk, about anything, I'm here." "The Dursleys. I know something of how they treated you. Dumbledore thought it was necessary, but that doesn't make it right." Harry didn't know what to say. The offer seemed genuine, and there was something about Lupin, a quality of patient understanding, that made Harry want to trust him. "He means it," Edmund confirmed. "Whatever secrets he keeps, his care for you is real." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said finally. "I might take you up on that." Lupin smiled, the expression transforming his tired face into something almost young. "I hope you will. Now, I believe you have potions with Professor Snape. Best not be late, I understand his temper has been particularly foul this week." Harry gathered his things and headed for the door. Harry. Lupin's voice stopped him. Whatever you found in that forest, be careful who you tell. Trust is earned, not given. And some secrets are worth keeping close until you understand their weight. Harry nodded once and left, wondering how much the professor actually knew. The room of requirement materialized around them at 11 that night, comfortable chairs, a fireplace, thick walls that would muffle any sound. Harry had explained the room to Ron and Hermione during their trek from Gryffindor Tower, and Hermione's expression had gone through the usual cycle of disbelief, fascination, and urgent need to research. Now they sat in a tight circle, firelight casting shadows across their faces, and Harry told them everything. The forest. The creature. The stone. His parents. Edmund. He kept nothing back. When he finished, Hermione's face had gone pale. Ron looked like someone had hit him with a stunner. The resurrection stone, Hermione whispered. It's real. The Deathly Hallows are real. You've heard of them. The Tale of the Three Brothers, it's in Beedle the Bard, a children's book. 3 brothers who cheated death and received 3 powerful objects. Her hands were trembling. Harry, those stories are supposed to be myths. Fairy tales. If the stone is real, then the other Hallows might be too, Ron finished. Bloody hell. Harry reached into his pocket and withdrew the ring. The black stone seemed to absorb the firelight, its surface rippling with impossible depth. Can you show us? Ron asked. Can you summon someone? Harry glanced at Hermione. If it's okay with you. She nodded, though her grip on her chair arms suggested she wasn't as calm as she appeared. Harry turned the stone 3 times in his hand. Edmund materialized beside the fire, translucent but solid enough to see clearly. The knight inclined his head toward Ron and Hermione with formal courtesy. Friends of my wielder. Well met. Oh my God, Hermione breathed. More like, oh my ghost, Ron said weakly, then winced at his own joke. Edmund's lips twitched. I've heard worse. Usually from the people I was about to run through. He turned to Harry. You trust them? With my life. Then I will too. Edmund settled into something like attention, hands clasped behind his back. What would you know? Hermione found her voice first. You've been dead, for how long? 605 years, give or take. Time moves strangely in the gray. And you can just appear. Whenever Harry calls you. When he calls, yes. And in times of need, if the bond we share allows me to sense danger. Edmund gestured at the space around him. I cannot interact with the physical world, not directly. I cannot move objects, cast spells, or harm the living. But I can observe, advise, and under certain circumstances, defend against threats from my own realm. The thing in the forest, Harry said. You held it off. Barely. Those creatures exist partially in both realms, which is why I could engage it. But a full confrontation would have destroyed me. Spirits like myself are echoes, wielder. Strong enough to persist, but not strong enough to challenge the keepers directly. Who are the keepers? Edmund's expression darkened. Old as death itself. Beings that maintain the boundary between life and the beyond. When someone uses the stone, they create ripples, tiny tears in the fabric that separates worlds. The keepers exist to seal those tears. And, when necessary, to punish those who create them. So Harry's in danger, Hermione said. From these keepers. From them, yes. From the spirits who would use him as a gateway back to life. From the living who would steal the stone for their own purposes. From the weight of the dead themselves, pressing against his mind whenever he opens himself to them. Edmund met Harry's eyes. The stone is both weapon and curse. No wielder has ever mastered it without cost. What kind of cost? Madness, usually. The voices of the dead become overwhelming. The wielder starts seeing spirits everywhere, can't distinguish between the living and the dead, loses their grip on what's real. Edmund paused. But those wielders were alone. They had no advisors, no allies, no one to help them maintain perspective. Harry has something they didn't, friends who know his secret and can anchor him to the living world. He looked at Ron and Hermione. That's your job now. Whether you chose it or not. The fire had burned low by the time they finished asking questions. Ron had moved from shocked to fascinated, peppering Edmund with questions about medieval wizard battles and the tactical applications of an incorporeal spy network. Hermione had filled an entire notebook with observations, theories, and a reading list that would probably take years to complete. Harry watched them both, feeling something loosen in his chest. He wasn't alone anymore. Not truly. So what's the plan? Ron asked finally. You can't just keep this secret forever. Sooner or later, someone's going to notice. Dumbledore already suspects, Harry admitted. He came to see me in the hospital wing. Asked if I'd found anything in the forest. What did you tell him? Nothing. But I don't think he believed me. Hermione worried her lip. Dumbledore's not the enemy, Harry. He might be able to help. Or he might decide I'm too dangerous and take the stone away. He knows what it is, he as much as said so. And there was something in the way he talked about it. Like he had personal experience. He does, Edmund said silently, for Harry's ears only. I don't know the details, but I've felt his touch on the edges of the grey. Decades ago, before I was first summoned by a wielder. Dumbledore has brushed against death magic before. Harry didn't share this with his friends. Some secrets weren't his to tell. For now, I just want to learn, he said. Understand what I can do, what the risks are. Edmund's going to train me, in what? Hermione interrupted. Combat. Mental discipline. The history of the stone and its previous wielders. Harry glanced at the knight. Anything else? Leadership, Edmund said. If you're to bind other spirits, you need to understand command. How to inspire loyalty, earn respect, and recognize when you're being manipulated. His ghostly face was serious. The dead are not simple. We have our own politics, our own factions. Navigate them well and you'll have allies throughout history. Navigate them poorly and you'll be torn apart by forces you never even see coming. That sounds like a lot for a 13-year-old, Ron observed. It is. But better to start now than to be caught unprepared when crisis comes. Edmund's gaze turned distant. And crisis will come. The stone has surfaced after centuries of silence. The keepers are watching. Ancient powers are stirring. Whatever's coming, Harry will be at the center of it. Why? Hermione asked. Why Harry? Because he survived the killing curse, and in doing so, touched death itself. Because his mother's sacrifice marked him in ways wizards barely understand. Because the stone found him in a forest clearing that's been lost for 500 years, as if it was waiting for exactly this moment. Edmund's voice held something like awe. I don't know if it's fate, or prophecy, or simply the universe's cruel sense of humor. But Harry Potter is tied to death in ways that make him the perfect wielder, or the most dangerous one. The fire popped and crackled. Outside the room of requirement, Hogwarts slept, unaware of the conversation taking place within its walls. I'm not going to become some kind of Dark Lord, Harry said quietly. No, Edmund agreed. But you're going to become something. Whether it's hero or monster or something between, only time will tell. Harry looked at the stone in his hand. Such a small thing to carry such weight. Then let's make sure it's the right something, he said. The next weeks blurred together in a haze of training and research. By day, Harry attended classes, ate meals, and maintained the facade of a normal student still recovering from his forest adventure. He answered questions vaguely, deflected Malfoy's sneering attempts at provocation, and pretended not to notice Snape's increasingly suspicious stares. By night, he entered the Grey. Edmund's training was brutal. Mental exercises that left Harry exhausted, tactical scenarios that tested his ability to think under pressure, endless lessons about the history of the stone and its wielders. Harry learned about the Peverell brothers, who had crafted the Hallows in an age before Hogwarts. He learned about the wielders who followed, kings and scholars and grieving lovers, each one undone by their own weaknesses. The stone amplifies what you are, Edmund explained during one session. If you're fearful, it makes you paranoid. If you're angry, it makes you wrathful. If you're lonely, it isolates you further. He watched Harry carefully. What are you, wielder? Harry considered. Stubborn. Edmund laughed, a rare sound. That might actually save you. The training wasn't just mental. With Edmund's guidance, Harry began exploring the limits of his power, learning to summon and dismiss spirits with precision rather than accident. He bound 2 more allies, carefully selected, thoroughly vetted by Edmund before Harry made contact. Isla Hitchens came first, the young witch who died during Grindelwald's war. Sharp-tongued and cynical, she'd worked as a spy and information gatherer, and she took to the role of Harry's eyes and ears with obvious relish. "You're giving me permission to eavesdrop on everyone in the castle," she said during her first meeting with Harry. "This is the best afterlife assignment I've ever had." "I'm not asking you to spy on students," Harry clarified. "Just, be aware." Isla grinned, her translucent form flickering with amusement. "Same thing, Potter. Same thing." The second binding was more unexpected. His name was Thomas Grey, and he'd been dead for barely 3 months. A ministry unspeakable who died studying the very wards that protected the veil between worlds, killed when an experiment went wrong and something came through that shouldn't have. "I know what's out there," Thomas told Harry in the Grey. "I know how the Keepers think, how they operate. If you're going to survive their attention, you need information they don't want you to have." "Why would you help me?" "Because I spent my life protecting a boundary that will never stay sealed." Thomas's ghostly face was haunted. "The dead always want to come back. The living always want to call them. It's an endless cycle, and the Keepers can't stop it, they can only delay it. Maybe you can find a better way. Maybe you can't. But at least you're trying something new." Harry accepted his oath. October crept toward November, and Harry found himself changing. Not dramatically, nothing that would alarm Hermione's watchful eye or trigger Ron's protective instincts. But the shifts were there, visible to anyone who knew to look. He stood differently. Moved with more awareness, more economy of motion. He caught himself assessing rooms when he entered them, noting exits and potential threats, evaluating the people around him with Edmund's tactical eye. His magic was different too. Spells came easier, with sharper focus and clearer intent. Professor Flitwick commented on his improvement in charms. McGonagall noted his increased precision in transfiguration. Even Snape, grudging as always, gave him fewer detentions for botched potions. But it was the other changes that worried Harry most. He could see them now. Not clearly, not always, but sometimes, spirits lingering at the edges of his vision. Hogwarts was full of the dead, it turned out. Not just the official ghosts like nearly headless Nick, but fainter presences, echoes of students and teachers who'd passed through the castle over 1,000 years of magical education. Most of them were faint, barely there, unaware of Harry's attention. But some noticed him looking. Some looked back. "You're attracting them," Hermione said one evening in the room of requirement, watching Harry rub his temples. "The spirits. The more you use the stone, the more they sense you." "I know. Is that sustainable? Long term?" Harry didn't answer, because he didn't know. "It will get worse," Edmund said privately. "The more powerful you become, the more the dead will be drawn to you. You'll need to learn to shield your mind, to filter out the voices that don't matter." And if I can't? Edmund was silent for a long moment. Then you'll go mad, like the wielders before you. But that's not going to happen. How do you know? Because you have something they didn't. You have a reason to stay sane. Harry looked at his friends, Hermione frowning over her research, Ron practicing wand movements for their next defense practical. His reason. His anchor. He hoped Edmund was right. The confrontation came on a cold night in the second week of November. Harry was returning from a late training session in the Grey, stepping through the portrait hole into Gryffindor common room, when a voice spoke from the shadows. Mr. Potter. A word. Harry's wand was in his hand before he finished turning. Severus Snape stood beside the fireplace, his black robes making him nearly invisible in the dim light, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that felt like physical pressure. Professor. It's after curfew. Indeed it is. And yet you've been out of bed every night this week, by my observation. Going somewhere that even my best tracking spells cannot follow. Snape's voice was soft, dangerous. Where have you been, Potter? Harry's mind raced. He couldn't tell Snape the truth, but lying to a skilled legilimens was equally dangerous. I have trouble sleeping sometimes, he said carefully. I walk to clear my head. You walk. Through wards that should register your presence. Through corridors that should appear on the headmaster's monitoring charms. Snape stepped closer, his presence looming. You expect me to believe that you, a mediocre student at best, have somehow learned to evade magical detection systems that were designed centuries ago by the founders themselves? I didn't say I understood how, don't lie to me. The words cracked through the air like a whip. I've watched you, Potter. Seen the changes. The way you move, the way you watch everything around you like you're expecting an attack from any direction. Something happened in that forest, and whatever it was, it's made you different. Harry said nothing. His grip on his wand tightened. Snape studied him for a long moment. You have no idea, do you? No concept of what you're playing with. Whatever you found, whatever power you think you've acquired, it will destroy you. These things always do. Like they destroyed you. The words came out before Harry could stop them. Snape's face went rigid, a flash of something, pain. Recognition, crossing his features before the mask slammed back into place. What do you know about me, boy? Nothing. Harry forced himself to meet Snape's eyes. But you speak like someone who's been burned before. Like you know exactly what it's like to find power you couldn't control. The silence stretched. Snape's dark eyes bored into Harry's, and Harry felt that pressure again, not painful, but probing, searching for cracks in his mental defenses. He pushed back. It wasn't a spell, not exactly. More like closing a door, like drawing a curtain across the windows of his mind. Edmund had taught him the basics of occlumency, though Harry was far from mastered. But something about his connection to the stone had strengthened his mental barriers, and when Snape pressed, Harry held. Snape's eyes widened fractionally. Where did you learn that? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't play games with me, Potter. You just blocked a legilimency probe. Third-year students don't know how to block legilimency probes. Harry shrugged. Maybe I'm a fast learner. For a moment, he thought Snape might hex him on the spot. The potions master's hand twitched toward his wand, his pale face twisted with frustration. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. It wasn't a pleasant sound, more like a bark, sharp and humorless. But it broke the tension somehow, made the confrontation feel less like a prelude to violence. Just like your mother, Snape said quietly. She could block me too, you know. The only person in our year who could. He shook his head, the anger draining from his posture. You're hiding something, Potter. I will find out what it is. And when I do, I will decide whether to help you or hand you over to Dumbledore. Those are your options. What makes you think Dumbledore doesn't already know? Snape's smile was thin and cold. Because if Dumbledore knew, he wouldn't be watching you with such desperate hope. He'd be acting. And Dumbledore only hopes when he's afraid to do anything else. He swept past Harry toward the portrait hole, his robes billowing. A word of advice, Potter. Whatever power you've found, whatever ancient thing you've awakened, remember that power is never free. There's always a price. And the price is always higher than you expect. The portrait swung shut behind him. Harry stood alone in the common room, his heart pounding, and wondered how much time he had before everything fell apart. He told Hermione and Ron about the confrontation the next morning. Snape knows something's up, Ron said grimly. That's bad. He doesn't know what, Hermione countered. He suspects, but he can't prove anything. And if he could, he'd have gone to Dumbledore already. Maybe he did go to Dumbledore. Maybe they're both watching now. Harry stirred his porridge, not hungry. Let them watch. I haven't done anything wrong. Yet, Hermione said quietly. Harry looked up. What's that supposed to mean? It means you've got an army of ghosts at your fingertips and you've barely begun to explore what you can do with them. Hermione's voice was careful, measured. I'm not saying you'd abuse it. I'm saying that other people, Snape, Dumbledore, the Ministry, they're going to worry. They're going to see a 13-year-old with the power to command the dead and they're going to want that power controlled. I know. Do you? Because you've been training every night, binding more spirits, getting stronger. At some point, Harry, you're going to be powerful enough that controlling you stops being an option. And when that happens, people are going to get scared. Scared people do stupid things. Harry set down his spoon. What would you have me do? Give up the stone. Let them take it. No. Hermione shook her head. I just think you need a plan. Not just for getting stronger, but for convincing people that you're not a threat. You need allies among the living, Harry. Powerful ones. People who'll vouch for you when the questions start. Dumbledore isn't enough. Not by himself. You need more. Harry looked at Ron, who shrugged. She's not wrong. Remember how quickly everyone turned on you last year? One hint of Parseltongue and half the school thought you were the heir of Slytherin. Now imagine what happens when they find out you can control ghosts. The Great Hall suddenly felt very exposed. Harry glanced around at the students eating breakfast, laughing, complaining about classes, ordinary people living ordinary lives. He'd always been set apart from them, but now the distance felt vaster than ever. You could rule them, a voice whispered in his mind. Not Edmund, something older, something that had slipped through when Harry wasn't paying attention. With the dead at your command, you could make them bow. Make them fear you. Make them understand what you really are. Harry pushed the voice away, hard, slamming his mental defenses into place. I'll think about it, he told his friends. But right now, I need to focus on staying alive. Snape's not the only one who's noticed something's changed. The keepers are still out there, and Thomas thinks they're getting closer. Closer to what? To making their move. Harry pushed his plate away and stood. Come on. We'll be late for charms. That night, in the Grey, Harry called a council. Edmund, Isla, and Thomas gathered around him in the mist, their translucent forms flickering with varying degrees of solidity. Behind them, visible but not present, countless other spirits watched from the distance, the masses of the dead, drawn by Harry's growing power, curious about the boy who commanded where others had only pleaded. The keepers are moving, Thomas reported. My contacts among the recently dead say there's been unusual activity at the boundary. Spirits being questioned, memories being examined. They're looking for something. Me, Harry said. You, or someone like you. They know the stone has been activated, but they don't know where or by whom. The wards around Hogwarts are masking your signature, for now. For now. The wards weren't designed to hide death magic. They're meant to protect the living from external threats. Eventually, the keepers will find a way around them. Isla floated closer, her young face grim. There's more. Corvinus has been recruiting among the bitter dead. Spirits who resent their fate, who want revenge on the living world. He's building something, an army, a cult, I don't know. But he speaks your name often, and not kindly. He wants the stone, Edmund said. Wants to use Harry as a conduit to return to life. If he gathers enough followers, he might try to force the issue. Let him try. Harry's voice was harder than he intended. I bound him before. I can do it again. Can you bind 1,000 spirits at once? 100? Even 50 would strain your limits. Harry didn't answer. He didn't know. The council continued, discussing threats and options, but Harry's attention drifted. He was thinking about Hermione's words. About allies. About the difference between power and authority. You need a reason for the dead to follow you, Edmund had said once. Not just power, but purpose. Give them something to believe in, and they'll fight for you willingly. Fail to do so, and they'll tear you apart the moment your grip weakens. Purpose. What purpose could he offer the dead? The answer came slowly, crystallizing over the hours of discussion. I know what we're going to do, Harry said finally, cutting through an argument between Isla and Thomas about keeper tactics. The spirits fell silent, turning to face him. Corvinus wants to return to life through force. The keepers want to keep the dead locked away, separate from the living. Both of them see me as a tool, a key to be used or a threat to be eliminated. Harry looked at each of his bound spirits in turn. But there's a third option. A middle way. Which is balance. Harry stood straighter, feeling the words settle into place like a piece of a puzzle he hadn't known he was solving. The dead don't have to be enemies of the living. They don't have to be locked away in the grave forever, forgotten and resentful. There can be exchange. Communication. Purpose. What kind of purpose? Edmund asked carefully. The same kind you found. You wanted to fight for something greater than yourself, to matter beyond your own death. Other spirits want the same thing, I've felt it when I call them. They're not just hungry for life. They're hungry for meaning. Harry's voice gained strength. What if I could offer that? A chance to serve, to help, to be remembered. Not as slaves, but as partners. You're talking about restructuring the relationship between the living and the dead, Thomas said slowly. That's, ambitious doesn't begin to cover it. It's insane, Isla said flatly. The keepers will never allow it. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll see it as a solution to a problem that's existed since the first humans died. Harry looked into the mist, at the distant shapes watching and waiting. Or maybe they won't. Maybe this all ends with me being dragged across the veil and erased from existence. But at least I'll have tried something new. Edmund was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. I told Hermione and Ron that you'd become something, he said. I didn't expect it to happen this fast. Is that a yes? It's an, I'll follow you until the end, wielder. Same as it's always been. One by one, the other spirits voiced their agreement. Even Isla, skeptical as always, nodded. This is either going to change everything or get us all destroyed, she said. Either way, it won't be boring. Harry almost laughed. I'll take that as a ringing endorsement. The grey swirled around them, thick with possibility, and somewhere in the distance, the watching dead began to murmur among themselves. A new power was rising. A new voice was speaking. And nothing would be the same again. Harry woke to sunlight and the sound of owls delivering mail. He lay in his bed for a moment, feeling the stone warm against his chest where he'd hidden it under his shirt, remembering the night's council, the decisions made, the path chosen. Edmund's voice echoed in his mind, rest well, wielder. Training continues tonight. Hermione was waiting for him in the common room, her expression urgent. Harry. Something's happened. What? Sirius Black. They found him. Harry's blood went cold. Found him where? Inside the castle. Hermione's voice trembled. In Gryffindor Tower. He tried to get through the fat lady with a knife. She barely escaped, she's refusing to guard the portrait hole anymore. The common room was chaos around them, students gathered in frightened clusters, voices raised in fear and speculation. Harry pushed through them, his mind racing. Black, he thought. Inside the castle. Looking for me. Or was he? His parents had mentioned Sirius that night in the clearing, had spoken of him as a friend, a brother in all but blood. The stories said he betrayed them, but Lily and James had never confirmed it. What if everyone was wrong? There's one way to find out, he thought. Ask someone who was there. Ask someone who died that night. Not his parents, calling them was painful, draining in ways he didn't fully understand. But others had died during the war. Others might know the truth. Harry. Hermione was staring at him. You've got that look. What look? The one that means you're about to do something dangerous. Harry glanced around the common room, at the terrified students and the teachers trying to restore order. No one was paying attention to them. Come on, he said. There's something I need to check. The chapter ends here, in a castle on high alert, with a boy who commands the dead preparing to use his power to uncover truths that have been buried for 12 years. Harry Potter doesn't know it yet, but he's just taken the first step toward changing everything. The dead are watching. And the dead remember. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Weight of Whispers. The room of requirement shaped itself into something austere, stone walls, flickering torches, a single table at the center of the space. Harry had asked for privacy and protection, and the room had delivered with the grim efficiency of a fortress preparing for siege. Hermione stood near the door, her wand drawn, watching the corridor through a crack she'd insisted on leaving. Ron had wanted to come, but Harry had sent him to monitor the common room, to keep track of what the teachers were doing about Black's intrusion. Better to have eyes in multiple places than all their eggs in one basket. This is a terrible idea, Hermione said without turning around. You've said that 3 times. Because it's still true. She glanced back at him. Summoning spirits to investigate a mass murderer who just broke into our school. What could possibly go wrong? Harry pulled the stone from beneath his shirt, feeling its familiar warmth against his palm. Everyone says Sirius Black betrayed my parents. That he told Voldemort where they were hiding. That he killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles in broad daylight. He turned the ring over in his fingers. But my parents, when I spoke to them in the forest, they talked about him differently. Like he was family. Like they trusted him. They've been dead for 12 years, Harry. Maybe they didn't know. They knew everything else. They knew about the stone, about its history, about spirits who'd been dead for centuries. You think they wouldn't know who betrayed them? Hermione fell silent. It was a fair point, and they both knew it. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the gray. Not a full summoning, he didn't need to pull a spirit through to the mortal world. He just needed to ask questions. Edmund, he thought. I need your help. The knight's presence materialized beside him, translucent and watchful. Wielder. The night my parents died. The war against Voldemort. Were there witnesses? Spirits who saw what happened, who might know the truth about Sirius Black. Edmund considered. The war killed many. Most moved on quickly, too much pain to linger. But some. He paused, his ghostly brow furrowing. There was a wizard. Marlene McKinnon. She knew the Potters, knew Black. Her entire family was killed 2 months before your parents. She might still be in the Grey. Can you find her? I can try. But Harry, Edmund's voice carried warning, the dead of that war are damaged. Traumatized. Many refuse to speak of what they witnessed. And some have been in the grey so long they've begun to forget who they were. I need to know the truth. Then I'll find her. Edmund faded, leaving Harry alone with Hermione and the weight of his intentions. The castle remained in lockdown for the rest of the day. Students were confined to their common rooms while teachers and ministry officials searched every corridor, every classroom, every secret passage they knew about. Harry watched through the window as Aurors in their distinctive red robes swept across the grounds, their wands raised, their faces grim. Sirius Black had vanished as completely as he'd appeared. How did he even get in? Ron asked that evening, keeping his voice low despite the privacy of Harry's drawn bed curtains. The castle's supposed to be impossible to breach. Apparently not impossible enough. Harry had spent the afternoon reviewing everything Edmund had taught him about infiltration and defense. The wards focus on magical threats, dark objects, hostile spells, that sort of thing. A single wizard, especially one who knows the castle well, could potentially slip through. Black went to school here, Hermione said. He'd know the secret passages, the weak points in the defenses. So he could be anywhere. Ron's face was pale in the wand light. He could be watching us right now. He's not. Harry touched the stone through his shirt, feeling the faint pulse of his connection to the dead. Isla's been searching. She says he left the castle grounds hours ago, headed toward the Forbidden Forest. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. That's actually really useful, Ron admitted. Having ghost spies. That's the idea. Hermione pulled her knees up to her chest, looking troubled. Harry, about what you were saying earlier. About your parents and Black. Even if there's some question about what really happened, he still escaped from Azkaban. He's still been convicted of murder. The Dementors are looking for him. Whatever the truth is, he's dangerous. Maybe. Harry leaned back against his pillow. Or maybe he's been in prison for 12 years for something he didn't do. Wouldn't that make anyone dangerous? We don't know that he's innocent. We don't know that he's guilty either. Not really. We just know what everyone says. Harry met her eyes. Everyone said I was the heir of Slytherin last year. Everyone was wrong. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then closed it again. The comparison had hit home. Edmund's looking for a witness, Harry continued. Someone who knew my parents, who might know what really happened. If Black is innocent, then what? You break him out. Hide him. Take on the entire ministry to protect a man you've never met. If he's innocent, I figure out what really happened. And then I make it right. The conviction in his own voice surprised him. But it felt true. After everything he'd learned about his parents, after the glimpses he'd had of who they really were, he owed them this much. He owed himself this much. Edmund's back, he said suddenly, feeling the knight's presence brush against his awareness. I need to go. Hermione's voice was resigned. But be careful. And tell us everything when you wake up. Harry nodded, closed his eyes, and let himself sink into the grey. The mist parted around him like curtains being drawn, revealing Edmund waiting with a figure Harry didn't recognize. She had been beautiful once, you could see it in the ghost of her features, the way she held herself. But death had worn at her edges, made her translucent in ways that went beyond the normal ghostly form. Her eyes were the worst part, hollow, haunted, full of memories she couldn't escape. Marlene McKinnon, Edmund said quietly. She agreed to speak with you. Harry approached carefully, aware that he was meeting someone who had known his parents as living, breathing people. Thank you for coming. You're James's boy. Marlene's voice was distant, echoing strangely. You look like him. Except the eyes. I have my mother's eyes. Everyone says so. Lily. A flicker of something, pain, love, loss, crossed Marlene's translucent face. She was my friend. We trained together, fought together. When I heard she was dead. She trailed off, her form wavering. I need to ask you about that night. About what happened to them. About Sirius Black. The name made Marlene flinch. Sirius. Everyone says he betrayed them. That he told Voldemort where they were hiding. But I've spoken to my parents, and James trusted Sirius with everything. Marlene's voice grew stronger, more present. They were brothers. Closer than blood. When James and Lily went into hiding, Sirius was the obvious choice for secret keeper. Then he did betray them. No. The word came out sharp, certain. That's what everyone assumes, but it's wrong. I was dead by then, murdered with my family, but the dead talk to each other. We share what we know. And the spirits who were there that night, the ones who saw Voldemort arrive at the Potter's home, they saw something that doesn't match the story everyone believes. Harry's heart was pounding. What did they see? Marlene moved closer, her ghostly form solidifying with the intensity of her words. The secret keeper spell can only be broken by the keeper themselves. They have to willingly reveal the secret. It can't be tortured out, can't be extracted by legilimency, can't be broken by any magic known. When Voldemort arrived at your parents' home, he knew exactly where to go, exactly what protections to expect. That means the secret keeper told him. So Sirius wasn't the secret keeper. Marlene's hollow eyes met his. The spirits who watched that night heard Voldemort speak to someone before he entered the house. A small man, trembling, weeping with fear and guilt. Voldemort called him by name. What name? Wormtail. The word hung in the gray air between them. Harry felt like the ground had shifted beneath his feet. Wormtail isn't Sirius Black. Peter Pettigrew. Marlene's voice dripped with contempt. James's other friend. The small one, the weak one, the one everyone underestimated. He was the real secret keeper. Sirius convinced James to switch at the last minute, thought it would be clever, a decoy. No one would suspect Peter. Her form flickered with bitter laughter. And no one did. When it all went wrong, everyone assumed Sirius was the traitor. Peter played his part perfectly. But Sirius killed him. There were witnesses, witnesses saw an explosion. Witnesses saw Sirius standing in the middle of the street, laughing like a madman. They found Peter's finger and assumed Sirius had blown him apart. Marlene shook her head. But no spirit of Peter Pettigrew has ever appeared in the gray. No echo, no shade, nothing. Either he found a way to truly destroy himself, which is nearly impossible, or he never died at all. Harry's mind raced, pieces clicking together in ways that changed everything. He faked his death. Pettigrew. He faked his death and let Sirius take the blame. That's what the dead believe. We've had 12 years to discuss it, to share what we witnessed. Sirius Black is many things, reckless, arrogant, too clever for his own good, but he loved James and Lily. He would have died before betraying them. Then where's Pettigrew now? If he's alive, where's he been hiding for 12 years? Marlene's form began to waver, her energy fading. I don't know. The living world is harder for us to see. But he was an animagus, unregistered, like Sirius and James. He could turn into a rat. Perfect for hiding, for slipping through cracks, for surviving when everyone thinks you're dead. A rat. The word triggered something in Harry's memory. Ron's pet, Scabbers. The rat that had been in the Weasley family for 12 years. The rat that was missing a toe. A finger. They found Peter's finger. I need to go, Harry said abruptly. Thank you, Marlene. Thank you for telling me the truth. Find him. Marlene's voice was fading, her form barely visible. Find Peter, and you'll find the proof. And Harry, The last words came from very far away, "Your parents loved you. They died loving you. Don't let their murderer go free." She vanished into the mist, leaving Harry alone with Edmund and the weight of revelation. Harry woke gasping, his heart hammering against his ribs. Dawn light was creeping through the dormitory windows. Around him, his roommates slept peacefully, unaware of the earthquake that had just reshaped Harry's understanding of his own history. Scabbers. Ron's rat. The pet that had been passed down from Percy, that had been in the family for over a decade. The rat that was always sickly, always nervous, always hiding. The rat that was missing a toe. Harry dressed quickly and quietly, his mind spinning through implications. If Pettigrew was alive, if he'd been hiding as a rat for 12 years, then Sirius Black was innocent. Sirius had escaped Azkaban not to kill Harry, but to find the real traitor. He'd come to Hogwarts because somehow, impossibly, he knew Pettigrew was here. He knew Scabbers was Pettigrew. The question was, what was Harry going to do about it? He found Hermione in the common room, already awake, books spread around her in a defensive perimeter of knowledge. She looked up when he appeared, took one look at his face, and closed her book. What happened? Harry told her everything. By the time he finished, Hermione had gone very pale. Scabbers? Ron's rat? Harry, I know how it sounds. It sounds insane. It sounds like the kind of conspiracy theory that belongs in the Quibbler. She paused. But it also makes sense. Horrible, awful sense. We need to check. If I'm wrong, if Scabbers is just a rat, then no harm done. But if I'm right, then Peter Pettigrew has been living in Gryffindor Tower for years. Sleeping in our dormitory. Listening to everything we say. Hermione's voice went flat. I'm going to be sick. Where's the rat now? Ron had him last I checked. He's been keeping Scabbers close since my cat's been after him. Hermione's eyes widened. Oh God. Crookshanks. I thought he was just being a pest, but what if he knew? What if cats can sense? Let's find out. They headed for the dormitory, Hermione practically vibrating with barely contained horror. Harry's hand rested on the stone beneath his shirt, drawing on its warmth for calm. If he was right about this, everything was about to change. Ron was just waking when they burst through the door, bleary-eyed and confused. What's going on? Where's Scabbers? Harry asked without preamble. My pocket, why? Ron pulled out the grey rat, who twitched nervously in his grasp. Harry, you're being weird. Well, weirder than usual. Harry stared at the rat. Scabbers stared back, tiny black eyes glittering with what Harry had always assumed was animal stupidity. Now he saw something different. Something calculating. Ron, I need you to trust me. Put the rat down and step back. What? No, I'm not just going to, please. Harry met his friend's eyes. I'll explain everything, but I need you to do this first. Ron looked at Hermione, who nodded tightly. Something in their expressions must have convinced him, because he set Scabbers on the nearest bed with obvious reluctance. The rat immediately tried to run. Petrificus totalis. Harry's spell caught Scabbers mid-leap, freezing him in a rigid arc above the bedsheets. The rat toppled onto the blankets, still as a statue, its tiny eyes rolling with panic. Harry, what the hell? Ron started forward. There's a spell, Hermione said, her voice shaking. For revealing animagi. I read about it last year during the air business. Hominum revelio won't work, animagi are still human, the spell doesn't distinguish. But there's another one, specific to forced transformation. She raised her wand, took a deep breath, and spoke a long string of Latin that Harry couldn't follow. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Scabbers began to change. The rat's body stretched grotesquely, fur retracting, limbs elongating. In seconds, what had been a small gray rodent was a small gray man, balding, watery-eyed, with a face like a rat's even in human form. His hand, Harry noted with grim satisfaction, was missing a finger. Ron made a sound like he'd been punched in the stomach. Peter Pettigrew lay frozen on Ron's bed, his body locked by Harry's spell, his expression a mask of pure terror. "It's him." Ron's voice was hollow. "It's really him. He's been, all this time, I'm going to be sick," Hermione said, and actually looked like she meant it. Harry approached the frozen man slowly, his wand steady. Pettigrew's eyes tracked his movement, wide and pleading, but he couldn't speak through the binding. "Peter Pettigrew," Harry said quietly. "The man who betrayed my parents to Voldemort. The man who let Sirius Black rot in Azkaban for 12 years. The man who's been hiding as a rat in my best friend's pocket." Pettigrew's eyes filled with tears. "I should kill you." The words came out flat, unemotional, and Harry realized with distant surprise that he meant them. This pathetic, sniveling creature had destroyed his family. Had set in motion everything that followed, the Dursleys, the abuse, the loneliness. "I could call spirits who would be happy to drag you across the veil right now. Do you understand that?" More tears. Pettigrew's frozen face somehow managed to convey desperate pleading. "But I'm not going to." Harry stepped back. "You're going to Dumbledore. You're going to confess everything. And Sirius Black is going to be free." "Harry." Hermione's hand touched his arm. "We should stun him properly. The body bind won't hold forever, and if he transforms back, he won't." Harry met Pettigrew's eyes. "Because if he does, if he tries to escape, I'll let the dead have him. Understood?" The terror in those watery eyes was answer enough. Dumbledore's office had never felt so crowded. The headmaster sat behind his desk, his expression unreadable. McGonagall stood to his right, her face white with shock. Snape lurked in the corner, watching everything with glittering black eyes. And hovering near the window, looking like he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing, was Remus Lupin. Peter Pettigrew sat in a conjured chair, bound by ropes and at least 3 different immobilization spells. The tears had stopped, replaced by a desperate, calculating look that Harry recognized from years of watching Malfoy trying to talk his way out of trouble. "This is impossible," McGonagall said for the 3rd time. "Pettigrew is dead. He's been dead for 12 years. "Apparently not," Dumbledore said quietly. "The evidence is rather compelling. He confessed." Harry stood near the door, unwilling to get closer to the man who'd murdered his parents. Under Veritaserum, he confessed to everything. He was the secret keeper. He told Voldemort where to find them. When Sirius confronted him, he faked his own death and framed Sirius for the explosion. 12 years. Lupin's voice was hoarse. 12 years in Azkaban, and he was innocent. Sirius was innocent. More than innocent. Harry looked at his professor. He escaped to find Pettigrew. He knew the rat was at Hogwarts, saw a picture of Ron's family in the Daily Prophet, recognized Scabbers for what he really was. He came here to get justice. By breaking into the castle with a knife. McGonagall's skepticism was understandable. He's been in Azkaban for over a decade. I don't imagine clear thinking is his strong suit at the moment. Harry's voice was harder than he intended. The point is, he's not a murderer. He never was. And now we have proof. Dumbledore rose from his chair, moving to stand before Pettigrew. The bound man flinched from the headmaster's gaze. "Peter." Dumbledore's voice was soft, almost gentle. "You were James's friend. You fought beside him in the war. How could you do this?" Pettigrew's mouth worked soundlessly for a moment before words spilled out. "You don't understand, the Dark Lord, his power, there was no point in resisting. I had to survive. I had to, you had to let an innocent man suffer for your crimes. You had to live as a rat while Sirius lost his mind in Azkaban. Lupin's control was slipping, his normally mild face contorting with rage. You had to sleep in the same room as James's son for 3 years, knowing what you'd done to his parents. I never hurt Harry. I protected him. If the Dark Lord returns, I'll be killed for failing to. Enough. Dumbledore's voice cut through the babbling. Severus, would you please contact the Ministry? We have a prisoner to transfer and a grave injustice to correct. Snape nodded once and swept from the room, his robes billowing. Harry caught a glimpse of his expression as he passed, something complicated, something that might have been satisfaction. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore turned to face Harry, his blue eyes sharp with attention. How did you discover this? Pettigrew has been hiding successfully for over a decade. What led you to suspect him? Here it was. The moment Harry had been dreading. I had information, he said carefully. From sources I'd rather not discuss. Indeed. Dumbledore's gaze felt like it could see through walls. And these sources, would they have anything to do with your recent nocturnal activities? Or the unusual magical signature that's been accumulating around your person? McGonagall's head snapped toward Harry. Lupin's eyes widened. Professor, I am not asking you to reveal your secrets, Harry. Dumbledore raised a hand. Not yet. But I suspect you and I will need to have a longer conversation soon. A great deal of good has come from your discovery today, but I would be remiss not to wonder about its origins. Harry nodded slowly. When I'm ready. When you're ready, Dumbledore agreed. For now, I believe you've earned the right to some rest. The Ministry will handle Mr. Pettigrew from here, and I will personally ensure that Sirius Black's case is reviewed immediately. Thank you, Professor. Harry turned to leave, but Lupin's voice stopped him. Harry. Wait. The professor crossed the room in quick strides, his scarred face working through emotions he couldn't quite express. I don't know how you did this. I don't know where you got your information. But, thank you. Sirius was my friend. My best friend. Believing he betrayed James and Lily, it destroyed something in me. His voice cracked. You've given me back something I thought I'd lost forever. Harry didn't know what to say. He settled for a nod, feeling the weight of the moment press against his chest. He's in the forest, Harry said quietly. Sirius. Near the north edge, in a cave by the old oak tree. Isla's been watching him. He met Lupin's surprised gaze. He should hear the news from a friend. Lupin's eyes glistened. How? Never mind. I don't need to know how. He gripped Harry's shoulder once, tight and grateful, then strode from the office with purpose in his step. Harry followed more slowly, leaving Dumbledore alone with the traitor and the questions neither of them were ready to answer. The news spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. By dinner, everyone knew that Sirius Black was innocent. By the next morning, the Daily Prophet had confirmed it, splashing the story across the front page with all the sensationalism the Wizarding World's premier newspaper could muster. Wrongly convicted, Sirius Black innocent after 12 years. Peter Pettigrew found alive, was secret keeper who betrayed Potter's Ministry promises full investigation into miscarriage of justice. Harry read the article over breakfast, flanked by Ron and Hermione, while students at every table craned their necks to get a look at him. They're not mentioning how Pettigrew was found, Hermione observed. Just that he was discovered hiding at Hogwarts in animal form. Dumbledore's doing. Harry set the paper aside. He's protecting me until we figure out what story to tell. The true story would work. Ron stabbed at his eggs with unnecessary force. He hadn't slept well, learning that your pet rat was actually a murderous traitor would do that to a person. You figured it out. You're a hero. I figured it out using methods I can't explain without revealing things I'm not ready to reveal. Harry lowered his voice. The stone, remember? How do I tell the prophet that ghosts told me about the real secret keeper? You could say it was research, Hermione suggested. Historical documents, old trial records, that would be lying. It would be strategic truth management. Harry almost smiled. Spent too much time with Slytherins, have you? Before Hermione could respond, the great hall doors burst open and a figure strode through that made conversations die throughout the room. Sirius Black looked nothing like his wanted posters. He was still gaunt, still hollow-eyed, still bearing the marks of 12 years in wizard prison. But he'd been cleaned up, his long dark hair tied back, his robes new and clearly borrowed. And he walked with purpose, his eyes scanning the Gryffindor table until they found Harry. Students scrambled out of his path. A few screamed. Professor McGonagall rose from the staff table, her wand half raised before Dumbledore's hand on her arm stopped her. Sirius came to a halt in front of Harry. You. His voice was hoarse, damaged by years of screaming. You found Pettigrew. You cleared my name. Yes. How? Harry met those grey eyes, his father's best friend's eyes, his godfather's eyes, and saw the question beneath the question. How did you know? How did you believe in me when everyone else assumed the worst? My parents told me you were family, Harry said quietly. So I looked for the truth. Sirius's face crumpled. For a terrible moment, Harry thought the man was going to collapse entirely, broken by freedom after so long imprisoned. Then Sirius pulled himself together, drew in a shaking breath, and did something no one expected. He knelt. In front of the entire school, in front of students and teachers and the lingering whispers of those who still feared him, Sirius Black knelt before Harry Potter like a knight pledging fealty to his lord. I was supposed to be your godfather, Sirius said. I was supposed to raise you, protect you, be there when you needed someone. Instead, I spent 12 years in hell while you grew up with people who didn't love you. His voice cracked. I can never make that right. But if you'll let me try, if you'll give me a chance to be what I should have been, I swear I'll spend the rest of my life earning it. The great hall was utterly silent. Harry looked down at his godfather, the man his parents had trusted, the man who'd been destroyed by betrayal, the man who'd escaped the worst prison in the wizarding world just for the chance to get justice. Get up, Harry said quietly. You don't have to kneel to me. I want to. You gave me my life back. You gave me, Sirius. Harry reached down, gripping the man's arm, pulling him upright. I didn't do it for your gratitude. I did it because it was right. Because you're innocent and you deserve to be free. He met Sirius's haunted eyes. If you want to be my godfather, then be my godfather. Be my family. That's all I've ever wanted. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a broken, wet, joyful sound, and pulled Harry into an embrace that felt like coming home. The following days passed in a blur of interviews, ministry officials, and endless questions. Harry answered what he could and deflected what he couldn't, grateful for Dumbledore's protective interference. The headmaster seemed content to let the narrative focus on Pettigrew's capture rather than the specifics of how it had been accomplished, and the wizarding world was too excited about the scandal to dig too deeply into details. Sirius was declared officially innocent by the end of the week. His record was expunged, his vault at Gringotts restored, his family home returned to his possession. The ministry offered compensation that Sirius rejected with colorful language that made the Prophet's front page for different reasons. I don't want their money, he told Harry during one of their increasingly frequent conversations. They'd claimed a corner of the Gryffindor common room, students giving them space out of either respect or lingering fear. I want 12 years of my life back. I want James and Lily back. I want to have been there when you needed me. You're here now. Am I? Sirius's voice was bitter. I'm a shell, Harry. Azkaban, it takes things from you. Pieces of yourself you don't know are missing until you reach for them. Some days I wake up and can't remember why I'm not in my cell. Some days I look in the mirror and don't recognize my own face. Harry thought about the gray space between worlds, about the spirits who'd lost themselves over centuries of waiting. He understood more than Sirius knew. "Then we rebuild together," he said. "I'm not the same person I would have been either. The Desleys saw to that. But we have time now. We have each other." He paused. "That's more than we had a week ago." Sirius studied him with those damaged gray eyes. "You're different," he said finally. "Not just from James, I expected that. But different from what I imagined. Older. More controlled. A lot has happened this year. More than discovering Pettigrew." Harry hesitated. The stone pulsed warm against his chest, a reminder of secrets still kept. "We should talk," he said slowly. "Somewhere private. There are things I need to tell you, things I haven't told anyone except Ron and Hermione. Things about how I really found Pettigrew." Sirius's expression sharpened with interest. "I thought there was more to it than luck." "When did you want to, tonight?" Harry made a decision. "Come to the 7th floor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Walk past the wall 3 times thinking about a hidden room where we can talk safely. I'll explain everything." The room of requirement manifested as a comfortable sitting room this time, soft chairs, a fireplace, thick walls that felt safe. Harry had arrived early, dismissing Edmund and his other bound spirits. This conversation needed to happen between the living. Sirius entered 20 minutes later, his gaunt face alight with wonder. "This is incredible. James and I searched for hidden rooms for years. How did you find this one?" "Long story." Harry gestured to a chair. "Sit. This is going to take a while." He told Sirius everything. The forest. The stone. The clearing that shouldn't have been there and the artifact that changed everything. His parents' appearance, Edmund's binding, the council of spirits he'd begun to assemble. The training, the research, the growing understanding of powers he'd never asked for. Sirius listened in silence, his face cycling through shock, disbelief, wonder, and something that might have been hope. "The resurrection stone," he said when Harry finished. "It's real. One of the Deathly Hallows, and you just found it." "More like it found me." Harry pulled out the ring, letting the black stone catch the firelight. "I think it wanted to be found. I think it's been waiting for someone like me. Someone like you. Someone connected to death in ways that don't make sense. The killing curse should have destroyed me, but it didn't. My mother's sacrifice broke rules that shouldn't be breakable. When I touch this stone, I can do things previous wielders couldn't. I can command spirits, not just summon them. Edmund says it's unprecedented." Sirius leaned forward, his expression intent. Have you spoken to James and Lily? Actually spoken to them?" "Yes." Harry's voice softened. "They're not fully there, more like echoes, shadows of who they were. But enough to talk. Enough to tell me the truth about you." "What did they say?" "That you were family. That they trusted you with their lives." Harry met Sirius's eyes. "That's how I knew to look for another explanation. They wouldn't have spoken of you that way if you'd been the traitor." Sirius's eyes glistened. Could you call them? Now. I know it's asking a lot, but it costs something each time. I don't fully understand it, but calling them drains something from me." Harry considered. "I'll do it. But not too often, and not for long." He turned the stone 3 times, focusing on his parents, pulling them through the veil with an effort of will that was becoming increasingly familiar. James and Lily materialized in the firelight, translucent and beautiful and heartbreakingly present. "Harry." Lily's voice carried that distant echo. "We felt you call. Sirius wanted to see you. He's been cleared, Pettigrew was captured." The truth came out. His parents' attention shifted to the man frozen in his chair, tears streaming freely down his face. "Padfoot." James's voice cracked with emotion. You look like hell. Sirius laughed, a broken, wet sound. 12 years in Azkaban will do that. I'm so sorry. Lily moved closer, her ghostly form passing through the chair arm without resistance. We never wanted this. We thought switching to Peter was clever, safe, you couldn't have known. Sirius's voice was fierce. None of us knew what Peter really was. We should have. There were signs. James's jaw tightened. He was always weaker than the rest of us, always looking for someone stronger to follow. When the war turned, when it started looking like Voldemort might win. He shook his head. We didn't want to see it. It doesn't matter now. Sirius wiped his eyes roughly. What matters is Harry found the truth. He believed in me when no one else did. He's remarkable. Lily's eyes found Harry, shining with love. More than we could have hoped. The stone chose well. About that. Sirius straightened, some of his old sharpness returning. Harry's told me what he can do, but not what he plans to do with it. An army of ghosts at his command, that's power that could change everything. It could, James agreed. And there are forces who will try to take it from him. The Keepers, the Ministry, dark wizards who hear rumors and want that power for themselves. Harry's going to need allies. He has me. Sirius's voice was firm. Whatever he needs, whatever he wants to do, I'm with him. That's why we trusted you with our lives, Padfoot. James's ghostly face smiled. And now we're trusting you with our son. The conversation lasted another hour before Harry felt the drain becoming too much. He released his parents with reluctance, watching them fade back into the gray with promises to speak again soon. Sirius sat in silence afterward, processing everything he'd seen and heard. This changes things, he said finally. Everything I thought I knew about magic, about death, about what's possible, you've rewritten all of it. I'm just getting started. That's what worries me. Sirius leaned forward. Harry, I meant what I said, I'm with you, whatever you decide. But you need to be careful. Power like this, it attracts attention. People will try to use you, to control you, to destroy you if they can't control you. I know. Edmund's been training me to recognize manipulation. Edmund's a ghost. He sees the world through dead eyes. Sirius's voice was serious. Let me help with the living side. I spent years hunting dark wizards for the Aurors, learning to read people, to spot threats before they became dangerous. Those skills don't go away just because I've been in prison. You do that? Teach me. I'd consider it an honor. Sirius's ruined face twisted into something that might have been a smile. Besides, I have 12 years of godfather duties to catch up on. Might as well start somewhere useful. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. Family. Not the kind Dumbledore had forced on him with the Dursleys, but real family, chosen and earned and wanted. There's something else, he said. Something I've been thinking about since I found the stone. What? Voldemort's still out there. A shade, waiting for a way to return. Everything I've learned about the stone, about death magic, about the spaces between worlds, I think there might be a way to find him. To end him before he gets strong enough to come back. Sirius's expression sharpened. Go on. Voldemort cheated death somehow. Split his soul, anchored himself to the mortal world in ways that shouldn't be possible. But the dead know things. The spirits I can call, some of them have been watching the gray spaces for centuries. If anyone knows how Voldemort survived, what he did to himself, where his anchors are hidden. It's them. Sirius nodded slowly. You want to use the dead to hunt the man who cheated death. I want to finish what my parents started. What you spent years fighting for. Harry's voice hardened. Voldemort destroyed my family. He destroyed you. He's the reason I grew up in a cupboard, unloved and unwanted. When he comes back, and he will come back, I'm going to be ready. Not just to survive. To win. Sirius studied him for a long moment. James would be terrified, he said finally. Lily would be proud. And you? Sirius's smile was sharp and dangerous, a glimpse of the man he'd been before Azkaban. I think I'm going to enjoy watching you work. November bled into December, and Hogwarts began preparing for the Christmas holidays. The Sirius Black scandal had faded from the front pages, replaced by the usual political squabbling and ministry incompetence. Peter Pettigrew was locked in Azkaban, awaiting trial. The Dementors had been recalled from Hogwarts, their search no longer necessary. Life, to all appearances, had returned to normal. Except Harry had never been normal, and now he was becoming something else entirely. His training with Edmund intensified, covering mental defense, tactical thinking, the history and politics of the dead. Sirius added lessons in practical magic, dueling, counter curses, the dirty tricks that Aurors learned and never forgot. Hermione researched the Hallows with obsessive thoroughness, building a library of knowledge that might prove crucial. Ron served as Harry's grounding rod, reminding him to eat, sleep, and occasionally act like a normal 13-year-old. Isla ranged through the castle, gathering information, watching for threats. Thomas Gray studied the keepers, learning their patterns and weaknesses. And somewhere in the Grey, Marlene McKinnon had begun spreading word. The stone had a new wielder, one who listened to the dead and respected their existence. Harry was building something. He wasn't sure what yet, but he could feel it taking shape, a network, an alliance, a force that spanned the boundary between life and death. Dumbledore watched it happen without comment. The headmaster had kept his distance since the Pettigrew revelation, respecting Harry's request for time. But Harry could feel those blue eyes tracking him through meals and across courtyards, calculating, wondering. Their conversation was coming, they both knew it. But neither seemed ready to begin. Snape was less patient. Potter. The potions professor intercepted him after class one afternoon, blocking the corridor with his billowing robes. A word. Harry stopped, his hand drifting unconsciously toward the stone beneath his shirt. Professor. I don't know what you've become. Snape's voice was low, intense. I don't know what power you found or what you intend to do with it. But I recognize the signs of someone walking a dangerous path. I've walked that path myself. Is this a warning? It's an offer. Snape's black eyes glittered. You blocked my legilimency probe. A third-year student blocked a master legilimens. Whatever you're doing to protect your mind, it's working, but it's not enough. Not against the threats you're courting. What kind of threats? The Dark Lord had followers, Potter. Many of them are still free, still powerful, still watching for opportunities. If they learn what you can do, if they hear rumors about the dead serving a 13-year-old boy, they will come for you. They will try to use you or destroy you. I'm aware of the risks. Are you? Snape leaned closer. The Dark Lord himself feared death. Sought to escape it. If there is an artifact that grants power over the dead, he would have killed empires to possess it. His followers share his obsessions. He paused. I can teach you occlumency properly. Shield your mind from those who would pry its secrets loose. Harry studied the man before him, the bitter professor who'd tormented him since first year, the spy who'd served both sides of the war, the complicated figure who'd loved his mother and hated his father. Why would you help me? Because I made a promise. Something flickered in Snape's eyes, pain, memory, something human beneath the cruelty. A promise to protect Lily Evans's son. I've done a poor job of it so far. Consider this an attempt at improvement. It was, Harry thought, the closest thing to an apology he was likely to get. All right, he said. Teach me. The occlumency lessons began that same week. Snape was a brutal teacher, demanding, dismissive, quick to criticize and slow to praise. But beneath the harshness lay genuine expertise, and Harry recognized the difference between cruelty for its own sake and the ruthlessness of someone who wanted to keep him alive. "Your defenses are primitive," Snape said after the first session, massaging his temples. "But they have potential. The stone has strengthened your mind in ways I don't fully understand. Build on that foundation. Any specific advice? Don't let anyone inside your head. Not Dumbledore, not Black, not the dead whose counsel you seem to value so highly." Snape's eyes were sharp. "Trust, in my experience, is a luxury few can afford." Harry remembered Edmund's warnings about the politics of the dead, Marlene's account of Pettigrew's betrayal, Sirius's lessons about reading people. Everyone, it seemed, had the same advice. Trust was dangerous. Power was lonely. And Harry Potter was becoming both more powerful and more alone with every passing day. But he wasn't quite alone. Not really. Late at night, when the castle slept and the stone pulsed warm against his chest, Harry would sink into the grey and find his council waiting. Edmund, Isla, Thomas, Marlene, and now others, spirits drawn by his growing reputation, seeking purpose in service to a wielder who treated them with respect. The dead didn't love him, exactly. But they believed in him. And for now, that was enough. Christmas break arrived with snow and the promise of respite. Most students went home to their families, but Harry chose to stay at Hogwarts. Sirius had offered to take him to Grimmauld Place, the Black family home, now restored to his ownership, but something told Harry he wasn't ready to leave the castle's protection yet. "The keepers are still watching," Thomas had warned him. "They've stopped actively hunting you since the stone's signature stabilized, but they haven't forgotten. Leave Hogwarts, and you leave the strongest wards in Britain." So Harry stayed, joined by Ron and Hermione who'd refused to leave him alone for the holidays. Sirius visited daily, sneaking into the castle through passages that apparently still remembered him from his school days. They spent Christmas morning in the Room of Requirement, exchanging gifts and pretending to be normal teenagers for a few precious hours. Ron had gotten Harry a book on Quidditch tactics. Hermione had compiled her research on the Hallows into a leather-bound volume. Sirius had given him a two-way mirror. "James and I used to use these to talk when we had separate detentions. Now you can reach me whenever you need to." Harry's gifts to his friends had been carefully chosen: new chess pieces for Ron, enchanted to learn the opponent's strategies over time, a self-updating notebook for Hermione that would automatically reorganize itself based on subject matter. For Sirius, he'd commissioned a portrait from a Hogsmeade artist, James and Lily at their wedding, smiling and waving, based on descriptions Harry had gathered from anyone who'd known them. Sirius had cried. "This is the first Christmas I've celebrated in 12 years, he said when he could speak again. "The first time I've felt like anything other than a walking ghost." He looked at Harry with red-rimmed eyes. "You gave me that. You gave me everything. You're my godfather," Harry said simply. "This is what family does." The word hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning neither could fully express. Later, after the others had gone to bed, Harry sat alone in the Room of Requirement, the stone warm in his hand. A year ago, he'd been preparing for a lonely Christmas at Hogwarts, grateful just to be away from the Dursleys. Now he had friends, a godfather, an army of the dead, and a purpose that felt larger than himself. The keepers were watching. The Ministry was suspicious. Somewhere in the shadows, Voldemort's followers were plotting. And behind it all, the veil between life and death grew thinner every time Harry used his power. But for this one night, Harry allowed himself to feel something like peace. "You're growing," Edmund observed quietly, his presence a familiar warmth at the edge of Harry's awareness. "Finding your center. I still don't know what I'm supposed to do with all of this. No one ever does. Power comes first, purpose follows." Edmund's voice carried the weight of centuries. "You've already made choices that most wielders never faced. You've chosen allies over control, truth over convenience, family over solitude. Those choices will shape everything that follows. Is that good? Ask me in a century." I'll be here. Harry smiled despite himself. The dead, he was learning, had a peculiar sense of humor. He turned the stone 3 times, calling his parents one final time. They appeared in the firelight, flickering and faint, but unmistakably present. Harry didn't say anything, just sat with them, feeling their love wrap around him like a blanket. Lily hummed something that might have been a lullaby. James watched over them both with a father's protective pride. For a few precious minutes, Harry Potter wasn't alone at all. The new term brought changes that Harry hadn't anticipated. The first sign came during breakfast on the second day back, an owl landing before him with a letter bearing the Ministry of Magic seal. Harry opened it warily, aware of Ron and Hermione tensing beside him. Mr. Potter, the Department of Mysteries requests your presence for an interview regarding unusual magical signatures detected in your vicinity. A Ministry representative will arrive at Hogwarts to conduct this interview at your earliest convenience. Please respond within 3 days to schedule a time. Regards, Arcturus Graves Sr. Unspeakable, Department of Mysteries. That's not good, Hermione said, reading over his shoulder. The Department of Mysteries studies things like the veil between life and death. If they've detected something, they've detected me. Harry folded the letter carefully. Thomas warned me this might happen. The Ministry has instruments for sensing death magic. The stone hasn't activated them until now, but that might change as I get stronger. What are you going to do? Talk to Dumbledore. Then talk to this Graves. Harry's voice was calm, but his mind was racing. I can't avoid them forever. Better to meet them on my terms than let them come hunting. The meeting with Dumbledore happened that afternoon. The headmaster received him in his office, the same cluttered space where Pettigrew had been unmasked. But the atmosphere was different now, charged with things neither of them had said. Harry. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. I've been expecting this conversation. You knew about the Ministry inquiry? I was informed this morning. Arcturus Graves is a persistent man, he's been studying death magic for 40 years. If anyone was going to notice what you've become, it would be him. What do you know about him? Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. Graves is neither friend nor enemy. He's a scholar first, obsessed with understanding the boundary between life and death. Whether that obsession makes him dangerous depends entirely on what he decides you represent, a threat to be contained, or a phenomenon to be studied. What do you think he'll decide? I think that depends on you. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, I've given you space this year. I've watched you grow in ways I couldn't have predicted, make discoveries that rewrite what we know about magical possibility. I've protected you from questions you weren't ready to answer. I appreciate that. But I can't protect you from Arcturus Graves. He has authority that supersedes mine, at least in matters relating to his department. If he wants to interview you, he will interview you. The question is what you choose to tell him. Harry considered carefully. What would you advise? Truth, carefully measured. Graves will know if you lie outright, he has ways of sensing deception that most wizards can't match. But truth is a flexible thing. You can tell him that you possess an artifact of power without revealing its full capabilities. You can explain that the dead speak to you without detailing the army you've begun to build. Play the game. All conversations are games, Harry. The question is whether you play well enough to win. Dumbledore's blue eyes held his. I have faith that you can. You've demonstrated remarkable judgment thus far. But Graves is not Snape or McGonagall, he won't be satisfied with surface answers. He'll probe, test, push until he understands exactly what he's dealing with. And if he decides I'm a threat? Then we'll deal with that when it happens. Dumbledore's voice hardened. You're a student under my protection. The Ministry has certain rights, but so do I. Whatever Graves concludes, he'll have to work within those boundaries. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't quite comfort, but it was something. There's another matter, he said. Something I should have told you months ago. The Resurrection Stone. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. I wondered when you'd confirm it. You knew. I suspected. My monitoring charms detected a Hallows signature almost immediately. I've had experience with such things. Pain flickered across the headmaster's ancient face. When I learned what you'd found, I chose not to interfere. The stone is yours by right, Harry, not mine. And frankly, I trusted that you would use it better than I ever did. You've used the stone. Once. A very long time ago. The results were not what I hoped. Dumbledore rose, moving to the window, his back to Harry. I sought to speak with those I'd lost. Instead, I learned that some griefs cannot be healed, even by magic. The dead we love are gone, Harry. The echoes they leave behind can bring comfort, but they can also bring obsession. I nearly lost myself to that obsession. I've been careful. I know. That's why I haven't intervened. Dumbledore turned back, his face resolved. The stone is yours. Use it wisely. And when the time comes, when you face choices that no child should have to make, know that I'll support you, whatever you decide. Even if you disagree. Especially then. The ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. Trust must be earned, Harry. You've earned mine. Now earn theirs. The interview with Graves happened 3 days later. The Ministry Unspeakable arrived through the flue in Dumbledore's office, brushing ash from robes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. He was older than Harry had expected, perhaps 60, with silver hair and eyes that missed nothing. Mr. Potter. Graves' voice was measured, careful. Thank you for agreeing to meet. Did I have a choice? There are always choices. Graves settled into a chair across from Harry, ignoring Dumbledore's offered tea. The Department of Mysteries does not compel testimony. We simply encourage cooperation. And if I don't cooperate? Then I'll be forced to speculate. Speculation often proves more dangerous than truth. Graves' sharp eyes studied Harry. Our instruments detected a significant death magic signature emanating from this school. The readings are unprecedented, stronger than anything we've recorded in centuries. I'm here to determine the source. And if the source is me, then we'll discuss what that means. For you, for the magical community, for the boundary between worlds that my department exists to protect. Harry weighed his options. Dumbledore sat silently nearby, a supportive presence but deliberately passive. This was Harry's conversation to manage. I found an artifact, Harry said carefully. In the Forbidden Forest, 3 months ago. A ring with a black stone. When I touched it, I could see things. Spirits. The dead. Graves leaned forward, his expression sharpening. The Resurrection Stone. One of the Deathly Hallows. You know about it? I've studied its history for decades. The stone was lost in the 15th century, supposedly buried with its last known wielder. Graves' voice held something like awe. If you've truly found it, if you've activated it in a way that our instruments can detect, then you've accomplished something that generations of scholars thought impossible. I didn't accomplish anything. It just responded to me. Nothing just responds when it comes to the Hallows. They choose their wielders, Mr. Potter. And you, Graves' eyes narrowed, you have a very unusual relationship with death already, don't you? The only known survivor of the killing curse. A boy who should have died but didn't. Perhaps the stone recognized something in you. Perhaps. May I see it? Harry hesitated. Every instinct screamed against revealing the stone, against letting this stranger examine the source of his power. But Dumbledore had advised careful truth. And refusing entirely would only make Graves more suspicious. You can look at it, Harry said slowly. But you can't touch it. And I won't demonstrate its capabilities. Not here, not like this. Fair enough. Graves' tone suggested he'd expected nothing more. Harry pulled the ring from beneath his shirt, letting it rest in his open palm. The black stone seemed to drink the ambient light, its surface rippling with impossible depth. Graves' breath caught. Remarkable. His voice had dropped to a whisper. I've seen sketches, read descriptions, nothing prepared me for the reality. He leaned closer, careful not to touch. The symbol on the face, the Deathly Hallows mark. And the setting, the craftsmanship, this is definitely Peveril work. 1,000-year-old Peveril work. You seem impressed. I'm terrified. Graves sat back, his sharp eyes meeting Harry's. Mr. Potter, do you understand what you're holding? The Resurrection Stone isn't just a magical artifact, it's a tear in the fabric between life and death. Every time you use it, you're widening that tear. Every spirit you summon is a thread pulled from a tapestry that was never meant to be disturbed. I know the risks. Do you? Because the beings who guard that boundary, the entities my department has spent centuries studying, they don't take kindly to disturbances. They've destroyed wielders before, Mr. Potter. Dragged them across the veil, erased them from existence. If they decide you're a threat, they already have. Harry kept his voice steady. One of their servants attacked me in the forest when I first found the stone. I survived. I've survived everything else since. Graves stared at him. You've encountered a Keeper's agent? Encountered and escaped. Harry tucked the stone back beneath his shirt. I appreciate the warning, Mr. Graves, but I've been warned before. By spirits who've watched this stone for centuries, by advisors who know its history better than any living scholar. You have advisors among the dead? I have allies. Harry let that word hang in the air. People who've chosen to help me because I treat them with respect, not because I've compelled them. The stone isn't a weapon I'm planning to abuse. It's a responsibility I'm trying to handle wisely. Graves was silent for a long moment. You're not what I expected, he said finally. I came here expecting a foolish child playing with powers he didn't understand. Instead, I find someone who's already thought through implications that took me decades to grasp. I've had good teachers. Living and dead, apparently. Graves rose, his expression thoughtful. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Potter. The Department of Mysteries has protocols for situations like this, artifacts of power in unstable hands. Normally, I'd recommend the stone be confiscated, its wielder subjected to monitoring and control. Harry's hand drifted toward his wand. But, Graves continued, those protocols were designed for different circumstances. For wielders who sought the stone out of greed or desperation, who lacked the judgment to use it responsibly. You. He shook his head. You've built something unprecedented. Allies among the dead, cooperation instead of compulsion, that's never been done. It's never been tried. So what happens now? Now I report to my superiors. I tell them what I've found, and what I recommend. Graves moved toward the fireplace. My recommendation will be observation, not intervention. You're not a threat, Mr. Potter. Not yet, anyway. You might even be something valuable, a bridge between worlds that have been separated for too long. And if your superiors disagree? Then we'll have a different conversation. Graves paused at the fireplace, flow powder in hand. But I think you'll find that even the Ministry recognizes when to leave well enough alone. The dead are rising to support you, Mr. Potter. Even bureaucrats know better than to challenge that kind of power. He threw the powder, spoke his destination, and vanished in a swirl of green flame. Harry sat in the sudden silence, processing what had just happened. That went better than expected, Dumbledore observed. Did it? He's still going to report everything. The Ministry will still know what I am. Knowledge isn't the same as opposition. Graves respects what you've built, that's more valuable than secrecy at this point. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Besides, you've demonstrated something important today. You can handle pressure, navigate difficult conversations, protect your secrets while revealing enough to satisfy curiosity. Those are skills you'll need in the years ahead. Because this isn't over. No. This is barely beginning. Dumbledore rose, moving toward his desk. The stone was lost for 5 centuries. Its return will not go unnoticed, regardless of ministry decisions. Others will come, seekers, scholars, those who want your power for themselves. You'll need to be ready. I will be. Harry stood, feeling the stone's warmth against his chest. I'll be ready for all of them. That night, Harry convened another council in the Grey. Edmund, Isla, Thomas, and Marlene gathered around him, their forms clearer than before, a sign of his growing power. Behind them, watching from the mist, dozens of other spirits waited to hear what had happened. The ministry knows, Harry said without preamble. Graves came to interview me. He's seen the stone, heard about my abilities. He's going to report everything. And? Edmund's voice was calm, unsurprised. And he's recommending observation instead of intervention. For now. That won't last. Thomas Gray's expression was grim. I know how the department thinks. They'll watch you, gather information, build a file. The moment you do something that threatens their interests, they'll move against me. I know. Harry met his counsel's eyes. That's why we need to be smarter. Faster. Better prepared. What do you have in mind? Isla asked. Graves mentioned something, called me a bridge between worlds. That's not wrong. The stone gives me access to knowledge that living wizards have lost, perspectives that could change how magic is understood. Harry's voice grew stronger. What if we use that? What if we start sharing information, building relationships with scholars and researchers who might become allies? Making yourself valuable instead of threatening, Edmund said slowly. It's a sound strategy. The ministry moves slowly against things it finds useful. More than that. Harry began to pace, his mind racing with possibilities. The dead know things that have been forgotten. Lost spells, hidden histories, secrets that died with their keepers. What if we started recovering that knowledge? Offering it to people who would appreciate its value? You're talking about building a power base. Marlene's ghostly face showed interest. Political influence through information control. I'm talking about survival. Harry turned to face his counsel. I don't want to spend the rest of my life running from the ministry, hiding from keepers, waiting for the next threat to emerge. I want to be strong enough that threats think twice before coming. Strong enough that people I care about are protected because of their connection to me, not endangered by it. You want to be a lord, Edmund said quietly. Not in the political sense, in the older sense. A center of power that others orbit, protected by strength and secured by alliance. Is that wrong? No. The knight's voice held something like pride. It's what I've been training you for. I just didn't expect you to see it so clearly, so soon. The keepers, Harry continued. They're the biggest threat, right? The beings who guard the boundary, who nearly destroyed me in the forest. They're ancient, Thomas confirmed. Beyond ancient. They existed before wizards developed society, before the first magical communities formed. They've destroyed wielders who disrupted the balance too severely. What if I could negotiate with them? Silence. The gathered spirits exchanged uncertain glances. Negotiate? Isla's voice was incredulous. They're not beings you negotiate with, Potter. They're forces of nature. Cosmic laws given form. Everything thinks. Everything has motivations. Harry remembered his conversation with Graves. The ministry thought I was a threat, and I talked them into seeing me differently. Why couldn't the same work with the keepers? Because they don't think like humans, Thomas said. Their concept of time, of value, of purpose, it's completely alien. Then I'll learn how they think. Study them the way Graves studies me. Harry's voice was firm. The stone gives me access to the boundary between worlds. If I can understand that boundary better, understand the beings who guard it, maybe I can find a way to make peace instead of war. Edmund stepped forward, his ghostly form radiating something that might have been hope. You're describing something that's never been attempted, he said. A wielder who doesn't just use the dead, but advocates for them. Who builds bridges instead of burning them. Who seeks understanding with the very forces that oppose him. Is it impossible? Probably. Edmund smiled. But so was everything else you've done. Why should this be different? Harry looked at his council, the dead who had chosen to serve him, to believe in him, to follow a 13-year-old boy into impossible territory. Then we start tomorrow, he said. Research, planning, preparation. By the time summer comes, I want to know everything there is to know about the Keepers, about the boundary, about every threat we might face. And then? Marlene asked. Harry thought of his parents, of Sirius, of the future he'd been denied by a prophecy he didn't yet know about. He thought of Voldemort lurking somewhere in the world, waiting to return. He thought of all the powers that would try to control or destroy him in the months and years ahead. And then, he said, we start making a world where none of us have to be afraid anymore. The spirits dispersed into the mist, but Harry felt their approval humming through the bonds they shared. He'd given them something they hadn't had in centuries, hope. A purpose beyond simply existing. Now he just had to deliver on his promises. The grey swirled around him, full of watching eyes and whispered possibilities, and Harry Potter began to plan. The term continued, but everything felt different now. Harry moved through his days with new purpose. Classes became opportunities to practice focus and discipline. Training sessions with Edmund grew more intense, covering not just combat but diplomacy, negotiation, the subtle arts of influence. Sirius's lessons shifted from pure survival to strategic thinking, how to read people, how to anticipate moves, how to turn enemies into allies. Ron and Hermione adapted to their friend's transformation with varying degrees of grace. Ron took it in stride, treating Harry's growing power as just another aspect of his already unusual life. Hermione threw herself into research, determined to understand everything about the forces Harry was engaging with. They formed a study group of sorts, meeting in the room of requirement every evening to share information and plan. Harry contributed insights from his conversations with spirits. Hermione provided historical context and magical theory. Ron offered practical wisdom and the occasional reminder that they were still students, still young, still allowed to have fun sometimes. It wasn't always easy. There were nights when the voices of the dead grew too loud, when Harry had to anchor himself through sheer will. There were moments when the weight of his responsibilities felt crushing, when he wanted nothing more than to be the normal boy everyone had once assumed he was. But those moments passed. And each time they did, Harry emerged stronger. The winter gradually eased toward spring. Harry's reputation shifted subtly, students who'd once viewed him with suspicion now watched with something closer to respect. Teachers who dismissed him as average began to notice his improvement. Even Snape's criticisms lost their bitter edge, replaced by a grudging acknowledgement that Potter, at least, was trying. And through it all, the stone pulsed warm against Harry's chest, a constant reminder of what he'd become and what he was still becoming. He was a wielder. A leader. A bridge between worlds. The dead believed in him. The living were beginning to. Now Harry just had to prove them right. February brought a visitor Harry hadn't expected. Luna Lovegood appeared at his elbow during breakfast one morning, her protuberant eyes fixed on a point just behind Harry's left shoulder. "Your knight is worried about you," she said conversationally. "He thinks you're pushing yourself too hard." Harry choked on his pumpkin juice. "I'm sorry, what?" "The ghost. The one in armor. He's been hovering near you all week, but he looks concerned." Luna tilted her head. "Can't you see him?" Harry glanced at Edmund, who was indeed present, invisible to most, but apparently not to Luna. She sees me, Edmund observed, his tone surprised. Without the stone's assistance. That shouldn't be possible. How long have you been able to see spirits? Harry asked carefully. Always. Luna sat down beside him, ignoring the stares from nearby students. Mummy taught me before she died. She said the veil was thin in our family, that we'd always be able to see the ones who lingered. Her dreamy eyes met his with sudden clarity. You can see them too, can't you? That's why they follow you around. Yes. Something like that. I thought so. Luna smiled, the expression transforming her face from strange to almost beautiful. The Nargles told me you were different. I wasn't sure what kind of different until I saw how the dead reacted to you. The Nargles? You probably can't see those. They're smaller than spirits, less substantial. But they know things. Luna picked up a piece of toast. Is your night going to keep worrying, or will you actually take a day off sometime? Harry laughed despite himself. Tell him I'll consider it. He can hear you. Luna's smile widened. That's the nice thing about being in between. Everyone can hear everyone. Luna became an unexpected addition to Harry's inner circle. She saw things no one else could, not just spirits, but patterns, connections, the subtle signs that most people missed entirely. Her suggestions often seemed nonsensical at first, but Harry learned to pay attention. More than once, her insights led him to understanding he might have missed. The Lovegoods have always been strange, Hermione said one evening, watching Luna explain something to Edmund about Raxburts. But there are rumors they carry seer blood. Maybe that's what she's tapping into. Does it matter? Harry asked. She's helpful. She sees things we can't. And she doesn't seem bothered by any of this. Nothing bothers Luna. That's what worries me. But Harry trusted his instincts, and his instincts said Luna was meant to be here. Another piece of the puzzle, another ally in the growing network he was building. The dead approved of her. That was enough. March arrived with storms and the promise of spring. Harry stood at the window of the room of requirement, watching lightning crack across the sky, feeling the stone pulse in rhythm with the thunder. Something was coming. He could feel it in the gray spaces between worlds, in the whispers of spirits who had no words but carried impressions of unease. The keepers are mobilizing, Thomas reported during that night's council. My contacts in the boundary zone say there's been unusual activity. Gatherings, communications, something that passes for planning among beings that old. About me? Maybe. Or maybe about something larger. The boundary has been stressed more in the past few months than in centuries, and not just by you. There are other forces at work, other pressures building. Voldemort, Harry said quietly. He's out there somewhere, growing stronger. Preparing to return. Possibly. Or something else. The dead don't all agree about what's happening. Thomas's ghostly face was troubled. But something is changing. The balance is shifting. And you, Wielder, you're at the center of it all. Harry looked at his council, at the spirits who had chosen to follow him into unknown territory. Then we need to be ready, he said. Whatever's coming, we face it together. Edmund stepped forward, his hand on his ghostly sword. We're with you. To whatever end. To whatever end, the others echoed. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of their trust settle onto his shoulders. Outside, the storm raged on. But inside the Grey, surrounded by the dead who believed in him, Harry Potter began to prepare for war. The chapter ends with a boy who commands the dead standing at a crossroads. Behind him lies the past, a childhood of suffering, a discovery that changed everything, alliances forged and enemies identified. Before him lies the future, threats gathering, powers shifting, a destiny that grows more complex with every passing day. Harry Potter doesn't know what's coming. But he knows he won't face it alone. The dead are with him, And the dead remember. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Debts of the Dead. The dream began, as it always did, in the grey. Harry stood in the formless mist, feeling the familiar pulse of the boundary between worlds. This was his space now, the place where he trained, planned, and communed with spirits who had chosen to follow him. He'd grown comfortable here, confident in his mastery of the stone's domain. That confidence shattered when the stranger appeared. He emerged from the deeper grey like a ship materializing from fog, tall, imperious, wearing robes that hadn't been fashionable since before the Norman conquest. His face was handsome in an aristocratic way, all sharp angles and pale skin, but his eyes were wrong. Ancient. Calculating. Hungry in a way that made Harry's skin crawl. So this is the new wielder. The stranger's voice echoed strangely, as if coming from multiple directions at once. I expected someone, more impressive. Harry's hand went to where the stone would be if his physical body were present. Who are you? A student of the stone, once. A master of death magic, always. The stranger circled Harry slowly, examining him like a specimen. My name is Malachar. I ruled kingdoms that your historians have forgotten. I commanded armies of the dead when your ancestors were still painting themselves blue and worshipping trees. Edmund materialized beside Harry, sword drawn. Wielder, step back. This one is dangerous. Dangerous? Malachar's laugh was cold. That's generous, knight. I'm the most dangerous thing your wielder has encountered since claiming the stone. And I'm here to make him an offer. I'm not interested in offers from spirits who show up uninvited. Harry kept his voice steady, drawing on the lessons Edmund had drilled into him. Never show fear. Never show weakness. You can leave the same way you came. Can I? Malachar's smile widened. Try to dismiss me, boy. See what happens. Harry reached for the power he'd used on Corvinus, the commanding authority that had frozen spirits in their tracks. He pushed, and nothing happened. Malachar's laugh echoed through the grey. Ah! There it is. The limit of your power. You can command the lesser dead, boy, but I am not lesser. I walked the boundary between worlds for 1,000 years before your stone was ever crafted. Do you think its wielder can simply wave me away? Then what do you want? Harry asked, refusing to let the failure shake him. I want what every spirit trapped in this miserable existence wants, a return to the living world. But unlike the desperate fools who claw at the veil hoping for scraps, I understand what's required. Malachar's ancient eyes fixed on Harry with unnerving intensity. You're building something unprecedented, wielder. Alliances, networks, a court of the dead who serve you by choice rather than compulsion. It's ambitious. It's clever. And it will fail without guidance from those who truly understand the powers you're playing with. Let me guess, you're offering to be that guidance. For a price, yes. Everything has a price. And yours? Eventually, a body. A way back to the mortal realm in full, not as a shadow or an echo, but as I was, flesh and blood and power. Malachar's voice dropped to something almost seductive. I know it's possible. The stone was created to do exactly that. No wielder has ever been strong enough to accomplish it, but you might be. Harry felt Edmund tense beside him. The offer was tempting, he'd be lying to himself if he pretended otherwise. Someone with Malachar's knowledge, his centuries of experience with death magic, could advance Harry's understanding by years. But there was something wrong here. Something beyond the obvious danger of trusting a spirit who admitted to ruling through fear. You said the stone was created to return spirits to full life, Harry said slowly. But my parents told me it was created for the opposite, to allow the living to speak with the dead, not to bring them back permanently. Malachar's smile flickered. Your parents knew only what they were told. The true purpose of the stone is something you desperately want me to believe. Harry cut him off. You're not here to help me, Malachar. You're here to use me. To manipulate me into becoming the tool you need for your own resurrection. The ancient spirit's expression shifted from persuasive to predatory in an instant. Clever boy. Cleverer than I expected. He leaned closer, his presence suddenly oppressive. But cleverness won't save you. The forces gathering against you, the keepers, the ministry, the enemies you don't even know you have, they're coming. Without allies of real power, you'll be crushed. I have allies. You have servants. Loyal ones, perhaps, but weak. The knight is honorable but limited. The spy is useful but fragile. The scholar knows the boundary but cannot cross it in force. Malakar's voice dropped. I am offering you an army, wielder. The Crimson Court, spirits of such age and power that even the keepers hesitate to challenge them. We've watched the stone pass through hands for centuries, waiting for someone worthy of our allegiance. The Crimson Court. Harry filed the name away. Never heard of it. You wouldn't have. We exist beyond the knowledge of living scholars, in the deepest grey where only the most ancient spirits dwell. Malakar's smile returned. But we've heard of you, Harry Potter. The boy who commands the dead. The bridge between worlds. You're the most interesting thing to happen to the boundary in 1,000 years. Flattering. It's the truth. And the truth is that you need us more than you know. Malakar began to fade, his form dissolving at the edges. Think about my offer, wielder. I'll return for your answer. And when I do, I hope you'll be wise enough to accept. He vanished into the deeper grey, leaving Harry alone with Edmund and a growing sense of unease. That, Edmund said quietly, was not good. No, Harry agreed. It really wasn't. Harry woke with Malakar's words echoing in his mind. Dawn light filtered through the dormitory windows. Around him, his roommates slept peacefully, unaware of the conversation that had just taken place in a realm they couldn't perceive. Harry lay still, processing what he'd learned. The Crimson Court. Ancient spirits, powerful enough to resist the stone's commands, organized enough to have sent an emissary. They'd been watching him. Waiting. For what? He slipped out of bed and padded to the window, looking out over the Hogwarts grounds. The sun was just cresting the distant mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. It would have been beautiful if Harry could have appreciated it. Edmund, he thought, reaching through the bond they shared. What do you know about the Crimson Court? The knight's response came slowly, reluctantly. Rumors, mostly. Stories passed between spirits in the grey. They're said to be the oldest of the old, beings who refuse to pass on, who have existed in the boundary spaces since before recorded history. Some say they were human once. Others say they were always something else. Are they dangerous? Everything old and powerful is dangerous, wielder. But the court has never acted directly against the living world. They seem content to observe, to manipulate, to play games that span centuries. Edmund's mental voice carried a warning. Malakar's appearance is not a coincidence. They want something from you. The question is what? He said they want resurrection. Bodies. A return to the living world. Perhaps. Or perhaps that's what they want you to believe. The oldest spirits are masters of deception, they've had millennia to perfect the art. Harry watched the sun climb higher, thinking about what Malakar had said. The spirit wasn't wrong about the threats gathering against him. The keepers were mobilizing. The ministry was watching. And somewhere out there, Voldemort was growing stronger. Could he afford to reject potential allies, even dangerous ones? You're considering it, Edmund observed. I'm considering everything. That's what you taught me. I taught you to evaluate options, not to make deals with beings who openly admit they want to use you. He also said he could help me understand the stone better. Help me reach my full potential. At what cost? Edmund's voice sharpened. Harry, I've watched wielders fall to exactly this kind of temptation. The promise of knowledge, of power, of shortcuts to strength they haven't earned. It never ends well. I'm not going to make a deal with him. Not without understanding more about what I'd be agreeing to. Harry turned from the window. But I'm not going to dismiss him entirely either. Not yet. First, I need information. What kind of information? Everything you can find about the Crimson Court. Their history, their members, their true motivations. If they've been watching the stone for centuries, there must be records, spirits who've encountered them, stories that have been passed down. That kind of inquiry won't go unnoticed. The court has eyes everywhere. Good. Harry began pulling on his robes. Let them see me looking. Let them wonder what I'm planning. It's better than appearing weak. Breakfast was a study in normalcy. Harry ate mechanically, responding to Ron's questions about Quidditch practice and Hermione's concerns about upcoming exams. Luna drifted by to mention that the Nargles were agitated, which Harry filed away as potentially relevant. Neville asked for help with a herbology essay. Dean and Seamus argued about the Chudley Cannon's chances. All perfectly ordinary. All completely detached from the reality of Harry's life. He's watching you, Isla's voice murmured in his mind. The spy had taken to monitoring the Great Hall during meals, tracking anyone who paid too much attention to Harry. The potions master. He's been staring since you sat down. Harry let his gaze drift casually toward the staff table. Snape was indeed watching him, dark eyes sharp with calculation. Their occlumency lessons had given Harry insight into the man's thinking. Snape was suspicious by nature, alert to any deviation from the normal patterns. And Harry had definitely deviated lately. Let him watch, Harry replied. He's not the threat I'm worried about. Who is? An ancient spirit who visited my dreams last night. I'll explain at the council tonight. Isla's presence flickered with surprise but didn't press further. She'd learned to trust Harry's judgment, even when his decisions seemed strange. The Morning Post arrived in a flurry of owls. One landed before Harry, bearing a letter with a familiar spiky script. Harry, come to my office after lunch. There's something we need to discuss. Sirius Harry pocketed the letter. His godfather had taken up semi-permanent residence in a suite of rooms Dumbledore had provided, continuing his recovery while helping plan Harry's training. Whatever he wanted to discuss, it was likely important. Everything all right? Hermione asked. Fine. Just Sirius wanting to talk. About what? Doesn't say. Harry pushed back from the table. I'll fill you in later. I've got some research to do first. The library was nearly empty at this hour. Harry found a secluded table in the restricted section, his access now unrestricted thanks to a note from Dumbledore, and began pulling volumes on death magic, spirit lore, and the ancient history of the wizarding world. Most of it was useless, written by scholars who'd never touched real power. But occasionally, buried in the academic prose, he found hints of something deeper. The boundary between life and death has been guarded since the beginning of recorded history, one text read. But legends speak of a time before the Keepers, when spirits moved freely between realms and the living conversed with the dead without magical assistance. Some scholars believe this golden age ended with a great cataclysm, a war between spirits who wished to remain in the mortal world and those who sought to enforce the natural order. Harry made notes, his quill scratching steadily. The survivors of this conflict supposedly organized themselves into factions. Those who accepted the new order became servants of the Keepers. Those who rejected it retreated into the deepest grey, forming communities beyond the reach of boundary law. These hidden courts are considered myth by most modern scholars, but occasional reports from credible sources suggest they may be real. The Crimson Court. One of the hidden courts. Spirits who'd rejected the Keeper's authority millennia ago and built their own power structure in the spaces between worlds. You're researching dangerous things. Harry didn't jump. He'd sensed the approach through the stone's awareness. Professor Lupin. He turned to face the werewolf, who stood in the aisle between shelves with an expression of careful concern. I didn't hear you come in. You were focused. Lupin moved to the table, glancing at the books Harry had gathered. Death magic. Spirit factions. Ancient wars between the living and dead. His scarred face was unreadable. Mind telling me why? Harry considered his options. Lupin had proven himself a friend, his joy at Sirius's freedom had been genuine, and his support for Harry had never wavered. But the full truth was a lot to share. Something came to me last night, Harry said carefully. A spirit. Powerful. Ancient. He called himself Malachar and said he represented something called the Crimson Court. Lupin's face went pale. The Crimson Court. You've heard of them? Legends. Stories my father told me when I was young, meant to scare me into behaving. Lupin sat down heavily. The courts of the deep grey are supposed to be myth, Harry. Tales to explain why some spirits never move on. This one wasn't a myth. He was real, and he wanted something from me. What? Help returning to the living world. Resurrection in full, not as a ghost. Harry met Lupin's eyes. He offered knowledge in exchange. Guidance. An alliance with his court. And you said no. I said I'd think about it. Which is why I'm here, trying to understand what I'm dealing with. Lupin was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with old knowledge. My father was a specialist in dark creatures. Not just werewolves, all kinds of things that exist in the spaces between normal magic. He told me once that the greatest threats weren't the monsters that hunted in the open, but the intelligences that planned in the dark. He gestured at the books. If the Crimson Court is real, if they've approached you, then you're dealing with something far more dangerous than anyone at the Ministry understands. I know. Do you? Because ancient spirits don't make contact lightly. They don't waste effort on people who can't serve their purposes. Lupin leaned forward. Whatever they want from you, Harry, it's not something small. It's not something simple. And it's almost certainly not something that benefits you. I'm aware of that. Then why are you still considering it? Harry closed the book in front of him. Because I can't afford to be picky about allies. The Keepers are coming for me, I've felt them pressing against the boundary, gathering strength. The Ministry is watching everything I do. Voldemort is still out there, getting stronger. And I'm a 13-year-old student with a few bound spirits and more enemies than friends. You have friends, I have people who care about me. That's not the same as having the power to protect them. Harry's voice hardened. Malachar was right about one thing, I need strength I don't have. Whether that comes from the court or somewhere else, I need more than what I've got. Lupin studied him with a mixture of concern and respect. You've grown up fast. I didn't have a choice. No. I suppose you didn't. Lupin stood, gathering himself. I won't tell you what to do, Harry. You've earned the right to make your own decisions. But promise me you'll be careful. The beings you're dealing with have had millennia to perfect manipulation. They'll tell you exactly what you want to hear. I know. That's why I'm not trusting them. Good. Lupin paused at the aisle's end. And Harry? Whatever you decide about the court, come talk to me first. I may not have your power, but I've spent my life understanding things that exist in the shadows. Maybe I can help. Harry nodded. Thank you, Professor. Remus. When we're alone, call me Remus. Sirius was pacing when Harry arrived. His godfather's suite was comfortable but sparse, a sitting room, a bedroom, basic furnishings that suggested Sirius hadn't bothered to personalize the space. He was still gaunt, still haunted, but the madness that had clouded his eyes in those first days of freedom had faded. Harry. Good. Sirius stopped pacing, gesturing to a chair. Sit. We need to talk about something important. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, exactly. Just, complicated. Sirius dropped into a chair across from Harry, running a hand through his long hair. I've been having dreams. Visions. Whatever you want to call them. Since I escaped Azkaban, since you found me in the forest. Harry's attention sharpened. What kind of dreams? Death dreams. Glimpses of the grey, of spirits watching me with curious eyes. At first I thought it was leftover madness from the Dementors, but... Sirius hesitated. Last night, one of them spoke to me. Who? He said his name was Malachar. The world seemed to tilt. Harry gripped the arms of his chair, processing the implications. He came to me too, Harry said slowly. Last night. He offered me an alliance with something called the Crimson Court. Sirius's face went through a complex sequence of emotions. He made me the same offer. What? He said I was connected to the boundary through you. That our relationship, godfather and godson, the magical bond that creates, left me open to contact from the deeper grey. Sirius's voice was rough. He said that if I helped convince you to accept his offer, he'd restore the years Azkaban stole. Make me young again. Strong again. And you said? I told him to go to hell. Sirius's eyes met Harry's. I spent 12 years watching people make deals with dark forces, Harry. I saw what it did to my family, to the Black Legacy. Whatever that thing is offering, it's not worth the price. Relief flooded through Harry. Good. Because I don't trust him either. But you're still considering his offer? I'm gathering information. There's a difference. Harry leaned forward. He wasn't wrong about everything. I need stronger allies. I need knowledge I don't have. The question is whether he can provide those things without destroying me in the process. Sirius was quiet for a moment. There might be another way. What do you mean? The Black Family Library. Sirius's expression was grim. Grimmauld Place. My family's ancestral home. Generations of Blacks have collected knowledge of the dark arts, death magic, things that most wizards don't even know exist. When I was young, before I ran away, I saw books in that library that would make the Hogwarts restricted section look like children's stories. You want to go back there? Want? No. But if you need information about ancient spirits, about the courts of the deep grey, about the real history of death magic. Sirius shrugged. The Blacks have been dabbling in darkness for centuries. They must have learned something useful. Harry considered the offer. The Black Family Library, generations of accumulated knowledge about the very powers he was trying to understand. It was exactly the kind of resource he needed. When can we go? Easter holiday. A few weeks from now. Dumbledore's already agreed to let you leave the castle, as long as I'm with you and we take precautions. Sirius's smile was thin. Besides, I need to reclaim the house anyway. Merlin knows what state it's in after being abandoned for years. What about the protections? Won't there be wards? There are, but they recognize family blood. As a Black, I can bypass most of them. And as my godson. Sirius hesitated. There's an old ritual my mother used to talk about. Blood adoption. It would make you legally and magically part of the Black family. What would that mean? Access to the family vaults, the library, the properties. You'd be my heir in every sense that matters. Sirius's voice softened. It's what James and Lily wanted, you know. When they named me godfather, they intended for me to adopt you properly if anything happened to them. Azkaban prevented that. Harry thought about what Sirius was offering. Not just knowledge, but family. A real, legal connection that went beyond the emotional bond they'd already formed. Another layer of protection, another source of strength. "I'll do it," he said. "The ritual. Whatever it takes." Sirius's smile was the most genuine Harry had seen from him. "Then we'll do it together. At Grimmauld Place, during the holiday. And we'll see what secrets my family's been hoarding." The weeks until Easter passed in a blur of preparation. Harry continued his training with Edmund, pushing himself harder than ever. The ancient spirit's techniques grew more demanding, mental exercises that left him exhausted, tactical scenarios that tested every lesson he'd learned. But Harry could feel himself improving, his command of the stone's power growing more precise with each passing day. Malachar didn't return. Harry felt the ancient spirit's attention sometimes, pressing against the edges of his awareness, but no direct contact. Whether that was strategic patience or something else, Harry couldn't tell. The keepers remained quiet too, ominously so. Thomas Gray reported increasing activity at the boundary, spirits being questioned about the new wielder, but no direct action. It felt like the calm before a storm. Harry used the time to expand his network of bound spirits. He was careful about who he approached. Edmund vetted each candidate, ensuring they were trustworthy before Harry made contact. By the time Easter arrived, his council had grown to include Gisela Hitchens, his spy, who now coordinated a network of observers throughout Hogwarts and beyond. Thomas Gray, his expert on the Keepers, who provided intelligence about the beings who guarded the boundary. Marlene McKinnon, who had become his connection to spirits of the war against Voldemort, gathering information about the Dark Lord's past. Sir Edmund Blackwood, his mentor and military advisor, who oversaw training and strategic planning. And a dozen lesser spirits, former Aurors, scholars, warriors, who had pledged their service in exchange for purpose and respect. It wasn't an army. Not yet. But it was the foundation of one. Easter morning dawned grey and cold. Harry met Sirius at the castle gates, where a ministry-approved portkey waited to transport them to London. Dumbledore was there to see them off, his expression thoughtful. "Be careful," the headmaster said quietly. "Grimmauld Place has not been occupied in over a decade. There's no telling what may have accumulated in your family's home, Sirius. Nothing I can't handle." Sirius's voice was confident, but Harry noticed the tension in his shoulders. "And Harry?" Dumbledore's blue eyes met his. "The Black Library contains knowledge that most would consider dangerous. I trust you to use that knowledge wisely." "I will, Professor." "Then go with my blessing. And return safely." The portkey activated, and the world dissolved into spinning chaos. Grimmauld Place materialized around them like a nightmare given form. The house was tall, narrow, and oppressively dark, a London townhouse that seemed to repel light and warmth. Even standing on the pavement outside, Harry could feel the layers of protective magic pressing against his awareness, wards upon wards built up over generations. "Home sweet home," Sirius muttered. "Let's get this over with." The door opened at his touch, ancient magic recognizing black blood. Inside, dust hung thick in the air, coating everything in grey shrouds. The walls were lined with the mounted heads of house elves, their glassy eyes following Harry's movement. "That's disturbing," Harry said. "That's the Blacks." Sirius led the way down the hall. "My mother's decorating choices were distinctive." They passed a curtained portrait that seemed to quiver at their approach, but Sirius hurried past without explaining. Deeper into the house they went, through rooms filled with dark artifacts and twisted furniture, until they reached a door that radiated magical power. The library. Sirius drew his wand. "This is going to take a minute." He began speaking in Latin, his wand tracing complex patterns against the door. Harry felt the wards respond, layers peeling away one by one. Whatever secrets the Blacks had stored here, they'd invested serious magic in protecting them. The door swung open. The library was enormous, far larger than should have been possible given the house's exterior dimensions. Shelves stretched up into darkness, crammed with books, scrolls, and objects Harry couldn't identify. The air smelled of old paper and something else, something that tingled against Harry's magical senses. Dark magic, Harry said quietly. This whole room is saturated with it. Generations of it. Sirius stepped inside, his expression a mixture of disgust and reluctant familiarity. The Blacks never threw anything away. Especially not knowledge that might give them an edge over their rivals. Harry moved to the nearest shelf, reading titles in faded gold lettering. Mysteries of the Veil. A treatise on soul magic. The Speaking Dead, accounts of necromantic practice from the 12th century. This is exactly what I need, he breathed. Then let's find what we're looking for. Sirius gestured to the towering shelves. My mother kept an index somewhere. A catalogue of every book in the collection, organized by subject. If there's anything about the courts of the Deep Grey, it'll be listed there. They searched for an hour before finding the index, a massive ledger bound in leather that might have been human skin. Harry chose not to ask. The catalogue was organized by topic, and when he turned to the section on spirits, ancient and otherwise, he found exactly what he'd hoped for. The Crimson Court, a history of the rebellion against the Keepers, author, unknown location, restricted shelf, case 17, got it. Harry showed Sirius the entry. Restricted shelf. Where's that? Sirius's face went pale. The restricted shelves are my mother's personal collection. The things she considered too dangerous for general access. He laughed humorlessly. When a Black considers something too dark, you know it's bad. I need that book. I know. Come on. The restricted section was behind another warded door, and Sirius needed 20 minutes to bypass the protections. When they finally entered, Harry understood why the security had been so intense. The shelves here contained objects that radiated wrongness, artifacts that seemed to warp the air around them, books that whispered even when closed. Harry's connection to the stone flared in response, the dead pressing against his awareness as if drawn by the concentrated darkness. Don't touch anything without checking it first, Sirius warned. Some of these things are cursed. Others are worse. Harry moved carefully between the shelves, searching for case 17. He found it in a corner of the room, a glass-fronted cabinet containing a single book. The book was bound in red leather that seemed to pulse with inner light. Its title was stamped in gold letters that shifted when Harry looked at them directly, The Crimson Court, a history of the rebellion against the Keepers. That's definitely magical, Sirius said. Probably trapped. Let me. Harry reached out with the stone's power, feeling the book's defenses. There were curses, yes, nasty ones that would trigger if an unwarded person tried to take the book. But beneath the curses, there was something else. A recognition, an invitation. The book wanted to be read by someone with authority over the dead. Harry opened the cabinet. The curses parted around him like water, flowing past without touching. He lifted the book carefully, feeling its weight, physical and magical both. That shouldn't have worked, Sirius said flatly. The stone. It's connected to whatever power the court draws on. Harry opened the book to the first page, reading the words inscribed there, to the wielder who seeks knowledge of the courts, greeting. Know that the truths contained herein were earned through blood and sacrifice. The Keepers guard their secrets jealously, and those who oppose them do so at grave risk. But knowledge is power, and power is the only currency that matters in the spaces between life and death. Read well, wielder. And decide wisely which side of history you wish to stand upon. It's like they knew someone would come looking, Harry murmured. They probably did. Sirius's voice was grim. Ancient spirits have the advantage of time. They can plan for centuries, anticipate events that haven't happened yet. He gestured at the book. Whatever's in there, be careful. It was written to persuade, not just to inform. I know. Harry closed the book for now, there would be time to read it properly later. But even propaganda contains truth. And I need to know what I'm dealing with. They spent 3 more hours in the library, gathering books and scrolls that might prove useful. Harry found treatises on death magic, histories of the stone's previous wielders, guides to navigating the spaces between worlds. Sirius contributed works on family magic and protective rituals, things that might help secure Harry's position. By afternoon, they had a stack of materials that would take months to study properly. "We should do the ritual before we leave," Sirius said as they packed the books for transport. The blood adoption. "Once you're formally a Black, you'll have access to family magic that could prove useful." "What kind of magic?" "Old things. Protections that have been in the family for generations. The ability to call on Black ancestors for guidance." Sirius paused. "Also, it would give you a claim on this house. If anything happens to me, everything here would pass to you." "Nothing's going to happen to you. I've learned not to make assumptions." Sirius's smile was sad. "Azkaban taught me that much, at least." The ritual was performed in a drawing room cleared of dust and dark artifacts. Sirius drew symbols on the floor in silver ink, spoke words in Old English that Harry couldn't understand, and then cut his palm to let blood drip onto the central symbol. "Your turn." He handed Harry the knife. Harry didn't hesitate. He drew the blade across his palm, let his blood mingle with Sirius's on the floor. The symbols flared with light, not the sickly green of dark magic, but something warmer, older, more fundamental. Family magic, recognizing new kin. When the light faded, Harry felt different. There was something new in his awareness, a connection to generations of Blacks stretching back through the centuries. Most of them had been dark, cruel, obsessed with blood purity. But not all. There were exceptions, rebels, outcasts, those who had chosen differently. Sirius was one of them. And now, so was Harry. "It's done." Sirius's voice was thick with emotion. "You're my heir. My son, in the ways that matter." Harry looked at his godfather, the man who had lost everything because of a friend's betrayal, who had survived 12 years of torture to seek justice, who had knelt before him and promised to earn the trust he felt he didn't deserve. "Thank you," Harry said. "For everything." Sirius pulled him into a rough embrace. "Thank you. For giving me something worth living for." They returned to Hogwarts as the sun was setting. Dumbledore met them at the gates, his expression curious. "I trust your expedition was successful." "Very." Harry touched the bag containing the books they'd gathered. "I found what I was looking for." "And the ritual?" "Complete." Sirius's voice was firm. "Harry is formally a Black now. All the rights and protections that entails." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Then I offer my congratulations to you both. Family is precious, however we come by it." Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower, exhausted but energized by what they'd accomplished. He had knowledge now, real knowledge, not the fragments he'd been piecing together from spirits and ancient texts. He had a family, a legal and magical bond that gave him new resources. And he had the beginning of a plan. The book from the Black Library burned in his bag, demanding to be read. Tonight, Harry decided. Tonight he would learn the truth about the Crimson Court. And then he would decide what to do about them. The book told a story Harry hadn't expected. He read it alone in his bed, curtains drawn, wand light illuminating pages that seemed to shift with inner fire. The text was dense, archaic, but the stone helped, translating meanings that might have been opaque, illuminating references that might have been obscure. The Crimson Court, according to the book, had begun as something noble. Millennia ago, before the Keepers established their dominion over the boundary between life and death, spirits had moved freely between realms. The living could speak with the dead without magical assistance. The dead could influence the living world, guide their descendants, complete unfinished business. It was, the book claimed, a golden age. But some spirits became greedy. They refused to move on, accumulating power over centuries, using their influence to control the living. Wars were fought over which spirits held dominion. The mortal world became a battleground for dead powers. The Keepers emerged from this chaos, beings created or evolved to enforce order. They established the boundary, separating life from death permanently. Those spirits who accepted this new order became their servants. Those who refused were cast into the deepest gray, condemned to exist in the spaces between worlds without influence or purpose. The Crimson Court was founded by the most powerful of these rebels. They rejected the Keepers' authority, built their own society in the deep gray, and spent the following millennia searching for a way to return to power. The Resurrection Stone was part of that search. The stone was not created to speak with the dead, the book claimed. It was created to restore them. The Peveril brothers were court agents, working to craft artifacts that would bypass the Keepers' restrictions. The Elder Wand channels power that exists outside the natural order. The cloak hides from death itself. And the stone was meant to tear open the boundary permanently, allowing the court to reclaim their birthright. The plan failed. The brothers died before completing their work, and the Hallows scattered. The court has waited ever since for a wielder strong enough to finish what the Peverils began. Harry set the book down, his mind racing. If the book was true, and it felt true, resonating with what the stone told him about its own nature, then Malachar hadn't been lying. The court genuinely believed Harry could give them what they wanted. They'd been waiting for him, or someone like him, for 1,000 years. But should he give it to them? The book's account of the pre-Keeper world was clearly biased. A golden age where ancient spirits could control the living, manipulating events to serve their own interests. That didn't sound like paradise. It sounded like tyranny with a pleasant name. And yet, the Keepers weren't heroes either. They'd established their order through force, condemning countless spirits to eternal imprisonment in the deep gray. They hunted Harry now, seeking to destroy him because his power threatened their control. Were they really better than the court they'd overthrown? There are no good options, Harry realized. Just different kinds of bad. He picked up the book again, turning to later chapters. The court's history, their philosophy, the powers they'd developed in exile. There had to be something here he could use, leverage, understanding, a weakness he could exploit. He read until dawn, absorbing knowledge that most wizards didn't even know existed. And by the time the sun rose, he had the beginning of a strategy. You want to do what? Hermione's voice echoed off the walls of the room of requirement. She was staring at Harry like he'd suggested setting himself on fire. I want to negotiate with the Crimson Court. Harry kept his voice calm. Not ally with them, not do what they want. Negotiate. Find out exactly what they need, what they're willing to offer, and whether there's a way to work with them that doesn't involve tearing down the boundary between life and death. That's insane. It's practical. Harry had spent the morning organizing his thoughts, preparing for this conversation. The court has power and knowledge I need. The Keepers want to destroy me. The Ministry is watching my every move. I can't afford to be picky about potential allies. They're ancient spirits who've spent millennia planning to overthrow the natural order. How is that a potential ally? Because they're not unreasonable. Harry pulled out the book from the Black Library. Look, I've been reading their history. The court isn't a monolith, they have factions, disagreements, different goals. Some of them just want to exist freely, without the Keepers hunting them. Some of them want to return to the mortal world. And some of them. He hesitated. Some of them just want to be remembered. That doesn't make them trustworthy. Nothing's trustworthy. That's what I've learned. Harry set the book down. But I can't fight everyone at once. If I can find common ground with some of the court's factions, if I can show them I'm not their enemy, maybe I can avoid having to fight them too. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was softer. You've really thought this through. I've been thinking about nothing else for weeks. And what if you're wrong? What if the court can't be negotiated with? What if they just want to use you? Then I'll deal with that when it happens. Harry met her eyes. But I'd rather try for peace and fail than never try at all. Ron, who had been uncharacteristically silent, finally spoke. What do you need from us? Research. I've got the court's history, but I need to understand their current situation. How strong are they? What threats do they face? What do the different factions actually want? Harry looked at his friends. Hermione, you're the best researcher I know. If anyone can find patterns in this information, it's you. And me? Ron asked. Strategy. If negotiations happen, I need to think about them like a chess game. Multiple pieces, multiple objectives, multiple ways to win or lose. Harry smiled slightly. You've beaten me at chess every time we've played. I need that kind of thinking. Ron straightened, looking pleased despite the gravity of the situation. I can do that. What about your ghosts? Hermione asked. What do Edmund and the others think about this? Edmund thinks I'm being reckless. Isla thinks I'm being clever. Thomas thinks I might be right about the court having factions. Harry shrugged. I'll convince them. Or I'll proceed without their full support. Either way, I'm doing this. Hermione studied him for a long moment. You've changed, you know. Since the forest. Since the stone. I know. It's not a bad change. Just, noticeable. She picked up the book, flipping through its pages. Give me a week. I'll see what I can find in the Hogwarts library to supplement this. And I'll want to talk to your spirits, the ones who've been in the deep gray, who might have encountered court members. Thank you, Hermione. Don't thank me yet. This might all blow up in our faces. Then we'll deal with that together. Harry looked at his two best friends, the people who'd stood by him through everything, who kept him grounded when the voices of the dead grew too loud. Whatever happens, we face it together. That night, Harry called his council. The Grey was restless, spirits pressing against his awareness with unusual intensity. Something had changed since the Easter holiday. The atmosphere felt charged, expectant, as if the boundary itself was waiting for something to happen. The keepers are mobilizing, Thomas reported when they gathered. I've confirmed it through multiple sources. They're preparing for action against a significant threat. Me? Possibly. But there's something else. Something even the keepers seem concerned about. Thomas's ghostly face was troubled. The whispers say the court is moving too. Gathering strength. Preparing for something. Malachar, Edmund said grimly. He didn't get the answer he wanted from you, so he's escalating. Or he's acting on a schedule that has nothing to do with me. Harry thought about what he'd read in the Black Library book. The court's been planning for millennia. My appearance might have accelerated their timeline, but they'd be making moves regardless. What kind of moves? Isla asked. I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. Harry looked at his gathered spirits. I'm going to contact Malachar. Directly. Ask him what the court really wants. The reaction was immediate and negative. That's suicide, Isla said flatly. It's unnecessary risk, Edmund agreed. We can learn what we need through other means. Can we? Harry challenged. Because so far, all I've gotten is fragments. Rumors. Speculation. If I want real information, I need to talk to someone who actually knows what's happening. And you trust Malachar to tell you the truth? I trust him to tell me what he thinks will serve his purposes. But that's useful too. Harry held up a hand, forestalling more arguments. I'm not going to make any deals. I'm not going to agree to anything. I just want to talk. He'll try to manipulate you, Marlene warned. Let him try. I've been trained by Edmund and Sirius both. I know how to spot manipulation. Harry's voice hardened. And I know something Malachar doesn't, I'm not afraid of him. The stone protects me in ways he doesn't fully understand. He can't hurt me, can't compel me, can't do anything without my consent. You hope, Edmund said quietly. I believe. And right now, that's what I've got. Harry looked at his counsel. I'm not asking for permission. I'm informing you of what I'm going to do. If you have useful advice, I'll listen. But I've made my decision. The spirits exchanged glances. Edmund sighed. Then we'll prepare for the worst. Isla, double your surveillance. Thomas, gather everything you can about court activities. Marlene, reach out to spirits who've had direct contact with court members. The knight turned back to Harry. If you're going to do this, we'll make sure you're as ready as possible. Thank you. Don't thank me. Succeed. Edmund's ghostly face was grim. Because if you fail, we all suffer the consequences. Harry prepared for 3 days before reaching out. He studied everything Hermione found, added it to what he'd learned from the Black Library book, built a mental model of the court's structure and motivations. He practiced with Edmund, running through scenarios where Malachar tried to manipulate him, learning to recognize and counter rhetorical traps. And he thought about what he actually wanted from the conversation. Not alliance, that was too dangerous, too uncertain. Not submission, he'd never bow to ancient spirits who wanted to use him as a tool. But maybe, understanding. A sense of whether the court could be reasoned with, whether there were factions who might see him as something other than a means to an end. It was a slim hope. But it was all he had. On the third night, Harry sank into the grey and called out. Malachar. You wanted to talk. I'm ready. For a long moment, nothing happened. The grey swirled around him, empty and silent. Then the ancient spirit materialized, his aristocratic features twisted in something that might have been pleasure. I wondered when you'd reach out. Malachar circled Harry slowly, examining him. You've been busy. Reading our histories, studying our methods, preparing for this conversation. I'm flattered. I'm cautious. A quality the court appreciates. Malachar stopped circling, facing Harry directly. So. What have you decided? I haven't decided anything yet. I wanted to ask questions first. Questions. Malachar's smile widened. How refreshing. Most wielders make demands. Tell me what you want to know. Harry had prepared for this. He kept his voice steady. The book I found claims the court wants to tear down the boundary between life and death. Is that true? The book you found was written to provoke a specific reaction. Some of its claims are accurate, others are simplified. Malachar's voice was careful, measured. The court doesn't want to destroy the boundary. We want to restore it to what it was before the keepers imposed their restrictions. A permeable barrier, allowing movement between realms under appropriate conditions. That sounds like a distinction without a difference. Not at all. The current boundary is a prison. Spirits are trapped, unable to influence the world they once inhabited, unable to guide their descendants or complete their purposes. We want to change that, to allow spirits who choose to remain connected to the living to do so. Malachar spread his hands. Is that so terrible? It is if those spirits abuse the connection. If they control and manipulate the living instead of guiding them. Some would, certainly. But should all spirits be punished because some might misbehave? Malachar's voice grew pointed. The Keeper's solution is totalitarian, absolute restriction, regardless of individual intent. We believe in a more nuanced approach. Harry considered this. It was a compelling argument, if he accepted the premises. What would happen to the living if the boundary were relaxed? Very little, for most people. The average wizard would barely notice the difference. But those with the talent to perceive spirits would have access to resources they currently lack. Knowledge from the dead. Guidance from ancestors. Comfort from loved ones who have passed. Malakar's eyes gleamed. Imagine what you could accomplish, Wielder, if you didn't have to fight the boundary every time you called a spirit. If the dead could move freely to aid you. That would serve the court's interests too. Of course. We're not pretending otherwise. Malakar's honesty was disarming. The court has been diminished by millennia of isolation. We want to rebuild our influence, to matter again. But that doesn't mean our interests and yours can't align. You want me to help you tear down the Keeper's restrictions. Eventually, yes. But not immediately. First, we'd want to prove our value. Show you that the court can be a trusted partner. Malakar smiled. We have resources you need, Wielder. Information about Voldemort's experiments with death magic. Knowledge of his Horcruxes, the soul anchors that allow him to survive death. Techniques that could help you destroy him permanently. Harry's heart stopped. Horcruxes. Ah. Malakar's smile widened. I thought that might interest you. The Dark Lord has been a subject of study for us since his first rise. His methods are crude but effective, splitting his soul, anchoring fragments in objects, ensuring he can never truly die. The ancient spirit leaned closer. We know where some of them are hidden. We could tell you. For a price. What price? Nothing unreasonable. A conversation now and then. Access to your perceptions, the chance to see the living world through your eyes occasionally. Small things, really. Small things that would give you a foothold in my mind. Such suspicion. But Malakar didn't deny it. What would you prefer? That we continue as strangers, working at cross purposes? The Keepers are coming for you, Wielder. Voldemort will return. The Ministry watches your every move. You need allies, and we're offering. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Malakar's offer was tempting, he'd be lying to himself if he pretended otherwise. Information about Horcruxes could change everything, could give him a weapon against Voldemort that no one else possessed. And the price, small access, limited influence, nothing that seemed too dangerous. But Harry had learned to recognize traps. I need time to think, he said finally. Your offer is generous, but I can't accept it immediately. Understandable. Malakar didn't seem disappointed. Take what time you need. But don't take too long. Events are moving, Wielder. The Keepers won't wait forever, and neither will we. Before you go, one more question. Ask. The court isn't unified. You have factions, disagreements, different goals. Harry watched Malakar's face carefully. If I were to negotiate with the court as a whole, would you speak for them? Or just for yourself? For the first time, Malakar's composure cracked. A flicker of something, surprise. Calculation, crossed his ancient features. You have been doing your research. His voice was careful. I speak for a significant faction, but not the entire court. There are those who disagree with my approach. What do they want? Different things. Some want immediate action, tear down the boundary regardless of consequences. Others want to negotiate with the Keepers rather than oppose them. And some. Malakar hesitated. Some believe the court should remain hidden, waiting for a better opportunity. You don't agree with any of them. I believe in practical solutions. The Wielder exists, the opportunity is here. Why wait for something that might never come again? Malakar's eyes met Harry's. But I understand your caution. If you want to speak with representatives of other factions before deciding, I can arrange it. Harry filed that away. Access to multiple perspectives within the court could be valuable. I'll consider it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your time, Wielder. Malakar began to fade. I look forward to our next conversation. He vanished into the deeper gray, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Harry woke to chaos. Shouts echoed from the common room. Footsteps thundered on the stairs. Someone was screaming, actually screaming, and the sound sent ice through Harry's veins. He grabbed his wand and the stone, throwing back his curtains. Ron was already up, face pale, wand in hand. What's happening? Don't know. Come on. They pounded down the stairs to find the common room in turmoil. Students pressed against the windows, pointing at the grounds below. Others huddled in groups, terrified whispers filling the air. Hermione pushed through the crowd to reach them. The Dementors. They're attacking. What? Harry moved to the window. The grounds were swarming with dark shapes, not dozens but hundreds of Dementors, more than he'd ever seen in one place. They circled the castle like vultures, their ragged forms blotting out the morning sun. As Harry watched, one of them descended toward a group of students who'd been out for an early morning walk. Screams. The Ministry recalled them, Ron said, his voice shaking. They were supposed to be gone, they were. But they're back. Harry's mind raced. This wasn't a random attack. This was organized, deliberate. Someone had sent the Dementors. But who? And why? Wielder, Edmund's voice cut through his thoughts. I sense something. The Dementors aren't acting alone. There's a presence guiding them, a will that isn't their own. What kind of presence? Old. Powerful. Not the Keepers, but something similar. Edmund's voice carried urgency. You need to get out there. Whatever's controlling the Dementors is after something specific. I think it's after you. Harry turned from the window. Ron, Hermione, stay here. Keep everyone calm. What are you going to do? Hermione demanded. What I have to. He sprinted for the portrait hole, ignoring the shouts behind him. The corridors were chaos, students running, teachers trying to restore order, ghosts of Hogwarts swirling in confusion. Harry pushed through all of it, making for the entrance hall. The massive doors were sealed, wards glowing with protective magic. Harry could feel Dumbledore's power in those wards, desperate and strong. But not strong enough. As Harry reached the entrance hall, the doors buckled. Something struck them from outside, not a Dementor, something larger, something that made the ancient wood groan and crack. Teachers converged from all directions, wands raised, spells ready. Dumbledore was there, his face grave. Harry. You should be in your common room. This is about me, isn't it? Whatever's out there, it's here because of me. Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. Then let me face it. I'm the one they want. You're also a student under my protection. I will not. The doors exploded inward. Through the rain of splinters and shattered wood came a figure that made Harry's blood freeze. It was humanoid but wrong, too tall, too thin, with features that shifted constantly between different faces. It moved with jerky, unnatural grace, as if it didn't quite understand how bodies worked. And it radiated cold. Not Dementor cold, this was something deeper, something that reached into Harry's soul and squeezed. Wielder. The voice came from everywhere at once, echoing off the stone walls. The Keepers have come for what you have stolen. Harry's hand closed around the stone. I haven't stolen anything. The boundary between worlds is not yours to manipulate. The dead are not yours to command. The figure advanced, teacher's spells splashing harmlessly against its form. Surrender the stone and you will be spared. Resist and you will be erased. Behind the figure, through the shattered doors, Harry could see the Dementors descending. Students and teachers both were falling, overwhelmed by the creature's soul-draining presence. The castle's defenses were failing. Harry made a decision. He called the dead. Not just his bound spirits, all of them. Every ghost he could reach, every shade that lurked in the grey spaces around Hogwarts, every soul that had ever fallen within these ancient walls. He pulled with all his strength, tearing at the boundary he usually treated with respect. They came. The entrance hall filled with spirits, hundreds of them, thousands, more ghosts than anyone living had seen in one place. They swirled around Harry like a hurricane, their collective presence pushing back against the keeper's cold, their voices rising in a cacophony that drowned out all other sound. "You dare," the keeper began. "I dare." Harry's voice was steady despite the power flowing through him. "You came here to take what's mine. Now see what mine actually means." He directed the spirits outward, a wave of ghostly force crashing against the Dementors surrounding the castle. The dark creatures recoiled, overwhelmed by the sheer number of dead souls opposing them. Students who had been falling began to recover. Teachers who had been losing the fight found themselves suddenly supported by allies they could barely see. The keeper watched all of this, its shifting face contorting with something that might have been surprise. "This changes nothing. You cannot maintain this level of power indefinitely. When you falter, then let's not let me falter." Harry reached deeper, touching the bonds he'd formed with his council, with the spirits who'd chosen to serve him. He drew on their strength, their certainty, their belief in what he was doing. And he pushed. The keeper staggered. Actually staggered, as if struck by a physical blow. The spirits surrounding Harry pressed forward, driving the entity back through the shattered doors, onto the grounds, away from the students it had threatened. "Impossible," the keeper hissed. "No wielder has ever, I'm not just any wielder." Harry advanced, the army of ghosts parting around him like water. "I'm the one you should have left alone." The keeper's form flickered, its coherence failing under the assault. For a moment, Harry thought he might actually destroy it, shatter the entity completely, prove once and for all that the keepers weren't invincible. Then Malachar appeared. The ancient spirit materialized between Harry and the keeper, his aristocratic features twisted with urgency. "Stop. Wielder, stop." Harry hesitated, the spirits around him holding position but not advancing. "Why?" "Because if you destroy a keeper, you'll start a war you cannot win." Malachar's voice was sharp. "There are hundreds of them, wielder. Thousands. This is just one, and you're exhausting yourself to hold it at bay. Do you think you could do this again? And again? And again?" The keeper was reforming behind Malachar, its hatred palpable. "What do you suggest?" Harry demanded. "Let it retreat. Show it that you can defend yourself, but don't destroy it. The other keepers will receive the message without feeling compelled to retaliate in force." Malachar's eyes held something that might have been genuine concern. "Please, wielder. Trust me on this." Harry looked at the entity that had attacked his school, threatened his friends, tried to take everything he'd built. Every instinct screamed to finish it. But Malachar's words made sense. And Harry had learned to balance instinct with strategy. He lowered his hands. The spirits around him settled, still present but no longer attacking. "Go," Harry told the keeper. "Tell your masters that Hogwarts is under my protection. Tell them that if they come here again, there won't be a retreat." The keeper's shifting face held his gaze for a long moment. Then, without another word, it dissolved, fading into the air, taking the Dementors with it, leaving nothing but scattered debris and traumatized students behind. Silence. Then, slowly, cautiously, the gathered spirits began to disperse. They'd answered Harry's call, but they couldn't stay indefinitely. One by one, they faded back into the grey, leaving Harry standing alone in the ruins of Hogwarts entrance hall. Dumbledore approached, his aged face carrying an expression Harry had never seen before, something between awe and deep, profound concern. "Harry," the headmaster said quietly. "What have you become?" Harry looked at the shattered doors, at the students slowly recovering from the Dementor attack, at the sky that was finally clearing. "Something that can protect the people I care about," he said. "Something they'll think twice about attacking again." He turned and walked back into the castle, leaving Dumbledore and the gathered teachers to pick up the pieces. The aftermath was complicated. The ministry demanded explanations. Parents sent howlers. The Daily Prophet ran headlines that ranged from horrified, "Boy who lived commands army of dead," to triumphant, "Hero Potter saves Hogwarts from Dementor attack." Students looked at Harry with a mixture of fear and worship that made him deeply uncomfortable. But the keepers didn't return. Days passed, then weeks. Harry's network of spirits reported no unusual activity at the boundary. Whatever message he'd sent, the entities who guarded the veil between worlds seemed to have received it. "You've bought time," Edmund told him during their next training session. "But only time. The keepers won't forget what you did. They'll be back, eventually. And next time, they'll be better prepared. Then so will I." Harry threw himself into study and training with renewed intensity. The confrontation had shown him both the extent of his power and its limits. He'd called thousands of spirits, but the effort had nearly destroyed him. If Malachar hadn't intervened. Speaking of Malachar. The ancient spirit visited Harry's dreams again, 2 nights after the attack. "You're learning," Malachar observed. "That's good. The keepers respond to strength, and you've shown them you're not weak. You helped me." "I did. And I expect nothing in return, for now." Malachar's smile was enigmatic. "Consider it a gesture of good faith. Proof that the court can be an ally rather than an enemy. Or proof that you're trying to manipulate me. Can't it be both?" Malachar laughed. "The universe is rarely simple, Wielder. Good and evil, trust and manipulation, alliance and opposition, they overlap, interweave, blend into something more complex than any single category." His ancient eyes held Harry's. "The question isn't whether I'm trying to influence you. Of course I am. The question is whether my influence serves your purposes as well as my own. And does it? You're alive. Your school is safe. The keepers have retreated." Malachar spread his hands. "It seems like my influence has been rather beneficial so far." Harry couldn't argue with the logic, even though he knew that was part of the manipulation. "What happens now?" he asked. "That depends on you. The keepers will try again, perhaps not soon, but eventually. When they do, will you be ready? Will you have the allies, the knowledge, the power to face them? I'm working on it. I know. And I'm here to help, when you're ready to accept that help." Malachar began to fade. "Think about what I've offered, Wielder. The court's knowledge, our resources, our intelligence about Voldemort. It's all available to you. You just have to reach out and take it." He vanished, leaving Harry alone in the gray spaces of his dreams. The term ended quietly. Harry's performance in exams was excellent, all the mental training had sharpened his focus, and Hermione's research had given him depths of knowledge that surprised his teachers. He earned top marks in defense against the dark arts, respectable scores in everything else. But the real achievement was what he'd built in the shadows. His network of spirits had expanded significantly. More bound allies, more observers, more connections to the broader community of the dead. The attack on Hogwarts had demonstrated his power to spirits who'd been watching from a distance, and many of them had decided they wanted to be on his side. "You're becoming a lord," Edmund observed during their final session before summer. "Not in the formal sense, you haven't claimed a title or established a territory. But in the way that matters. Spirits are choosing to follow you because they believe you'll lead them somewhere worth going. Is that good? It's power. Power is neither good nor bad, it's how you use it that matters." The knight's ghostly face was thoughtful. "But I'll tell you this, Wielder, in all my centuries in the Grey, I've never seen anyone build what you're building. Not even the ancient court lords had this kind of willing loyalty from spirits who weren't born into their service. Because I treat them like people." "Because you treat them like people," Edmund agreed. "It seems obvious to you, I know. But most wielders, most beings who have power over the dead, see us as tools. Resources to be used and discarded. You see us as individuals with our own hopes and needs and desires. You are individuals. Yes. But it took someone like you to remember that. Edmund's voice carried something Harry had never heard from him before, genuine warmth. Whatever happens next, Wielder, whatever threats emerge, whatever choices you face, remember this, you've earned the loyalty of the dead not through force, but through respect. That's an achievement worthy of pride. Harry felt the weight of the compliment. From Edmund, who'd served kings and judged wielders for centuries, it meant something. Thank you, he said. For everything you've taught me. Thank me by surviving. And by continuing to be the person worth following. Edmund's form began to fade. I'll be watching. Always. Summer at the Dursleys was different this year. Not because the Dursleys had changed, they were the same collection of cruelty and negligence they'd always been. But Harry had changed, and they could sense it. Vernon's bluster died in his throat when Harry met his eyes. Petunia's sharp comments trailed off into nervous silence. Even Dudley, normally eager to torment his cousin, kept his distance. They were afraid of him. Harry didn't threaten them, didn't demonstrate his power, didn't do anything overt. He simply existed in their home, studying his books, writing letters to his friends, and occasionally slipping into the grey to confer with his spirits. But they knew something was different. They felt it every time he walked into a room. The dead gather around you, Isla reported during one of her visits. Even here, even in a Muggle neighborhood, spirits are drawn to your presence. The Dursleys can't see them, but some part of them knows. Good, Harry said. Maybe it'll keep them from trying anything stupid. The summer passed in study and preparation. Harry worked through the books from the Black Library, absorbing knowledge that most wizards never encountered. He practiced his mental defenses with Sirius through the two-way mirror, sharpening skills that Snape had only begun to teach him. He conducted research through his spirit network, gathering intelligence about the world beyond Hogwarts. And he thought about Voldemort. Malachar had mentioned Horcruxes, soul anchors that allowed the Dark Lord to survive death. The spirits Harry consulted confirmed the concept, though few knew specific details. Voldemort had been studying death magic for decades, twisting it to serve his obsession with immortality. If Harry wanted to destroy him permanently, he needed to find and eliminate those Horcruxes. Which meant he needed more information than he currently possessed. He reached out to Malachar. The ancient spirit appeared in his dreams, unsurprised by the contact. You've decided to take my offer. Part of it. I want the information about Voldemort's Horcruxes, where they are, how to destroy them. Harry kept his voice firm. In exchange, I'll answer questions about what I see in the living world. Nothing that compromises my allies or my security. Just, perspectives. That's less than I originally proposed. It's what I'm willing to give. Take it or leave it. Malachar was silent for a long moment. We have a deal, he said finally. I'll have information for you within the week. In return, I'll ask you 3 questions about the living world. You'll answer honestly, though you may refuse specific details if you believe they pose a risk. Agreed. Then welcome to the court's favor, Wielder. Malachar's smile was inscrutable. This is the beginning of something that will reshape the world. Harry wasn't sure if that was a promise or a threat. Probably both. The information arrived 5 days later, delivered through a spirit messenger Harry didn't recognize. 6 Horcruxes, the report read. Created between 1943 and 1981. Known locations, a diary, destroyed, a ring, location unknown, a locket, 12, Grimmauld Place, a cup, Gringotts Bank, Lestrange Vault, a diadem, Hogwarts Castle, and a living vessel, Harry Potter. Harry read the last item 3 times. A living vessel. Harry Potter. The fragment attached to you was accidental, Malachar's accompanying note explained. Created when the killing curse rebounded. It grants you certain abilities, Parseltongue, connection to Voldemort's thoughts, but it must be destroyed before Voldemort can die permanently. The method of removal is something we're still researching. Harry set down the report, his hands shaking. He was a Horcrux. Part of Voldemort's soul lived inside him. Had lived inside him since he was a baby, since the night his parents died. Everything he'd experienced, the connection to Voldemort, the dreams, the scars burning, it was all because of a fragment of the Dark Lord's corrupted soul. And to destroy Voldemort completely, that fragment had to be eliminated. Which meant Harry had to die. The chapter ends here, with a boy learning the truth about his own existence. Harry Potter has built an empire of the dead, earned the respect of ancient spirits, and faced down the keepers who guard the boundary between worlds. But none of that changes the fundamental calculus. To save the wizarding world from Voldemort, Harry might have to sacrifice himself. The question is whether he can find another way. And whether the dead who follow him will help him find it. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Court of Shadows. Harry sat in his cupboard. Not the cupboard under the stairs, he'd graduated from that prison years ago. This was the small bedroom Dudley had grudgingly surrendered, with its broken furniture and bars on the window that Vernon had never bothered to remove. But right now, it might as well have been a cupboard. The walls pressed in. The ceiling lowered. The air grew thick and hard to breathe. A living vessel. Harry Potter. The words burned in his mind like acid. He'd read the report a dozen times, hoping he'd misunderstood, hoping there was some other interpretation. But the meaning was clear. Part of Voldemort lived inside him. Had always lived inside him. Every nightmare, every flash of the Dark Lord's emotions, every moment his scar had burned, it was all because of a fragment of corrupted soul nestled somewhere behind his eyes. And to kill Voldemort permanently, that fragment had to be destroyed. Which means I have to die. The thought was surprisingly calm. Not acceptance, Harry wasn't ready to accept anything yet. But the panic he'd expected, the desperate terror of mortality, hadn't materialized. Instead, there was a cold, analytical clarity. He'd always known he was marked. The prophecy, the one Dumbledore had never fully explained but Harry had pieced together from fragments and hints, made that clear. Neither can live while the other survives. He'd assumed it meant a final confrontation, a duel to the death. He hadn't realized the death might have to be his own. Edmund, he called through the bond. I need you. The knight materialized instantly, his ghostly form flickering with concern. Wielder. You're distressed. I'm a Horcrux. Harry's voice was flat. Part of Voldemort's soul is inside me. The court confirmed it. Edmund's expression didn't change, but Harry felt shock ripple through their bond. That's not possible. Horcruxes require deliberate ritual, the fragment was accidental. Created when the killing curse rebounded. Harry showed Edmund the report. They say it has to be destroyed before Voldemort can die permanently. Which means nothing yet. Edmund cut him off, his voice sharp. The court has given you information, not a sentence. There may be ways to remove the fragment without killing you. They said they're researching it. Then we research it too. We don't rely solely on the court's conclusions. Edmund moved closer, his presence steadying. Harry. Look at me. Harry met the knight's ghostly eyes. You are not going to die. Not because of this. Not because of anything Voldemort did when you were an infant. Edmund's voice carried absolute certainty. You are the most powerful wielder the stone has ever known. You command the dead. You faced keepers and survived. You will find a way through this. And if I don't? Then you'll face that outcome with the same courage you've shown in everything else. But we're not there yet. We're not even close. Edmund's form solidified with determination. First, we gather information. Every source, every angle, every possible solution. Then we make a plan. Then we execute it. Just like you taught me. Just like I taught you. The ghost of a smile crossed Edmund's face. You're not alone in this, Wielder. You have allies, living and dead, who will move mountains to save you. Let us help. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. The cold clarity remained, but it was joined now by something warmer. Purpose. Determination. The refusal to simply accept what seemed inevitable. All right, he said. Let's figure out how to save my life. The research began that night. Harry called his full council, sharing the news about the Horcrux with grim efficiency. The reactions varied. Isla cursed creatively, Thomas went pale, Marlene wept silently, but all of them rallied quickly. This was a problem to be solved, and they were nothing if not problem solvers. The removal of soul fragments is theoretically possible, Thomas reported after several hours of consultation with spirits who'd studied such magic. There are precedents, rituals designed to extract parasitic souls, exorcisms that target specific spiritual attachments. But none of them have been tested on a Horcrux. What makes Horcruxes different? The anchor. Normal soul fragments are unstable, eager to move on. Horcruxes are deliberately bound to their vessels, designed to resist removal. Thomas's voice was grim. Destroying a Horcrux usually means destroying the vessel entirely. Usually. There are theoretical alternatives. The killing curse, for instance, it might destroy the fragment without killing Harry, since the fragment is Voldemort's soul rather than Harry's. Thomas hesitated. But that's speculation. No one's ever tested it. What about the stone? Isla asked. Harry commands the dead, could he command Voldemort's soul fragment? Force it out. The fragment isn't truly dead, Edmund said. It's in a state between life and death, anchored to Harry's living body. The stone's power might not apply. Or it might. Harry had been thinking about this. The stone doesn't just summon the dead, it affects the boundary between life and death itself. What if I could use it to push the fragment across that boundary? Force it to become fully dead, then command it to leave? The spirits exchanged uncertain glances. That's unprecedented, Thomas said carefully. No wielder has ever attempted anything like that. I'm already unprecedented. Might as well keep the streak going. It could work, Edmund said slowly. Or it could kill you. Or it could destroy the stone itself. We're talking about fundamental forces that even the oldest spirits don't fully understand. Then we need to understand them better. Harry stood, pacing the small bedroom. Thomas, I want you to find spirits who've studied the deepest aspects of soul magic. Not just theorists, people who've actually experimented with boundary manipulation. That kind of knowledge is rare. Dangerous. I know. Find it anyway. Malachar might know, Isla suggested reluctantly. The court has been studying death magic for millennia. If anyone understands how to manipulate soul fragments. Harry considered this. His deal with the court had already produced valuable intelligence. Could he push it further without compromising himself? I'll talk to him, Harry decided. Carefully. But I want our own research running parallel. I'm not trusting my survival to beings who've already admitted they want to use me. What about Dumbledore? Marlene asked. He knows about Horcruxes, he must. He's been fighting Voldemort for decades. Dumbledore has his own agenda. Harry's voice hardened. He's been keeping secrets from me since I arrived at Hogwarts. If he knows I'm a Horcrux, he hasn't told me. Either he doesn't know, or he's decided I don't need to know. Or he's waiting for the right time. Then his timing is terrible. I'm done waiting for other people to decide when I'm ready for the truth. Harry looked at his counsel. From now on, we operate on the assumption that no one outside this room can be fully trusted. We gather information from every source, verify everything independently, and make our own decisions. Even Sirius? Edmund asked quietly. Harry paused. His godfather had been nothing but loyal, nothing but supportive. But Sirius had also been broken by Azkaban, damaged in ways that might affect his judgment. And the information about the Horcrux was the kind of thing that could shatter him completely. I'll tell Sirius, Harry said finally. But not yet. Not until I have a plan, something to offer besides despair. He's lost too much already, I won't add to that burden unless I have to. The council nodded acceptance. They understood about protecting those you loved from truths they couldn't handle. One more thing, Harry added. The other Horcruxes. Malakar's information says there are 5 besides me, including one that's already been destroyed. We need to track them down. I can help with that. Isla's eyes glittered with purpose. A locket at Grimmauld Place, a cup in the Lestrange vault, a diadem at Hogwarts, and a ring somewhere unknown. That's 4 targets we can actually pursue. Start with the locket. I'll be at Grimmauld Place with Sirius later this summer, we can search for it then. Harry's mind was already racing ahead. If we can destroy the other Horcruxes first, maybe that will weaken the fragment in me. Make it easier to remove. Or make it more desperate to survive, Thomas warned. Horcrux fragments are said to become more aggressive when their siblings are threatened. Then we'll deal with that too. Harry's voice carried a certainty he didn't entirely feel. One problem at a time. First, we learn everything we can about removing soul fragments. Then we hunt Horcruxes. Then we figure out how to extract the one in my head without dying. Simple, Isla muttered. Nothing about my life is simple. But I'm still here. Harry looked at his gathered spirits, the dead who had chosen to follow him, who believed in him despite everything. And I plan to stay here for a very long time. The following weeks were a blur of research and preparation. Harry maintained his cover at the Dursleys, appearing to be nothing more than a moody teenager waiting for term to start. But beneath the surface, he was working harder than ever. Night after night in the Grey, consulting with spirits who specialized in soul magic, death rituals, boundary manipulation. Day after day reading through the books from the Black Library, searching for any scrap of relevant knowledge. Malakar proved unexpectedly helpful. The soul fragment in you is parasitic but vulnerable, the ancient spirit explained during one of their conversations. It relies on your life force to maintain coherence. If that connection were severed cleanly enough, the fragment might simply dissipate. How do I sever it cleanly? That's the challenge. Most methods would damage your own soul in the process. The fragment has been attached since you were an infant. It's deeply integrated. Malakar's ancient eyes studied Harry. But there are possibilities. Certain rituals, certain artifacts, certain states of consciousness that might allow separation without permanent harm. Such as the boundary itself. The veil between life and death. Malakar leaned closer. If you were to cross that boundary willingly, briefly, controlled, you might be able to leave the fragment behind. The dead cannot carry foreign souls. You're suggesting I die on purpose. I'm suggesting you approach death. Touch it. Let it strip away what doesn't belong to you. Then return before the process becomes permanent. It was insane. It was also the first practical suggestion anyone had offered. Has this ever been done before? Once. A wielder in the 7th century attempted a similar technique to remove a curse. He crossed the boundary, shed the curse, and returned. Malakar paused. He was never quite the same afterward, but he lived. Never quite the same isn't encouraging. Nothing about this is encouraging. But it's better than the alternative. Malakar's voice softened. Harry, I am not your enemy in this. The court wants you alive and powerful. A dead wielder serves no one's purposes. Except mine, apparently. Your purpose isn't to die. Your purpose is to become something unprecedented, a bridge between worlds, a lord of the dead, a power that can reshape the fundamental nature of magical existence. The ancient spirit's eyes glittered. That purpose requires your survival. Trust me when I say the court is genuinely invested in achieving it. Harry filed away the information, neither believing nor disbelieving. Malakar's motives were complex, probably more complex than Harry could fully understand. But the ancient spirit's intelligence had been accurate so far. That had to count for something. I need more details about the boundary crossing, Harry said. The ritual, the preparations, the risks. Everything. I'll arrange for someone more expert than myself to explain. Malakar smiled. The court has resources you haven't begun to tap, wielder. Perhaps it's time you learned what we can really offer. The expert arrived 3 nights later. Her name was Thessaly, and she was older than Malakar, far older. Where the male spirit carried himself with aristocratic grace, Thessaly seemed barely present at all, her form translucent to the point of invisibility, her voice a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I was a priestess, she explained when Harry asked about her history. In the before time, before the keepers, before the boundary was closed. I guided souls across the veil willingly, helping them find their place in what comes after. What does come after? Different things for different spirits. Some find peace. Some find purpose. Some simply continue, in new forms and new contexts. Thessaly's vague features shifted. But you're not interested in what lies beyond. You want to approach the boundary and return. Can it be done? Yes. But not easily, and not without cost. Thessaly drifted closer. The boundary crossing ritual requires absolute focus. Your soul must touch death without embracing it, a delicate balance that most beings cannot maintain. If you lean too far toward life, the fragment remains attached. If you lean too far toward death, you don't return at all. What determines the balance? Will. Purpose. The strength of your connections to the living world. Thessaly's voice carried something that might have been compassion. You are young, wielder. You have bonds, friends, family, loves that anchor you to existence. Those bonds might be strong enough to pull you back. Or they might not. Not exactly reassuring. The truth rarely is. Thessaly paused. There is another consideration. The keepers. Harry's attention sharpened. What about them? The boundary is their domain. If you attempt to cross it, they will sense you. They will try to stop you, or capture you, or destroy you outright. Thessaly's form flickered with old anger. The keepers tolerate wielders who merely summon spirits. They do not tolerate those who attempt to cross the boundary themselves. So I'd be fighting them while trying to perform an incredibly delicate soul surgery. Yes. Harry closed his eyes, processing the impossibility of what he was considering. Cross the boundary between life and death. Shed the fragment of Voldemort's soul. Fight off keepers who would try to destroy him. Return to life with his own soul intact. Any sane person would find another way. But there wasn't another way. Not that anyone had found. Teach me, Harry said. Everything I need to know about the ritual. The preparations. The technique. All of it. Thessaly studied him for a long moment. You have courage, she said finally. Whether you have enough, we will discover. The summer progressed, and Harry's preparation intensified. Thessaly's lessons were unlike anything he'd experienced. Where Edmund trained his tactical mind and Malakar cultivated his political awareness, the ancient priestess worked on something deeper, his fundamental connection to life and death, the core of what made him a wielder. You must learn to feel the boundary, she explained during one session. Not just sense it, but inhabit it. The space between life and death is not nothing, it is everything. It is potential, possibility, the moment before change becomes permanent. How do I feel something like that? By releasing your attachment to certainty. Thessaly's whisper voice surrounded him. Life is certain. Death is certain. But the boundary between them is pure uncertainty. To navigate it, you must become comfortable with not knowing. It was the hardest training Harry had ever attempted. Everything else, combat, tactics, politics, involved mastering concrete skills, developing predictable capabilities. This was different. This required surrendering control, embracing ambiguity, accepting that some things couldn't be understood with the rational mind. Harry struggled. He failed. He tried again. And slowly, incrementally, he began to feel what Thessaly described. The boundary wasn't a wall or a door or a line. It was more like a frequency, a vibration that existed at the edge of perception, constantly shifting, impossible to pin down. When Harry focused on it directly, it slipped away. But when he relaxed, when he let go of trying to understand, he could sense it humming around him. Better, Thessaly said one night, her approval evident. You're learning to listen rather than grasp. It still feels impossible. The crossing itself. Of course it does. You haven't done it yet. The ancient spirit drifted closer. But you have something most wielders lack. Connections. Anchors to the living world that will call you back. My friends. My Godfather. Yes. And something else. Thessaly's vague face seemed to study him. You love them. The dead you command. You genuinely care about their existence, their well-being, their purposes. That's rare. Most wielders see spirits as tools, useful, but not truly valuable. They're people. Or they were. They still are, in the ways that matter. Thessaly's voice softened. That love is your strongest anchor, wielder. When you stand at the boundary, when death calls you forward, it will be your connections, living and dead, that bring you home. Harry thought about Edmund's loyalty. Isla's sharp affection. Thomas's quiet dedication. Marlene's protective warmth. And beyond them, Sirius and Hermione and Ron and Luna, the living people who had chosen to stand beside him. Maybe love could be enough. Maybe all those connections, tangled together, could form a rope strong enough to pull him back from the edge of death. He hoped so. Because he was running out of other options. August arrived with heat and humidity and a letter from Sirius. Harry, I'm at Grimmauld Place, finally making the house livable. There's something here I need to show you, something related to your research. Can you come as soon as possible? Sirius. Harry read the letter 3 times, considering the implications. Sirius knew about his research into soul magic. Harry had told him that much, though not the specific reason for it. Whatever his godfather had found, it must be significant to warrant such urgent language. He arranged transportation through the night bus, still the most anonymous way for an underage wizard to travel, and arrived at Grimmauld Place as the sun was setting. The house looked better than it had during their Easter visit. The dust was gone, the dark artifacts removed or secured, the general atmosphere of malevolent neglect replaced by something almost livable. Sirius met him at the door, looking healthier than he had in months. Harry. Good, you came quickly. His godfather led him inside, through the entrance hall, down to a basement level Harry hadn't visited before. I found something while clearing out one of the old storerooms. Something you need to see. The basement was cluttered with boxes and covered furniture, the kind of accumulated junk that builds up in old families over generations. But Sirius had cleared a space in the center, revealing a heavy stone table covered with strange symbols. And resting on that table was a locket. Harry recognized it immediately from the description in Malakar's report. Heavy gold, ornate serpentine S, radiating an aura of wrongness that made his skin crawl. Salazar Slytherin's locket, Sirius said quietly. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes. It's been in this house for years, my brother Regulus stole it from Voldemort before he died. Your brother? It's a long story. The short version is that Regulus was a Death Eater who had second thoughts. He discovered what Voldemort was creating and tried to destroy one of them. Sirius's face was grim. He died in the attempt, but he got the locket out. It's been sitting in this basement ever since, protected by Black family wards. Harry approached the table carefully, feeling the Horcrux's malevolent presence pressing against his awareness. The fragment of soul inside was ancient, corrupt, hungry in a way that reminded him of the worst spirits he'd encountered in the Grey. Have you touched it? No. I know better than to handle dark artifacts without preparation. Sirius stood back, letting Harry examine the locket. I thought you might want to deal with it. Given what you've been researching. Harry reached out with the stone's power, probing the Horcrux's defenses. The fragment inside recoiled from his touch, recognizing something that threatened its existence. I can destroy it, Harry said slowly. The stone gives me authority over things connected to death. This fragment is clinging to existence through dark magic, but it's not truly alive. Then do it. Harry hesitated. Destroying it might alert Voldemort. If his Horcruxes are connected to him somehow, then he'll know someone's hunting them. Good. Let him be afraid for once. There was a fierceness in Sirius's voice that Harry recognized, the same burning need for action that drove his godfather through every challenge. 12 years of helplessness had left scars that demanded expression. All right. Harry drew the stone from beneath his shirt, feeling its warmth pulse in response to the nearby Horcrux. But stand back. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. Sirius retreated to the far wall. Harry focused on the locket, reaching through the stone for the fragment within. It fought him. The Horcrux's defenses were strong, layers of dark magic woven around the soul fragment, protecting it from exactly this kind of attack. Harry felt his power strain against the barriers, making progress but slowly. Help me, he called to his bound spirits. I need your strength. They came. Edmund, Isla, Thomas, Marlene, all of them pouring their essence into Harry, lending him power he couldn't have accessed alone. The collective strength of his council, focused through the stone, crashed against the Horcrux's defenses like a wave against rocks. The barriers cracked. The fragment inside screamed, not a sound, exactly, but a psychic shriek of rage and terror that echoed through the Grey. Harry felt it trying to escape, trying to find another vessel, trying to survive by any means necessary. He didn't let it. You can't do this, the fragment howled, its voice somehow carrying the echo of Voldemort's tones. I am eternal. I am, you're nothing, Harry said, and crushed it. The Horcrux shattered. Not physically, the locket remained intact on the table. But the soul fragment within was gone, destroyed, erased from existence. Where there had been corruption and hunger, there was now only inert metal and ancient gemstones. Harry released his breath, feeling his bound spirits withdraw to their normal positions. The effort had cost him, he felt drained, hollow, like he'd run a marathon while solving complex equations. But he'd done it. One Horcrux destroyed. For more to go, plus the one in his own head. That was incredible, Sirius breathed. I've never seen anything like it. The stone. Harry slipped the ring back beneath his shirt. It gives me power over things connected to death. Horcruxes qualify. Can you do the same to the others? Find them and destroy them? Eventually. I need to locate them first, and some will be harder to reach than others. Harry looked at the empty locket. But this is a start. Sirius moved forward, examining the destroyed Horcrux with wonder. Regulus died trying to do what you just did. He gave everything to destroy this thing, and in the end, he couldn't even damage it. And you just. I had help. Resources he didn't have. Harry felt a pang of sadness for the brother Sirius had lost, another victim of Voldemort's evil, another life cut short in the fight against darkness. Your brother was brave, Sirius. He saw the truth about Voldemort and tried to stop him, even knowing it would cost his life. He was a fool, Sirius said, but his voice was thick with emotion. A brave, stupid fool who made one good decision at the end. Maybe that's all any of us can hope for. Maybe. Harry put a hand on his godfather's shoulder. But his sacrifice mattered. This Horcrux would still be intact if he hadn't stolen it. Whatever happens next, Regulus helped make it possible. Sirius nodded, not trusting his voice. They stood in silence for a moment, honoring the dead in their own way. The rest of August passed quickly. Harry stayed at Grimmauld Place, working with Sirius to search for any other useful artifacts while continuing his training with Thessaly and the other court spirits. The boundary crossing ritual was beginning to take shape in his mind, not something he could attempt yet, but something he could see the outline of. Meanwhile, his network continued gathering intelligence. The diadem was confirmed to be at Hogwarts, hidden in the Room of Requirement, according to Isla's sources. The cup was in the Lestrange vault, heavily protected by goblin magic and criminal paranoia. The ring's location remained unknown, though there were hints it might be connected to the Gaunt family's ancestral home. For Horcruxes to destroy before Harry could attempt his own extraction. He was planning the operation against the diadem. It would be easier to handle once he was back at school, when an unexpected visitor arrived. Dumbledore. The headmaster appeared at Grimmauld Place without warning, stepping through the flue in the middle of breakfast. He looked tired, Harry thought. Older than he'd seemed at the end of term. Harry. Sirius. Dumbledore nodded to them both. I apologize for the intrusion. But there are matters we need to discuss. Such as? Sirius's voice was guarded. He hadn't forgiven Dumbledore entirely for the years of imprisonment, even knowing the headmaster hadn't been responsible. Such as the Horcruxes. Dumbledore's blue eyes met Harry's. I know you've begun hunting them. I know you destroyed the locket 2 weeks ago. Harry kept his expression neutral. How do you know that? I have my sources. As do you, apparently. Dumbledore moved to the table, sitting without invitation. I'm not here to interfere, Harry. I'm here to help, if you'll allow it. Why now? You've known about the Horcruxes for years. You knew Voldemort had created them. Why didn't you tell me? Because I hoped to spare you the burden. Dumbledore's voice carried genuine regret. You were so young when you came to Hogwarts. Already carrying so much weight. I thought. I believed that if I could find and destroy the Horcruxes myself, you would never need to know the full scope of what you were facing. And the fragment in me? Harry's voice hardened. Were you planning to tell me about that? Silence. Dumbledore's face went pale. You know. I know. I've known for weeks. Harry stood, unable to contain his anger. You were going to let me walk into a fight with Voldemort without knowing that part of him lives inside me. Without knowing that to truly destroy him, I might have to die. Harry, don't. Harry's voice cracked through the room like a whip. Don't explain. Don't justify. Don't tell me it was for my own good. I was trying to find another way. Dumbledore's voice was barely audible. I've been researching for years, searching for any method to extract the fragment without killing me. I know. I'm researching the same thing. Harry forced himself to breathe, to center. But you should have told me. You should have trusted me with the truth about my own existence. You're right. The word seemed to cost Dumbledore something. I was wrong. I let my guilt, my fear, my desire to protect you, cloud my judgment. I am sorry. Harry studied the old man, the most powerful wizard in Britain, the leader who'd guided the fight against darkness for decades. Dumbledore looked smaller now, diminished by failure and regret. Tell me everything, Harry said finally. Everything you know about the Horcruxes, their locations, their protections. And everything you've learned about extraction, the methods you've researched, the possibilities you've considered. And in return? Nothing. You don't get to bargain for my trust. You lost it. Harry sat back down, his anger cooling into something harder. But I'm willing to let you help. If you're genuinely trying to keep me alive, prove it. Share your knowledge freely, with no conditions. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Very well, he said. I'll tell you everything. The conversation lasted hours. Dumbledore's knowledge of the Horcruxes was extensive, more complete than Malakar's report in some ways, though less accurate in others. He confirmed the locations of the remaining items, shared his theories about their protections, and admitted that his own research into extraction methods had produced no viable solutions. The killing curse is the most promising option I've found, the headmaster admitted. It targets souls directly. If cast by Voldemort himself, at a moment when Harry is willing to die, the curse might destroy the fragment while leaving Harry's own soul intact. Might. Yes. Might. There are no guarantees. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I had hoped to avoid that scenario entirely. To find the other Horcruxes and destroy them, weakening Voldemort enough that the prophecy's fulfillment wouldn't require Harry's sacrifice. The prophecy. Harry's eyes narrowed. You've mentioned it before but never explained it fully. It's time you heard it. Dumbledore drew his wand and conjured a silvery memory, a recording, Harry realized, of someone speaking. The voice was strange, unearthly, and the words it spoke chilled his blood. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. That's about me. Yes. Made shortly before your birth, heard by a spy who reported it to Voldemort. Dumbledore's expression was pained. It's why he targeted your family. Why he tried to kill you as an infant. And the power the Dark Lord knows not. I believed for years that it was love. Your mother's sacrifice, the protective magic it created. Dumbledore glanced at the stone visible beneath Harry's collar. Now I suspect it might be something else entirely. Harry touched the ring, feeling its warmth. The stone. The power to command the dead, to touch the boundary between worlds, to wield forces that Voldemort had only studied from a distance. Maybe the prophecy wasn't about dying. Maybe it was about this, about becoming something Voldemort could never be, regardless of how many Horcruxes he created. I need time to think, Harry said. About the prophecy, about everything. But thank you for finally telling me. Thank you for allowing me to help. Dumbledore rose. I'll send you my research notes, everything I've gathered about extraction methods. Perhaps with your unique resources, you'll find possibilities I missed. Perhaps. The headmaster moved toward the fireplace, then paused. Harry. I know I've failed you. But I have never stopped trying to protect you, never stopped caring about your survival and your happiness. Whatever happens next, please remember that. Harry nodded once. It wasn't forgiveness, but it was acknowledgement. Dumbledore vanished in a swirl of green flame, leaving Harry alone with his godfather and his thoughts. September 1st arrived with autumn chill and the promise of a new school year. Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express feeling different from any year before. He was no longer just a student returning to classes, he was a wielder with a mission, a Lord of the Dead preparing for war. The petty dramas of teenage life seemed distant, almost quaint, compared to the stakes he was navigating. But he still sat with Ron and Hermione. He still listened to their summer stories, shared his own, carefully edited, laughed at Ron's jokes about divination class. The normalcy was grounding, a reminder of what he was fighting to protect. You seem different, Hermione observed halfway through the journey. More focused. More intense. It's been an intense summer. Clearly. She studied him with those sharp eyes that missed nothing. Are you going to tell us what happened? Or do we have to guess? Harry glanced around the compartment, just the three of them, no eavesdroppers. He cast a privacy ward for good measure. I found out something about myself, he said quietly. Something that changes everything. He told them about the Horcrux. Ron's face went through about 17 different expressions. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. There has to be a way to fix it, she said fiercely. We'll research, we'll find, I'm already researching. I have spirits helping me, ancient experts on soul magic and boundary manipulation. There might be a way to extract the fragment without dying. Harry managed a small smile. I'm not giving up, Hermione. I'm just being honest about what we're facing. And the other Horcruxes? Ron asked. I destroyed one over the summer. Slytherin's locket, it was hidden at Sirius's house. Harry briefed them on the remaining items and their locations. The diadem is here at Hogwarts, in the Room of Requirement. I'm planning to retrieve it in the first few weeks of term. How can we help? Research. Surveillance. Being ready when I need backup. Harry looked at his two best friends. You've already done more than I could have asked. Just, keep being here. Keep reminding me that I'm human, not just a wielder. Ron nodded firmly. Hermione wiped her eyes and straightened her shoulders. We're with you, she said. Whatever happens. We're with you until the end. I know. Harry felt the warmth of their loyalty wrap around him like armor. That's why I'm still fighting. The first week back at Hogwarts was deceptively normal. Classes resumed, homework accumulated, Malfoy made snide comments that Harry barely noticed. The daily rhythm of school life continued as if the world weren't balanced on the edge of catastrophe. But beneath the surface, Harry was preparing. He'd located the Room of Requirement's hidden configuration, the one that collected lost things, including Ravenclaw's diadem. Getting inside unnoticed would be tricky but manageable. Destroying the Horcrux would require the same massive effort as the locket, but Harry was confident he could manage it. The question was timing. Do it during the weekend, Edmund advised. When the castle is less monitored. The energy release from destroying a Horcrux might attract attention, better to have time to disperse before anyone comes investigating. What about the keepers? Will they sense it? Possibly. But they've been quiet since your confrontation last spring. If they were going to make another move, they'd have done it by now. Harry wasn't so sure about that, but he didn't have better alternatives. Saturday night. That was when he would act. He spent the intervening days gathering his strength, consulting with his council, preparing for the effort ahead. Hermione provided useful research on the Room of Requirement's magical properties. Ron helped plan entry and exit routes in case things went wrong. Everything was ready. Saturday arrived with unexpected complications. A last-minute Quidditch practice kept Harry on the pitch until sunset, and when he finally made it to dinner, Dumbledore caught his eye with an expression that suggested urgent business. Later, Harry thought at the headmaster, hoping his message conveyed. After. But the delay meant he didn't reach the 7th floor until nearly midnight. The corridors were empty, even Filch seemed to be elsewhere, and Harry paced before the blank wall 3 times, thinking about hidden things. The door appeared. The Room of Hidden Things was exactly as Isla had described, a massive space crammed with centuries of discarded objects, lost treasures, and forgotten secrets. Harry navigated through the maze of junk, following the pull of his stone toward the Horcrux. He found it resting on a bust of an ugly warlock, its tarnished silver catching the dim light. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, Harry murmured. Here for 50 years, and no one noticed. He reached for it, and the world exploded into chaos. The attack came from everywhere at once. Not physical, this was something else. Spiritual pressure, crushing weight, the sense of something vast and ancient bearing down on him with terrible force. The keepers had been waiting. Wielder. The voice was the same as before, cold and absolute. You were warned. Harry staggered, calling for his bound spirits. They came, Edmund, Isla, Thomas, Marlene, all of them, but their presence was muted, weakened. Something was interfering with his connection to the Grey. Surrender the stone. This is your final opportunity. No. Harry gripped the ring, drawing on every scrap of power he possessed. I don't negotiate with bullies. Then you will be destroyed. The keeper manifested fully, not one entity this time, but three, their shifting forms arranged in a triangle around him. Harry recognized the tactics. Containment. Overwhelming force. No escape. But he had something they didn't expect. Now, he commanded, and from the Grey, reinforcements poured through. Not just his council. Not just his bound allies. But hundreds of spirits, the network he'd been building all year, the dead who had chosen to follow him because he treated them with respect. They crashed against the keeper's containment like a wave against rocks. The triangle wavered. Harry reached for the diadem, grabbing it before the keepers could react. The Horcrux screamed in his grip, its dark power lashing against his awareness, but he held firm. Impossible, nothing's impossible. Harry channeled everything he had through the stone, his power, his allies' strength, his sheer refusal to surrender. You think you're the only ancient forces in the universe? You're wrong. And you're about to learn just how wrong. He crushed the Horcrux. The fragment inside shattered, its psychic scream echoing through both the physical room and the Grey spaces beyond. The keepers reeled from the death energy release, their forms destabilizing. And in that moment of their weakness, Harry attacked. Not to destroy them, he'd learned from Malakar's warning about starting wars he couldn't win. But to send a message. To demonstrate that he wasn't prey. His spirits surged forward, driving the keepers back, forcing them to retreat from the room, from the castle, from his territory. It wasn't permanent victory, nothing ever was. But it was enough. When the battle ended, Harry stood alone in the room of hidden things, the destroyed diadem at his feet, his spirits slowly withdrawing to their normal positions. 3 Horcruxes down. 2 to go, plus the one in his head. And the keepers had just learned that attacking him came with a cost. Well done, Wielder, Edmund's voice echoed in his mind. You've bought us time. How much time? Unknown. But more than we had before. Harry tucked the ruined diadem into his bag, evidence of what he'd accomplished, and began the long walk back to Gryffindor Tower. The war wasn't over. But he was winning. The aftermath was complicated. Dumbledore sensed the battle's echoes, impossible not to, given the energy release. Harry met with him the following day, explaining what had happened while omitting certain details about the court's involvement. You faced 3 keepers and drove them off. Dumbledore's voice was wondering. That shouldn't have been possible. I had help. The dead. Your network. The headmaster shook his head slowly. Harry, what you're building, it's unprecedented. Dangerous. Potentially destabilizing to the fundamental order of magical existence. I know. And you're going to continue anyway. I don't have a choice. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. The keepers want to destroy me. Voldemort wants to return and kill me. The Ministry wants to control me. The only way I survive is by becoming too powerful to challenge. Or by making yourself so threatening that everyone unites against you. Maybe. But I'd rather die fighting than live under someone else's control. Harry stood. Is there anything else, Headmaster? Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Just this, be careful, Harry. The path you're walking has no maps. No one has ever gone where you're going. Then I'll make my own maps. Harry left the office, descending the spiral staircase with the weight of another destroyed Horcrux behind him and the weight of his own survival still ahead. 2 more to destroy. Then the real challenge would begin. October brought rain and the grinding routine of preparation. Harry continued his training with Thessaly, pushing deeper into the mysteries of boundary manipulation. The ritual for crossing between life and death was taking shape in his mind, still incomplete, still terrifying, but increasingly possible. His network continued growing. Spirits who'd witnessed his victory over the Keepers spread the word, and more of the dead sought to join his cause. Harry was selective, accepting only those whose motivations seemed genuine, who understood what he was building wasn't just about power. But power was accumulating regardless. "You're approaching a threshold," Malachar observed during one of their conversations. "The point where quantity becomes quality. Where having enough allies transforms you from a wielder into a lord. I'm not interested in titles. Titles are irrelevant. What matters is the reality beneath them." The ancient spirit's eyes gleamed. "You command more spirits than any wielder in history. You've faced Keepers and survived. You've destroyed Horcruxes that even Dumbledore couldn't touch. At some point, wielder, you need to accept what you're becoming." "And what am I becoming?" "Something new. Something the magical world has never seen." Malachar smiled. "Something that could reshape the fundamental nature of existence, if you have the courage to claim it." Harry didn't respond. But he thought about the words long afterward. The cup was going to be a problem. Unlike the locket and diadem, which had been hidden in accessible locations, Voldemort's cup was secured in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. Goblin security was legendary, and breaking into the bank would be nearly impossible even with Harry's resources. "We need inside help," Isla reported after extensive reconnaissance. "Someone who can get us past the initial defenses." "Such as?" "A goblin who owes us a favor. Or a human who can legally access the vault." Isla's ghostly face was thoughtful. "The Lestranges are in Azkaban. Their keys are presumably held by the Ministry. But there might be other options, family members with inheritance claims, legal loopholes we could exploit. Keep looking. We'll find a way." The ring's location was another mystery. Malachar's initial report had said, "Location unknown," and that remained true. Harry's network searched, gathering fragments of information about the Gaunt family's history, their ancestral home, the possible sites where Voldemort might have hidden the Horcrux. Progress was slow. But it was progress. November brought a visitor Harry didn't expect. Luna Lovegood appeared in his consciousness during a training session in the Grey, her translucent form flickering with unusual urgency. "Harry. I need to tell you something." He dropped out of his exercise, focusing on her. "What's wrong?" "The Nargles are agitated. They've been showing me things, visions, I think. About you." Luna's dreamy voice carried unusual gravity. "About the path you're walking." "What kind of things?" "Choices. Branching possibilities. Different versions of you making different decisions." Luna moved closer, her pale eyes meeting his. "In some of them, you succeed. You become something wonderful, a bridge between worlds, like Malachar says. In others, you become something terrible. Consumed by power, by the dead who serve you, by the hunger that comes from touching death too often." Luna's voice dropped. "The Nargles can't tell which path you're on. They can only see that the choice is approaching." Harry absorbed this, adding it to his growing concerns about the ritual he was preparing for. Crossing the boundary between life and death. Shedding the fragment of Voldemort's soul. Returning to life changed. What if the change was wrong? What if he came back as something he wouldn't recognize? "Thank you for telling me," he said. "I'll be careful." "I know you will." Luna smiled, some of her usual dreaminess returning. "The Nargles also said you should eat more vegetables. Apparently immortal soul bridges need better nutrition." Harry laughed despite himself. Only Luna could deliver dire prophecies and dietary advice in the same conversation. The term ground toward December, and Harry felt the pressure building. 2 Horcruxes remained, the cup and the ring. Plus the fragment in his own head, the one that might kill him to remove. Thessaly's training continued, pushing him closer to readiness for the boundary crossing. His network strengthened, more spirits joining his cause. The court grew more involved, providing resources and intelligence that proved invaluable. But the keepers hadn't forgotten. They were quiet, yes, licking their wounds, probably, reassessing their strategy. But Harry could feel them watching from the boundary, waiting for the moment when his guard dropped. And somewhere out there, Voldemort was growing stronger. The Dark Lord had been quiet since Pettigrew's capture, since Harry's emergence as a new power. But Harry's destruction of the Horcruxes must have affected him somehow. If the fragments were connected to their creator, Voldemort would know that something was hunting them. The clock was ticking. Harry needed to finish the Horcruxes before Voldemort found a way to protect them. He needed to prepare for the extraction before his enemies regrouped. He needed to become what the prophecy said he could be, someone with power the Dark Lord knew not. And he needed to do it all while navigating classes, friendships, and the daily reality of being a 14-year-old student. No pressure. Christmas approached with the promise of respite. Harry planned to stay at Hogwarts, too much to do, too many preparations to make. But Sirius insisted on visiting, bringing warmth and family connection that Harry hadn't realized he needed. They met in Dumbledore's office on Christmas Eve, the headmaster having graciously offered his space for the holiday reunion. Harry showed Sirius the destroyed diadem, explained the battle with the Keepers, described the progress in his training. "You're really going to do it," Sirius said quietly. "Cross the boundary. Risk dying to remove the fragment." "I don't have another choice." "There's always another choice. You could wait, research more, find a safer method, and meanwhile, Voldemort returns. The Keepers attack again. The fragment grows stronger, more entrenched." Harry shook his head. "I've thought about this, Sirius. Run every scenario, weighed every risk. The boundary crossing is my best option. Your best option might kill you. Everything might kill me. At least this gives me a chance." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was thick with emotion. "I can't lose you, Harry. Not after everything, not after finding you again, watching you become this incredible person. If you die, I won't." Harry gripped his godfather's arm. "I have anchors. Connections. People who will pull me back from the edge." He met Sirius's eyes. "You're one of them. Your love is part of what will save me." "Damn right it is." Sirius pulled him into a fierce embrace. "You come back, you hear me? Whatever happens on that boundary, whatever you face, you come back." "I will," Harry promised. "I will." The chapter ends with a boy preparing for the greatest challenge of his life. Harry Potter has destroyed 3 Horcruxes. He has built an army of the dead. He has faced Keepers and survived. But the hardest part is still ahead, crossing the boundary between life and death, shedding the fragment of Voldemort's soul, returning as something new. The path forward is uncertain. The risks are enormous. The outcome is far from guaranteed. But Harry has something that sustains him through the darkness: connections. Friends who believe in him. Family who loves him. Spirits who have chosen to follow him. And in the end, that might be enough. The dead are watching. And the dead are ready. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Breaking of Chains. The new year arrived with ice and silence. Harry stood at the window of his dormitory, watching snow blanket the Hogwarts grounds in pristine white. The castle was quiet, most students still away for the holidays, the few who remained keeping to their common rooms. It was peaceful. He didn't trust it. The calm before the storm, Edmund observed. You feel it too. I feel something. I just don't know what yet. His council had been reporting unusual activity for weeks. Spirits disappearing from the gray without explanation. Whispers of movement at the boundary. The sense of forces aligning for something large. But no attack had come. No revelation. Just waiting. Harry was tired of waiting. The cup, he said aloud, making a decision. It's time. The Gringotts vault. We still haven't found a way inside. Then we make a way. Harry turned from the window. I'm done letting obstacles slow me down. If we can't find a legitimate path to the Horcrux, we take an illegitimate one. What did you have in mind? Harry smiled grimly. Something the goblins won't expect. The plan came together over the following week. Harry's network of spirits had been gathering intelligence on Gringotts for months. They knew the bank's layout, its security systems, its magical protections. What they hadn't found was a way past the goblin wards, which specifically blocked ghostly intrusion. But Harry wasn't planning to send ghosts. The boundary between life and death exists everywhere, Thessaly had explained during their training. Even inside goblin vaults. If you can reach through that boundary, not crossing it fully, but extending your awareness, you might be able to affect things on the other side. Like reaching through a curtain. Exactly. The dead cannot enter Gringotts. But you are not dead. You exist in both realms simultaneously when you use the stone. That duality might allow you to bypass protections designed for purely spiritual threats. It was theoretical. Untested. Possibly suicidal. Harry was going to try it anyway. The journey to London was simple enough, a weekend Hogsmeade visit provided cover, and from there, apparition to the Leaky Cauldron. Harry walked through Diagon Alley in the grey morning light, his cloak pulled tight against the cold, his stone pulsing warm against his chest. Gringotts loomed ahead, its white marble facade gleaming with ancient magic. Harry didn't try to enter through the front door. Instead, he found a quiet alley nearby, settled into a meditative position, and reached for the boundary. Here we go. The grey unfolded around him, not the full crossing, but a partial extension of his awareness. Harry felt himself stretching, his perception sliding between realms until he existed simultaneously in both the physical world and the spaces between. Gringotts looked different from this angle. The goblin wards were visible as shimmering barriers, layered protections designed to repel spiritual intrusion. They were strong. Impressive. But they had gaps. Harry moved through the boundary space, following his stone's pull toward the Horcrux. The wards noticed him, he could feel their awareness, their attempt to identify and repel the intruder. But he wasn't quite spiritual enough to trigger their full response, and he wasn't quite physical enough to be stopped by conventional means. Down through the bank's levels. Past vaults containing treasures from wizarding families centuries old. Deeper into the earth, where the oldest and most secure chambers were hidden. The Lestrange Vault. Harry reached through the boundary, feeling for the Horcrux within. The cup was there, he could sense its corruption, its wrongness, the fragment of Voldemort's soul clinging to existence. Now or never. He grabbed it. The sensation was unlike anything he'd experienced. His awareness wrapped around the cup, pulling it partially into the boundary space where his power could fully affect it. The Horcrux screamed in protest, its defenses activating. Harry crushed it. The fragment shattered, its death throes echoing through both realms. Alarms began blaring in the physical world, the goblins had detected something, even if they didn't understand what. Harry withdrew quickly, pulling his awareness back through the boundary until he was fully present in the Diagon Alley alleyway. He was shaking. Exhausted. But triumphant. 4 Horcruxes destroyed. 1 to go, plus his own extraction. Wielder. Edmund's voice carried urgency. We need to leave. The goblins are mobilizing. Harry didn't argue. He disapparated before anyone could find him, reappearing in a safe location outside London that Sirius had prepared. Behind him, Gringotts descended into chaos. But the cup was gone. And Voldemort was one step closer to mortality. The aftermath was predictable. News of the mysterious breach spread through the wizarding world within days. The Daily Prophet ran breathless headlines about an unprecedented security failure, speculating wildly about the perpetrators. The Ministry launched an investigation. The goblins demanded answers. Harry watched it all from Hogwarts, safely anonymous. "They don't know it was you," Hermione said when they discussed it privately. "They don't even understand what happened." Good. Let them be confused. Harry had carefully obscured his trail, using techniques Edmund had taught him for exactly this kind of situation. The longer they chase false leads, the more time I have. Time for what? The ring. And then. Harry didn't finish the sentence. Hermione's eyes filled with understanding, and fear. The extraction. Soon. Maybe very soon. Are you ready? I don't know. Harry met her gaze honestly. Thessaly says my training is as complete as it can be without actually attempting the crossing. My network is strong. My anchors are in place. He paused. But there's no way to know if it's enough until I try. And if it's not enough? Then you'll need to continue without me. The words hung between them, heavy with implication. Hermione wiped her eyes roughly. That's not acceptable. It might be necessary. No. Her voice was fierce. You don't get to plan for failure, Harry. You plan for success. You expect to survive. Anything else is giving up. Harry almost smiled. This was why he needed her, why he needed all of them. They refused to accept defeat even when defeat seemed inevitable. All right, he said. I'll plan for success. But I need you to promise me something. What? If I don't make it back, if something goes wrong during the crossing, don't let my work die with me. The network, the alliances, the progress we've made, keep it going. Find someone else who can wield the stone, or find another way to fight. Harry gripped her hand. Promise me. Hermione was silent for a long moment. I promise, she said finally. But I'm also promising that I won't have to keep that promise. You're coming back. Whatever it takes. The ring proved easier to find than expected. Thomas Gray had been researching the Gaunt family for months, tracing their history through court records, land deeds, and the memories of spirits who'd known them. The ancestral home was located in Little Hangleton, a crumbling shack on a piece of land that had been in the family for generations. Voldemort visited there in the 1940s, Thomas reported. According to spirits who were present, he killed his father and grandparents, then took something from the family's possessions. The ring, most likely. And he hid it there. That's what we believe. The site has significant emotional meaning for him, his connection to the Slytherin bloodline, his rejection of his Muggle heritage. He'd want the Horcrux to be somewhere that represented that. Harry organized an expedition for the following weekend. Just him and his spirits, no living allies this time. The risk was too high to involve others. Little Hangleton was exactly as depressing as Harry had imagined. A dreary village, half abandoned, with the Gaunt shack lurking on its outskirts like a tumor. The building had collapsed years ago, but the foundations remained, and beneath them, Harry could sense the Horcrux's presence. Heavily warded, Edmund observed. More protection than the others. Makes sense. This was personal for him. Harry approached carefully, extending his awareness through the stone to probe the defenses. The wards were vicious, curses that would kill on contact, traps that would trigger at the slightest disturbance. Voldemort had clearly expected someone might come looking. But he hadn't expected someone who could navigate the boundary between life and death. Harry reached through the grey, finding the spaces between the wards where their protections didn't quite overlap. It was like threading a needle while blindfolded, but his training with Thessaly had prepared him for exactly this kind of delicate work. The ring lay beneath a floorboard, hidden in a small box. Harry extracted it through the boundary, pulling it into the space where his power was absolute. The Horcrux resisted. This fragment was older than the others, more deeply entrenched in its vessel. It clawed at Harry's awareness, trying to find purchase, trying to corrupt him the way it had corrupted the ring itself. "You cannot destroy me," the fragment hissed. "I am eternal. I am the Dark Lord's immortality." "You're nothing," Harry said, and crushed it. The destruction was more violent than the previous Horcruxes. The fragment's death throes shook the boundary itself, sending ripples through the grey that Harry felt echoing for miles. His bound spirits recoiled from the energy release. But when it was over, the ring was clean. Just ancient gold and an old black stone. Wait. Harry looked more closely at the ring, his heart suddenly pounding. The stone set into it. Black, with impossible depth. Carved with a symbol, triangle, circle, line. "That's not possible," he breathed. But it was. The ring that had held Voldemort's Horcrux was the same ring that held the Resurrection Stone. The artifact that had changed Harry's life, that had given him power over the dead, that had been lost for centuries. It hadn't been lost. It had been hidden. Right here, in this shack, guarding a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul. "Wielder?" Edmund's voice carried concern. "What is it?" "The stone. The original stone." Harry held up the ring, comparing it to the one he wore. "There are two of them." Silence from his council. Then, slowly, Thomas spoke. "That's not possible. The Resurrection Stone is unique. One artifact, one instance." "Then explain this." Harry could feel the second stone's power, identical to his own rings, resonating with the same frequency. Two Resurrection Stones. Two artifacts that should not coexist. Unless mine isn't the original, Harry realized. Unless the one I found was a copy. A recreation. Who would create a copy of a Deathly Hallow? Harry thought about the clearing where he'd found his stone. The ancient burial site. The sense that the artifact had been waiting for him specifically. Someone who wanted a wielder to emerge. Someone who planted the copy where it would be found by the right person. "The court," Edmund said grimly. "This has their fingerprints all over it." Harry pocketed both rings, his mind racing with implications. The court had given him his power, had arranged for him to find an artifact that would make him useful to their purposes. They'd been manipulating him from the very beginning. But did that change anything? The power was real. His alliances were real. His mission was real. "We'll deal with this later," he decided. "Right now, we have more pressing concerns." He disapparated, leaving the ruins of the gaunt shack behind. 5 Horcruxes destroyed. One more to go. His own. The discovery about the stones changed things. Harry spent 3 days in intense consultation with his council, trying to understand what it meant. The consensus was troubling. The court had engineered his rise, providing him with a tool that would make him dependent on their support while advancing their own agenda. They wanted a wielder, Malachar confirmed when Harry confronted him. Someone with the power to challenge the Keepers, to eventually help us restore the boundary to its original state. "You were cultivated. You manipulated me. We created opportunity. You chose what to do with it." Malachar's voice was careful, diplomatic. "The power you've gained is real, Harry. The alliances you've built are genuine. The fact that we helped set the stage doesn't diminish your achievements. It means I can't trust anything you've told me. You could never trust everything I told you. That's the nature of politics, of alliance between parties with different interests." Malachar spread his hands. "But consider, everything we've done has helped you. The intelligence about Horcruxes. The training for boundary crossing. The support against the keepers. We benefit from your success, yes, but so do you. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to reject the manipulation entirely, cut ties with the court, find his own path forward. But he couldn't afford that luxury. Not now, with the final Horcrux still inside him. Not with the extraction looming. I'll deal with the court's agenda after I've survived, he said finally. But know this, Malachar, I'm not anyone's tool. Whatever plans you've made for me, I'll make my own choices. I would expect nothing less. Malachar smiled. That's why we chose you. The extraction was scheduled for the spring equinox. Thessaly had identified the date as auspicious, a time when the boundary between life and death was naturally thinner, easier to cross. The ritual would still be dangerous, but marginally less so than at other times. Harry spent the remaining weeks in intensive preparation. His training reached its final stages. Thessaly pushed him through exercises that left him trembling, expanding his understanding of the boundary until he could feel its pulse like his own heartbeat. By the end, he could touch the edge of death and pull back without conscious effort. You're as ready as you can be, the ancient priestess told him. The rest depends on your will, your connections, your fundamental desire to live. I want to live. Then hold on to that. When you stand at the boundary, when death calls you forward, remember why existence matters. Remember the people who love you, the work you still need to do, the future you want to claim. His network prepared for the worst. Edmund coordinated contingency plans in case the extraction failed. Isla positioned observers throughout the boundary region. Thomas gathered intelligence on potential threats. Everyone had a role, a purpose, a way to contribute. Even the court mobilized, though Harry wasn't sure if that was reassuring or concerning. We have significant resources invested in your survival, Malachar explained. The court will support the extraction in whatever way we can. How? By holding back the keepers. They'll try to stop you, they always try to stop boundary crossings. We can distract them, delay them, buy you time. In exchange for what? Your survival. Our interests remain aligned, Wielder, regardless of whatever distrust you feel. Harry accepted the help. He didn't have a choice. The equinox arrived with the first true warmth of spring. Harry had chosen his location carefully, the clearing in the Forbidden Forest where he'd first found the stone. It felt appropriate somehow, returning to the beginning for what might be the end. His living anchors gathered with him. Ron and Hermione, their faces tight with fear and determination. Sirius, his expression a mask of fierce protectiveness. Luna, calm as always, her pale eyes seeing things others couldn't. Even Remus Lupin had come, his scarred face solemn. You don't have to do this, Sirius said for the 10th time. We could find another way, we've been looking for another way for a year. Harry kept his voice gentle. This is the only path forward. I need to do this. I know. I just. Sirius pulled him into an embrace. Come back. Whatever happens on the other side, you come back. I will. Harry stepped into the center of the clearing, where ancient stones marked a space between worlds. His bound spirits surrounded him, their translucent forms flickering with anxious energy. Beyond them, he could sense the court's presence, Malachar and others, positioned to intercept any keeper attack. Hermione approached last, her eyes glistening. I'm going to say this once, because I don't know if I'll get another chance. She gripped his hands. You're the bravest person I know. Whatever happens, I'm proud to be your friend. Hermione, don't. Just come back. She released him and stepped away, joining the circle of living anchors. Harry drew the stone from beneath his shirt, his stone, the copy, the gift from the court that had changed his life. He held it tight, feeling its warmth pulse against his palm. Ready? Edmund asked. No. But I'm doing it anyway. Harry closed his eyes and reached for the boundary. The crossing was like nothing he'd experienced before. Where his previous explorations had been extensions, reaching through the veil without fully passing, this was total immersion. Harry felt himself dissolving, his physical form becoming less real as the gray spaces opened to receive him. The boundary welcomed him like an old friend. He moved through it easily at first, his training guiding him toward the precise point where he needed to be. Not fully dead, not yet, but close enough to touch death's edge. And there, waiting in the space between, he found the fragment. Voldemort's soul piece was ugly. Twisted. A malformed thing that had attached itself to Harry at the moment of his parents' death and grown into his very being over the years since. It looked at him with something like recognition. "Boy," it hissed. "You've come to destroy me." "Yes. You can't. I'm part of you now. Rip me out and you'll rip yourself apart." "Maybe." Harry reached for it, his awareness wrapping around the fragment like a hand around a weed. "But I'm going to try anyway." The fragment fought him. It was stronger than he'd expected, more deeply rooted, more thoroughly entwined with his own soul. Every time he tried to pull it free, he felt pieces of himself tearing. But he kept pulling. The pain was beyond anything he'd imagined. Not physical, souls didn't feel physical pain, but something deeper, more fundamental. The agony of identity being questioned, of existence being challenged at its core. "Stop!" The fragment shrieked. "You'll kill us both. Then we both die," Harry thought grimly. "But at least you go first." He reached deeper, found the roots of the fragment's attachment, began systematically severing them. Connection by connection. Memory by memory. Every place where Voldemort's corruption had touched his soul. The process took an eternity. Or maybe it took no time at all, time didn't work normally at the boundary. And then, finally, he felt the last connection snap. The fragment came free. It screamed, a sound of pure rage and terror that echoed through every level of the Grey. Harry held it for a moment, this piece of the monster who had destroyed his family. Then he let it go. The boundary consumed it instantly. Without a living anchor, without a vessel to cling to, the fragment had no defense against death's pull. It dissolved, vanished, ceased to exist in any meaningful way. Voldemort was mortal. Now, Harry thought, I just have to get back. The return was harder than the approach. Harry had known it would be, Thessaly had warned him that the boundary didn't easily release those who crossed it. Death was patient, seductive, offering rest to those tired of struggling. And Harry was tired. So incredibly tired. "Stay," the boundary seemed to whisper. "You've worked so hard. You've sacrificed so much. Why not rest?" It was tempting. More tempting than Harry wanted to admit. He'd spent 2 years fighting, building power, destroying Horcruxes, preparing for a confrontation that still hadn't come. The prospect of laying down that burden, of simply stopping. No. The voice was Edmund's, cutting through the boundary's seduction. "You promised to come back. We're waiting for you. Come back." Other voices joined the knights. Isla, sharp and demanding. Thomas, steady and insistent. Marlene, warm with the love of someone who'd watched him grow. His bound spirits, calling him home. And beyond them, fainter but no less powerful, his living anchors. Sirius's fierce protectiveness. Hermione's intellectual determination. Ron's loyal stubbornness. Luna's serene certainty. They pulled at him. All of them. A web of connections anchoring him to existence, refusing to let him slip away. Harry reached for them. The boundary resisted. It didn't want to release what it had claimed. Harry felt it pulling at him, trying to drag him deeper into death's embrace. But his anchors were stronger. He climbed. Handhold by handhold, connection by connection. Following the bonds that tied him to life. feeling them strengthen as he drew closer to the surface. The keepers noticed. They came from the depths of the boundary, 3 of them, then 5, then a dozen. Ancient entities who guarded the veil, who had been waiting for exactly this moment. You cannot return, they thundered. The boundary has claimed you. Submit. No, Harry replied. I'm going home. He called for help. The court responded. Spirits erupted from the deep grey, the ancient dead, the hidden courts, the beings who had been exiled by the keepers millennia ago. They crashed against the guardians with force born of centuries of resentment. The boundary became a battlefield. Harry kept climbing. Around him, the war raged, spirits clashing with keepers, old grudges finding expression in violence that shook the foundations of death itself. He didn't stop to watch, didn't pause to help. He had to get back. That was all that mattered. The surface approached. He could feel life calling to him, feel the warmth of existence waiting beyond the boundary's edge. One more pull. One more effort. Come back, his anchors called. Come back to us. Harry burst through. The physical world reformed around him like a half-remembered dream. Harry lay on his back in the clearing, staring up at a sky that seemed impossibly blue. Birds were singing. Wind rustled through the trees. He was alive. He was alive. Harry. Multiple voices, multiple hands reaching for him. Hermione's tear-streaked face. Ron's relieved grin. Sirius pulling him into an embrace that nearly cracked his ribs. I'm okay, Harry managed. I'm okay. The fragment? Remus asked. Gone. Destroyed. Harry pulled himself to sitting, his body weak but functional. It's over. That part's over. He felt it. Luna's voice was dreamy, but her eyes were sharp. Voldemort. He felt the fragment die. He knows what it means. Of course he did. The destruction of the last Horcrux, the one that had been inside Harry himself, would have sent shockwaves through whatever connection remained between them. Voldemort would know, now, that he was mortal. That death could find him. Then he'll come, Sirius said grimly. He'll have to. He can't let this stand. Let him come. Harry rose to his feet, feeling strength return as his body adjusted to being fully alive again. I've been preparing for this. We've all been preparing. Are you ready? Harry looked at his gathered allies, living and dead, bound together by choice and love and shared purpose. His network, watching from the grey. His friends, standing beside him. His family, refusing to let him face the darkness alone. Yes, he said. I'm ready. The war came faster than expected. Voldemort struck 3 days later, not at Hogwarts, but at the Ministry of Magic. Death Eaters poured through the building, killing anyone who resisted, seizing control of the government with brutal efficiency. The magical world erupted into chaos. Harry received the news through his spirit network, which had observers throughout Britain. The attack had been coordinated perfectly. Voldemort had clearly been planning this for months, waiting for the right moment. He's panicking, Hermione said when they gathered to assess the situation. The loss of his Horcruxes, his immortality, he's trying to consolidate power before anyone can organize against him. Then we don't give him time to consolidate. Harry's mind was already racing through options. We hit back immediately. Hard. Show him that mortality isn't his only vulnerability. How? The Ministry is compromised, but the people aren't. Most wizards don't support Voldemort, they're just scared. If we can show them that resistance is possible, that there's hope. You want to lead a rebellion, Ron said flatly. I want to end this. Before more people die. Harry looked at his friends. I've spent 2 years building power, preparing for a confrontation I always knew was coming. Now it's here. And I'm not going to hide while Voldemort destroys everything I care about. What do you need from us? Everything. Everyone. This is the fight we've been preparing for. The resistance formed with surprising speed. Harry's network provided intelligence that no conventional force could match, spirits reporting on Death Eater movements, troop positions, strategic vulnerabilities. His bound allies served as messengers, coordinators, scouts who couldn't be detected or captured. The living rallied too. Order of the Phoenix members who'd gone into hiding. Aurors who'd escaped the Ministry coup. Ordinary witches and wizards who refused to bow to tyranny. And at the center of it all, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the wielder of the Resurrection Stone, the Lord of the Dead who had crossed the boundary and returned. You've become a symbol, Sirius observed during one of their planning sessions. Not just a leader, but a symbol of hope. People believe in you. I hope I don't disappoint them. You won't. His godfather's voice carried absolute certainty. You've already done things that should have been impossible. This is just one more. The resistance struck at Death Eater strongholds, freed prisoners, disrupted supply lines. Harry's spirits provided tactical intelligence that made their operations devastatingly effective. Where Voldemort's forces expected shadows and fear, they found organized opposition that seemed to know their every move. The Dark Lord noticed. Potter, the voice came during one of Harry's meditative sessions, Voldemort's rage bleeding through some remnant of their former connection. You think you can challenge me? I think I already have, Harry replied. How's mortality feel? The response was a wave of fury that Harry blocked easily. Voldemort's power was diminished without his Horcruxes, he was still formidable, still dangerous, but no longer invincible. And he knew it. The final confrontation came at Hogwarts. Voldemort launched a full assault on the castle, determined to destroy the Resistance's symbolic heart. Death Eaters and dark creatures swarmed the grounds, hurling curses at ancient wards that flickered under the assault. Harry stood at the center of the defense. His spirit army manifested around the castle, not dozens or hundreds, but thousands. Every ghost he'd bound, every shade that had pledged allegiance, every dead warrior who had found purpose in serving the wielder who treated them with respect. The battle was chaos and horror and desperate courage. Students and teachers fought side by side. Aurors clashed with Death Eaters. Dark creatures fell before curses and blades and the cold touch of spirits who remembered how to fight. And through it all, Harry pushed toward the center of the storm. Toward Voldemort. They met in the Great Hall, the same room where Harry had eaten thousands of meals, laughed with friends, felt the warmth of belonging. Now it was a battlefield, rubble and fire and the screams of the wounded. Voldemort looked diminished. Still terrible, still radiating dark power, but smaller somehow. The loss of his Horcruxes had taken something from him, something he couldn't replace. Potter. The Dark Lord's voice carried exhaustion beneath the malice. You've destroyed everything I built. Not everything. Not yet. You think you can kill me? I am the greatest wizard who ever lived, you're a monster who murdered my parents. Who tortured and killed for power. Who thought you could cheat death and never face consequences. Harry raised his hand, the stone pulsing with power. But here's the thing about death, Tom. It's patient. And it always wins. Harry reached through the boundary. He'd never used his power like this, not offensively, not directly against a living target. But Voldemort wasn't quite living anymore. The dark rituals, the soul fragments, the decades of twisted magic had left him balanced on the edge between life and death. Close enough for Harry to push. The boundary opened, and death reached for Tom Riddle. Voldemort screamed. He fought, threw curses, summoned dark powers, called on every fragment of magic he possessed. But Harry had spent 2 years preparing for this moment. His allies, living and dead, lent their strength to his attack. The Dark Lord fell. Not dramatically. Not with a final defiant curse or a theatrical collapse. He simply stopped. The life draining from eyes that had seen too much, caused too much suffering, destroyed too many innocent lives. Voldemort was dead. And this time, he wasn't coming back. The aftermath was long and complicated. The Death Eaters scattered after their master's fall. Some surrendered, some fled, some were hunted down by a wizarding world finally free of its greatest fear. The Ministry was rebuilt, purged of Voldemort's supporters, reformed into something hopefully better than what it had been. Harry watched it all from a strange distance. He'd done what he set out to do. Destroyed Voldemort's immortality. Ended his threat. Protected the people he loved. But the victory felt hollow somehow, overshadowed by the cost. "You're thinking too much." Hermione sat beside him on the castle battlements, watching the sunset. "We won. You should be celebrating." "I know. I just..." Harry struggled to articulate what he was feeling. "I've been fighting for so long. Building toward this moment. Now it's over, and I don't know what comes next." "What do you want to come next?" Harry considered the question. 2 years ago, he would have said, normal life, classes, Quidditch, ordinary teenage concerns. But he wasn't that person anymore. He was a wielder, a lord of the dead, someone who had crossed the boundary between life and death and returned. Normal wasn't an option. "I want to build something," he said finally. "Not just for myself. For the dead who followed me, who believed in what I was trying to do. They deserve a better existence than endless waiting in the gray." "You're talking about changing how death works." "I'm talking about making it better. For everyone." Harry looked at the stone on his finger. "The court's been right about some things. The boundary between life and death doesn't have to be a prison. It can be a doorway, a chance for the living and dead to help each other. That's ambitious. Everything I've done has been ambitious." Harry smiled slightly. "Might as well keep going." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "You know I'll help," she said. "Whatever you decide to do. We all will." "I know." Harry put his arm around her shoulders. "That's why I'm going to succeed." The rebuilding began in earnest. Harry worked with the new ministry to establish protocols for death magic, legitimate uses, proper oversight, recognition that spirits were beings worthy of respect rather than resources to be exploited. His network evolved from a military force into something more like a community, spirits helping the living and being helped in turn. The Keepers remained a concern. They hadn't forgiven his defiance, hadn't accepted his victory. But they also couldn't challenge him directly, not anymore. Harry had proven too powerful, too well supported, too important to the new order emerging between life and death. Malachar and the court pressed for more radical changes, the full restoration of the Pre-Keeper order, spirits moving freely between realms. Harry resisted their more extreme proposals while accepting their help with moderate reforms. It was a delicate balance, but one he was learning to maintain. And through it all, he continued his own training. The boundary crossing had changed him, made him more attuned to the spaces between life and death, more capable of navigating them safely. Thessaly taught him advanced techniques, secrets that had been lost for millennia. "You're becoming something unprecedented," the ancient priestess told him. "Not just a wielder, but a guardian. A bridge between realms who understands both sides." "Is that good?" "It's different." Which might be exactly what both worlds need. Summer arrived with warmth and the promise of new beginnings. Harry stood in a clearing where everything had started, the same ancient stones, the same whisper of power between worlds. But everything was different now. He was different. His council gathered around him, Edmund, Isla, Thomas, Marlene, and others who had joined over the years. His living allies watched from the edges, Ron, Hermione, Sirius, Luna, Remus. The people and spirits who had become his family. "1 year ago, I crossed the boundary and returned," Harry said. I didn't know what would come after. I didn't know if I'd survive. All I knew was that I had to try. He looked at the faces surrounding him, living and dead, united by choice and love and shared purpose. Now we're building something new. A world where the living and dead can coexist. Where spirits are people, not tools. Where death isn't an ending, but a transition to something different. Harry smiled. It won't be easy. Nothing worth doing ever is. But we've come this far. We can go further. Together, Edmund added. Together, Harry agreed. Whatever comes next, we face it together. The spirits stirred with approval. The living exchanged smiles of tired hope. The sun climbed higher, warming the clearing, illuminating the space between worlds where Harry Potter stood ready to face whatever the future held. The dead were with him. And that was enough.